Hello, hello. Oh man, this is... Hang on. I need to adjust. I'm not talking. What the hell? Well, actually, I need to be on my my drawing emote anyway. But let me just finish this real quick. Don't mind me. There we go. Alright. And now, let's just switch over to drawing. Okay. 3 streamer I want to watch live all at once. I'm forcing your hand. Yeah, I was planning on streaming later, however, I stepped outside and it was raining. And I was like, well, I'm not going outside then. I wanted to unload my car, maybe sneak over to Disneyland real quick, but that's not happening. However, this is leaking at the bottom. Since I cannot go to Disneyland, I will be doing my line tier list, and no one can stop me. So, first of all, I'm gonna organize the rides that I did not go on. So, definitely didn't go on that one. I did not go on the Tow Mater ride. What is this, the Adventure Treehouse, or is this Indiana Jones? No, this is Jungle Cruise. I did not go on Jungle Cruise. I did not go on the boat. I did not go on Teacups. Didn't go on the Toy Story ride. Can't see what this is, but I definitely didn't go on it. I didn't go on Winnie the Pooh, didn't go on the Symphony. And while I did go on Tiana's Bayou Adventure, the line was empty, so I feel like I can't rank that line properly. This tier list kind of is ass. I can barely see what's going on here. Oh, this is Jungle Cruise. Then is this Indiana Jones? It looks like the treehouse. I'll figure it out. No, Indiana Jones is down here. There. I didn't do Turtle Talk. Why is there 2 Guardians of the Galaxy breakouts on here? You had your headset turned down? I was about to be, if I'm fucking quiet again, I'm gonna lose my shit. Let's see. Not go on this, not go on that, did not go on that, did not go on that. Didn't go on this. Did not go on the monorail. Didn't go on Roger Rabbit's Toon Party. Didn't go on Goofy Skyride. Goofy Skyride fucking sucks. Didn't go on the Ferris wheel, I would've cried. Monsters Inc. isn't real anymore. Well, no, Monsters Inc. is real, I just didn't go on it. Didn't do the Mickey drawing. I didn't go on Grizzly Run. Splash Mountain isn't real anymore. Didn't go on Little Mermaid. This is not on bobsleds. These pictures fucking suck. What is this? Haunted Mansion? I didn't go on Haunted Mansion. I didn't go on Small World. Didn't go on this. Didn't go on this. Didn't go on Hyperspace Mountain. Didn't go on the Enchanted Tiki Room. California Screamin' is now the Incredicoaster, I'm pretty sure. Listen. There's a lot of stuff in Disneyland, and like bare minimum, you're waiting 30 minutes in a line. So I prioritize the good rides. Go on this train. Wait, no, I did go on the train. We take the train back out. Or is that meant to be Thunder Mountain? That train. I didn't go on Autotopia. Jesus. Disneyland has a lot. Disneyland has a lot. I don't think this is all of them. Like, if I pull up, hang on, let me get like a Disneyland map going. You know, I'll pull it up on the side later, because I'm gonna be drawing out lines, so I'll pull that out later and I'll go over. I'm gonna be info dumping Disneyland, because I can't go. I mean, I could, I just don't wanna get wet. Did not go on this. Didn't go on Alice in Wonderland. Stone's Effort. Didn't go on Runaway Railway. What are you? I can't even tell what this is. Let's see. Maybe I can find a better tier list. Hang on. Because I need one that has all of them. Entirely for Defunct Land. Don't worry, I can give more information. Is this? No, these pictures are also asked. We got one with text. Okay. Let's see. This is okay. This is modern. Okay. Let me remake my ranks. Didn't stand in this line. We have immaculate line design. Would stand in this line. Tolerable to stand in. Would stand in if line isn't long. And then, of course, oops. The new one. Okay. Fuck, I'm into, I gotta organize my shit well or else I'm gonna lose it. Okay. Never stand in this line. Okay. Now, first, everything I didn't stand on. Not Jungle Cruise, not Mark Twain. I didn't go on the sailing ship Columbia. I didn't do Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Not Snow White's Enchanted Whisk. Not Peter Pan's Flight. Didn't go on Casey Jr. Circus Train. Didn't go on the Storybook Land Canal Boats. Not the Dumbo Ride. I didn't go on King Arthur's Carousel, Mad Tea Party, Alice in Wonderland, Pinocchio's Daring Journey, It's a Small World. It's a Small World Holiday. Didn't do that either. Autotopia. Monorail, Astro Orbiter, Star Tours The Adventure Continues, Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters, Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage, one of the worst Disneyland rides. Hyperspace Mountain, Haunted Mansion, Haunted Mansion, Holiday Nightmare, The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, David Crockett Explorer Canoe, Chippendale Gadget Coaster, Roger Rabbit's Cartoon Spin, Mickey Minnie's Runaway Railway, Red Car Trolley, Golden Zephyr, Jumping Jellyfish, Little Mermaid Ariel's Undersea Adventure, Silly Symphony Swings, Goofy Sky Ride, Grizzly River Run. Soarin' Over California isn't real anymore. Monsters Inc., Mike and Sully to the Rescue, Luigi's Road Lookin' Roadsters, Mater's Junkyard Jamboree, Mater's Jamboree, Mater's Jingle Jamboree. He has 3 holiday attractions? That's crazy. Toy Story Midway Mania, Pixar Pal Around, Non-Swinging and Swinging, Jesse's Critter Carousel. Okay, and I didn't do Monsters After Dark because I did not go there on Halloween. Jumping Jelly, no way! Okay, so these are the rides that I did not stand in. And I did go on Tiana's Bayou Adventure, however I cannot rank that line because it was a 5-minute wait and I just went straight through the line and therefore I cannot judge waiting in that line. We went at the end of the night during the fireworks show and there was just no one there. So now we get to the ranking. Real easy one, Disneyland Railroad. Really easy line to stand in because the Disneyland train takes so many passengers on it that it's essentially not even a line. You just like wait in it and you'll get on the train. There's a million seats and it doesn't take long for the train to come around again. So it's incredibly tolerable and it can transport you to different areas of the park. And there's also cool little in-between areas. Like you get to see the inside of Splash Mountain, now Tiana's Bayou Adventure, and you get to see a whole dinosaur. Like you get to time travel on this train. You get to see dinosaurs. It's crazy. but it's literally just a train that takes you around to the different areas of the park. Like, it's just like it's Disneyland fast travel, but you do silly stuff on it. So, very tolerable line to stand in. It is also an excellent place in Disneyland to take a nap. I napped for an hour on this train. They never kick you off of it, so I just went on 3 loops and I was chilling. Maybe I went on more, but I don't know because I just like, I was asleep. I just know I went on around 2 and I got off around 3 and I was like, wow, I'm refreshed. So, let's go next slide. Indiana Jones Adventure, Temple of the Forbidden Eye. I would stand in this line, and I need to explain why. So I need to pull up Photoshop because I need to give visuals on these lines. It's very important. So let's see. I'm gonna get in my Photoshop screen here. And okay, let me adjust this real quick. I came entirely prepared, as you can see. Okay. So, when we're talking about Indiana Jones's line, so Indiana Jones the ride, if you do not know, is it's a thrill ride in which you are in a temple helping like find this hidden artifact, and everyone who has gone in there, including Indiana Jones, has gone missing. And so you get in a car and it's really bumpy and you just like go through this cave and there's like a bunch of like shit happening and you go over a bridge. You just have an Indiana Jones adventure and it's very fun and thrilling. It's maybe like a B, maybe like it's like a high B tier ride by Disneyland standards in my eyes. It's one of those ones where if you have the chance to go on it, I recommend it, but it's not like you'll ruin your entire trip if you don't go on that ride. So, Indiana Jones ride is interesting. So, like, let's say you have the gate here, and this is where you enter into Indiana Jones. And of course, it splits off into, like, lightning lane and regular lane. And then you, like, walk through this little area, and the line typically starts around here, in which you enter into a little cave. And it's this, like, very narrow passage that goes down and around, and you have, like, it looks like an archaeology site of, like, this ancient site, and so you get to, like, go, like, around and around and whatnot, until you finally get to, like, the big open room that has the ride. And there's some interesting stuff happening, like, there's a big room where you have a TV screen, and it tells you, like, the story of the ride that you're about to go on, like, oh, people were finding this mysterious temple that could grant you wishes, but if you look into the eye of the idol, you will be trapped here forever, blah, 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 like, you know, stuff like that. Indiana Jones went on here, but he is now missing and has not been heard of. What could have happened to him, like, kind of stuff. And that's really cool. Like that is an A+ line design. And this is typically where the line happens, and, like, everyone is in here, and you're in here, and you just go through the line, and you wait, like, a good while. But when I went this last time, the line was sticking out quite a bit. So, like, there's, like, this path here that, like, leads you to the line, and then you have, like, the basically, like, the little zigzags out here of, like, going back and forth for the line, and that's kind of how it ends up like this. So you go in here, and my line started around here, kind of, or I guess it would have been, like, up here, and I went, like, around and down like this. And what happens is, they were stopping people at this area, presumably to not overcrowd the kind of claustrophobic line area. And every now and then, they would allow a big wave of people to go into the main line area. And that would move the line to about, like, this much. So every, like, 1.5 to 2 minutes, you're moving. And that's a great feeling. If a line makes you stand still in one place on hard concrete for more than 2 minutes, it is automatically getting a lower rank. That is a bad line. You can't have a line like that. Because the worst part about standing in line is the standing part. If you're moving, you don't feel the ache of all of your bones. Like moving feels awesome. It's like, oh yay, I'm moving on the line, I'm going somewhere. The whole idea of a line is to make you think that you're still going somewhere. That's the important part. It keeps morale up. So you go through and you have like your consistent movement, and you get to see a large swath of people move before the movement like spirals over and finally makes it to you. So you get to feel like, oh, there's lots of progress being made in this line, so I probably won't get off this line. However, most people will see the 60-minute wait time, and they'll see the line sticking out of the main line area, and they'll go, I don't want to do that right now. I'll come back here later. So they'll avoid the line. They'll decide not to stand in the line. And this is a genius tactic of Disney right here, because the ride times do lie. If it is a 60-minute wait, it is probably closer to a 40-minute wait. If it's a 30-minute wait, it's probably closer to a 15 to 20-minute wait. They like to bump up the line times a little bit. And they'll also lower the line times if no one is on the ride and they want to fill up the line. So anyway, I got to here, right? And I'm expecting to go in and have like a much longer wait, because I've been standing out here in my 60-minute wait time line for maybe about 20 minutes or so. And I get in here, and for some reason, and I know the reason, this whole area is fucking empty. Like, there's no one in here. And it was fucking euphoric, because I just entered into this area where I'm used to standing in line from all my previous Disneyland escapades, and I just get to walk straight through into the line area, and in there was maybe like 10 people in front of me, but they can fit 12 people to a car, so I'm like almost instantly on the ride and heading out. It's awesome. And that is the genius of Disneyland, because they make you think the line is so fucking long, right? They make you think it's so long because everyone knows the Indiana Jones line has a whole inside portion. But no, they kept this area deliberately empty to fool the masses into not getting into the line. And only the most strong-willed are able to go in there. And they only have a 30-minute wait. That is half the time of the 60-minute wait. And so I thought that was crazy. That was kind of genius of them. So I would say this was a tolerable line to stand in. The only issue is that there is not much to look at on the outside portion of the line. The outside portion of the line kind of sucks, which is why it doesn't go higher on the list. And while the inside internal archaeological area is cool and the video is cool, that is the bare minimum for Disneyland lines. But I think the movement of this line, the fact that it seats so many people, and the fact that there was a constant wave of movement means that it was a good line. So, yes, I would stand in this line. It's a solid line to stand on. I would probably stand on it. I would stand in Disneyland Railroad over it, just because Disneyland Railroad basically never has a wait beyond waiting for the train to get there. So, next up, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. I would say this line is tolerable to stand in. This line has a constant movement. However, it doesn't have a trick to it. For example, Indiana Jones, it has that trick where they stop you at the entrance of where you usually go online, so they can artificially keep the line moving forward. So it feels like it's always going. However, Thunder Mountain Railroad does not have that trick because the line is entirely outside. And so you're just standing in the zigzags of the line and just going through. However, it's tolerable to stand in because it is constantly moving, and that's a sign of a good line. I think as long as the line is constantly moving, it is a tolerable line to stand in. And it is a line I would stand in, but it's not like, it doesn't have anything special to it. Like, it doesn't deserve an A tier line. Like, this is a solid B tier line. You know, it's good, it's fine, it moves. I'm not gonna draw it out because it's just outside zigzags. Like, there's no gimmick to it or anything. And of course, Thunder Mountain Railroad is this, one of the, roller coasters. It's probably the slowest roller coaster, I would say. At least in terms of, like, the big Disneyland roller coasters, in which you get on a train and you spiral around this mountain, and there's a mining operation going on, and there's an explosion. But it's kind of lackluster. But it's a good starter roller coaster. You know, if you're going to ride the 3 roller coasters at Disneyland in the main Disneyland park, not including what goes on in California Adventure, you ride Big Thunder Mountain Railroad first as a warm-up. Anyway, yeah, tolerable to stand in line. Matterhorn bobsleds. I would stand in Matterhorn bobsleds if the line wasn't long. Matterhorn bobsleds is another one like Big Thunder Mountain Railroad where the entire line is outside, So there is not much of a gimmick, but they do try. And I'll show you how they try to have a standing gimmick to make the line more tolerable to stand in, and how it fails. So, the thing to know about the Matterhorn bobsleds is that, while there are multiple bobsleds on the track, they're bobsleds. So you only have 1, 2, 3 seats on a car. And they'll maybe send like a handful of cars out at once. So maybe you'll have 3. So you get like maybe 9 people on. But the thing is, each time they have to check to make sure they have your seatbelts locked in or whatever. And here's another thing they do to make the Matterhorn bobsled line a little more tolerable. They have 2 tracks. They have a left track and a right track. So you can also get on this side, and they have another several cars there. But again, only 3 per person, and they have to stop every time for each individual bobsled to ensure that everyone has their seatbelts buckled in and they pull the tab before they can go on there. And I'll say, the left track is bad. It's the bad one. It's the bad one, and it hurts to go on. But the right track is the good one. Right track, if you're on the right track for the Matterhorn bobsleds, you're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be good. It's slightly faster. It doesn't hurt as much. It doesn't have as many sharp turns. Left one sucks, right one's good. They're essentially the same, but for some reason the left one just feels bad. And so then, in front of here, you have your little stand, like you have this box area, and there's like a separation in the middle, and you're essentially moved off to two things. You have a single rider line for 1 person, and then you have like the multi-rider line for 2 people or more on each side. If you were going on the Matterhorn bobsled, single rider is technically optimal, because it's not like you're going to be sitting next to your friend anyway. I guess like behind, but like you might as well just do single rider to just like get in faster. So, right, they have this, and then they have basically mini lines on each side, and this is part of the way they try to break up lines at Disneyland. So, and essentially the gate for Matterhorn is over here, and you go in, and over here is Fast Pass, and over here is not Fast Pass, and they have a whole winding section of line and line and line that is super long until you finally make it out over to this area where they'll split you up into the right or left track, and they'll put you in these mini lines. And so the way they control line movement is they'll wait for this line to get down to maybe about here, and they'll have enough people to fill it up. So you get that big gap of people and you get that movement. However, it is simply just, it is not enough. It is not enough because this is still a big line, and you still feel like you're waiting. And again, this line doesn't move super quickly because you can only get 3 people in a bobsled at a time. So it feels bad to stand in because you'll be standing here for 2 minutes, like minimum, like a maximum probably 3 minutes. But again, as I said, if you're standing in a Disneyland line and you're standing still for more than 2 minutes, it goes down. It goes down in ranking. It's bad. That is a bad feeling. It feels bad to stand in the Matterhorn line. And the Matterhorn is probably the second best coaster, though. However, what makes it worth it to stand in the Matterhorn line, the way to make a Matterhorn ride line worth it is taking advantage of the Matterhorn's biggest flaw, which is the Yeti. So there is a Yeti on the Matterhorn. He's like this big scary guy, right? It's an animatronic on the ride. And the thing about the Yeti is that it breaks all the fucking time. It breaks down. And so the Matterhorn closes constantly. You're going to Disneyland, there is a 50% chance the Matterhorn is closed. However, the Yeti is not difficult to fix. Like the Yeti can be back up within like an hour or so. So the key to the Matterhorn is keeping an eye on whether the Matterhorn is down or not. And if the Matterhorn is down, you have to watch it. Because the second it comes back up, you gotta run to that line, and you can easily get like a 5 to 20 minute wait instead of a 60 to 70 minute wait. And that is the way to make the Matterhorn line the most worth it. Wait, I stood in the line for the Matterhorn twice. Once immediately after it was fixed. It was a 20-minute wait, and it was nice, it was tolerable. But if it starts getting above the 20-minute thing, if it starts going to 30, 40, 50 minutes, like, it's like, I mean, I guess I'll stand in the Matterhorn line, but it's not gonna be fun. The strats go crazy at Disneyland. Listen, I've lived in Southern California all my life. I know the strats. I know the Disneyland hacks. I know the order of rides to go on to optimize. The last few times I've gone to Disneyland, I have never not gone on all of the rides that I have most wanted to. I've optimized my time. Ooh. Alright. Hang on. I need a new tier. Okay. I'm gonna change this to never worth it even if line is empty anyway. And I'm changing this to only stand in if the line isn't long. This would never happen. It's always long. And this is my advice, not something I follow. Okay. Space Mountain is a line you should only stand in if the line is not long. However, the line is always long because it is the best coaster in the main Disneyland park. And it is the second best coaster of all of Disneyland and California Adventure combined. Space Mountain is you must ride this ride if you are going to Disneyland. You have to, especially if it's your first time. Space Mountain is always a must. You can never not ride on Space Mountain. It's very important. However, this is a warning. The line will suck. If you have a chance to get a fast pass for this line and you are willing to spend money on it, I would spend money to ride Space Mountain. I would spend $34 to ride Space Mountain to avoid standing in this fucking line. Because the bare minimum wait time you are ever going to find for Space Mountain is 50 minutes. And when Space Mountain says 50 minutes, it means 50 minutes. This isn't a line where they artificially move the wait times around. Space Mountain is always the wait time that it says it is. And usually, Space Mountain is on average about a 70-minute wait to 90-minute wait. You're lucky if you got a 60-minute wait. So, Space Mountain line is really, really bad. It is maybe second worst line in Disneyland. So let me pull up this again. So Space Mountain is a very large structure because it takes place in this really big round building, and you enter the building from the side, and you go up a little ramp. And then they have this big circular outside area in which they have a bunch of looping chains right up here. And then Fast Pass goes over here and they get to just go straight into the main area. They have a bunch of looping chains that lead into a separate building over here. And these looping chain areas are usually empty. So you get up here and you're like, oh, you know, maybe Space Mountain line isn't so bad today. Because I remember the ye old days where people were standing out here. But when you get into the actual building for Space Mountain, it is not the building. There is a room that is shaped like this. And you're like, that's not so bad. That's just a room, and you leave over here and you enter over here. And you go and you have your little like roundabout thing, and then it goes kind of like this, and then you leave it. And that's kind of how the Space Mountain line experience goes, except this is just part 1.5 of the line. I would say it's part 1, but part 1.5 is the part 1 is like the circular area outside. And this room is so lame. There's like a bit of like a spacecraft thing here, and there's pictures on the wall of galaxies, but they don't move, and there's nothing really interesting about them. It's like I could look this up on Google Images. It's a boring line, and it is also a line that does not move. It moves the bare minimum amount to be a Disney line, which is probably, if you have stood for an entire 2 minutes, you're probably moving, but you're not moving all that much. Like, you'll start here, and you'll get over here. And then you'll get over here, and you'll get over here, and you'll get over here. And it's just like, I'm moving a little bit, and there's progress. And then by the time you're here, you're like, fuck, I'm in it now. I can't leave Space Mountain because I've already wasted so much time waiting for Space Mountain. Like, I can't go leave and come back earlier. First time that I stood in this line, I was very hungry. And I was like, man, I wish we got lunch first. But no, I had to commit to the Space Mountain grind. Second time I was standing with a friend. Even a friend could not make this line all that tolerable. We were bored. We ran out of shit to talk about. We were just standing there and we would like pull out our phones, but I couldn't pull out my phone because my phone was dying. So like, there was nothing I could do to entertain myself, and I was stuck in this room with these boring galaxy paintings. And there's no like ambient music or anything. Like, it's a really boring line. There's nothing here to entertain you while you're in line. So all you can think about is how you're in line and you're waiting for the line to move. And it's not fun. And then you get out and you re-enter onto that circular path. So you move over and you're back in the circle and you're on the other half of the circle, and there's like a winding path over to the side of the circle, and you enter another building over here. And you see the Space Mountain sign right here, and you're like, oh my god, I'm about to go on Space Mountain. And you take a sharp turn, and there's more line. So you're going down, and it's this narrow hallway now. And now the line's a little interesting, because it's decorated. And I would say it's about the same as the Indiana Jones cave ride, where there's like some videos, and there's some ambient noise, and it's like, it's interesting, it's like slightly ominous, you know? Like, the other room was ominous because it was quiet, but it wasn't a fun ominous. Here you have a bit of fun ambience, little ominous noises. You have some interesting lighting going on, but it's just narrow hallway. And it's a narrow hallway that goes like this. So you're just like, you're going down this narrow hallway, and it's still moving at the same space, same pace, and it just sucks. And then finally, you get out into the big room, and the big room is really cool. And you get to the ride room, and you can see the tracks down here. And above it, there's this giant spaceship that's lighting up, and you go around the side of the wall. And you only have the side of the wall, there's no more winding. And then you go down this ramp here, and you get to enter in on the tracks here. And you get on Space Mountain. And Space Mountain is fucking awesome, but it's also really fast, so it's the shortest ride. So you get to wait in line for a full hour, and you have maybe like a 45-second ride ahead of you. But it's a really good ride. It's a really good ride. It's really fun. It's really, really, really fun. I can't, like, Space Mountain is probably my second favorite coaster, and it is a must. You have to go on Disneyland Space Mountain. It is one of the classic coasters. It's very fun. I love Space Mountain. The line, the ride almost makes the line worth it. It doesn't make it worth it, but God, Space Mountain is good. Like, me and my buddy, we got off that line, and he was nervous to ride Space Mountain. He's a bit of a coward, and we were miserable in that line. He went off it, and he was like, we should try to go back on that later before we leave. Like we should try going on again. Like, the line usually doesn't deter people, but it's a terrible line, and I wouldn't recommend ever standing in it. You should only stand on it if the line is short. Alright, back to tier list. Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirates of the Caribbean is immaculate line design. Pirates of the Caribbean has a great line. I love standing in the Pirates of the Caribbean line. This is our first immaculate line. And the thing is, the Pirates of the Caribbean line isn't all that special. What works about the Pirates of the Caribbean line is that it's never long. Even if it says it's a long wait, it's never long. You will not be standing still on this line for more than a minute. That is half of the required time to make it in the good line category, you know? It's a 2-minute maximum. If you're standing still for only a minute, you're barely feeling it. You're essentially constantly moving. There's very few lulls in Pirates of the Caribbean. And Pirates of the Caribbean is a pretty popular ride. Usually it at least got like a 45-minute wait. Maybe 60 if it's a really busy day. But the thing is, Pirates of the Caribbean, the line is always half what it says it is. It never feels long to stand in. So, Pirates of the Caribbean. It moves super fast. You have this gate, and sometimes the line starts outside the gate. But even if the line starts outside the gate, it's not long. It's not long. And you go through, and you have this little windy area, and you go up some stairs into the main building. And then in the main building, you get to see like this cool like little, you get to see the water pathway, and you get to see the boats of Pirates of the Caribbean come by. So you have a little bit of visual interest. You get to see a bit of a preview of the ride before you go on it. And there's some animatronics up here. It's like a fun little setting. You just like go around, and you just go into the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. And then you get on the boat, and the boat holds like 20 people. And then you just go on the ride. And there's like constant amount of boats. Like there is like at least 10 boats on this track at all times. So, and they're not too far apart from each other either. So like this right here, that's 80 people that just got on this ride. You know, like that's a lot of people. And maybe I'm exaggerating 20 people. Maybe we'll say it's 15 people. But still, like that is a lot of people getting on these rides all at once. So Pirates of the Caribbean line is constantly moving. And it's a long ride too. It's a nice ride. It's maybe like a 3 to 5 minute ride, maybe even a little more than that, and you just have this fun experience of being in a boat and going through Pirates of the Caribbean setting. You get to go down a waterfall, and you get to see these immaculate animatronic scenes as well. There is an animatronic of Johnny Depp in there that is so realistic that I thought as a child that they hired the real Johnny Depp to just spend time in the ride and act out the scenes. Like, it was just really him there, and he was just doing that. None of the other animatronics gave me that feeling, but for some reason, that one is incredibly realistic. It looks exactly like him, and it moves ridiculously realistically, and has his voice. It's incredible. Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean, another must ride, and it's always worth it. It's always worth it to stand in the line. I've never had a complaint about standing in the Pirates of the Caribbean line. Even when I am waiting, it's just like a chill line to stand in. Like, yes, most of it is outside and whatnot, but I don't know, it never feels long to wait in. It's just, you're always making progress. It feels good to stand in. And another fun fact about the Pirates of the Caribbean ride is that on the other half of it, behind here, where people are loading into the ride and starting the ride, there's a restaurant that you can sit in. You can watch people go on the ride. And you get to like wave at people from the boat before you get into like the thick of it. It's fun. Pirates of the Caribbean is just a fun area. I quite like it. So very, very worth it to be on that ride. Next up, Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. I would say this line is tolerable to stand in, but a little bit more so than Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. So Star Wars land is a new land, and it's one of the most immersive lands in all of Disneyland. It is a very fun land to visit. I know nothing about Star Wars, by the way. So everything I know about Star Wars is from me going to Disneyland. And like, I guess cultural osmosis. So forgive me if I get things wrong when I'm talking about Star Wars land. This is just me trying to figure out the plot. I also know nothing about the Pirates of the Caribbean. I thought it'd be funny to one day try to like see if I could figure out the plot of the Pirates of the Caribbean by just like recounting what happens in the ride. I might do that later while I'm drawing, and we'll see how right I am. But anyway, Smuggler's Run. Smuggler's Run is one of the rides in Disneyland that's kind of like a game. So there are various rides in Disneyland where instead of like, you know, just like sitting in a coaster and having an excellent time, you sit in a cart. Typically, and there'll usually be a screen in front of you, or you'll be on a track and there'll be various screens that you visit throughout the track, and you play a game. So there are some that are like shooters, and you're trying to like compete with the other people on the track or the other people in your cart, or there's ones where you're working together. And Smuggler's Run is one of those where you're working together. You essentially, the plot is that you are helping this smuggling guy get this fancy thing for the Resistance, and you're chasing down some ships in order to get the cargo and then later deliver the cargo. And you have 2 gunners on your ship to shoot down enemy ships. You have 2 engineers to keep your ship working right and also grab the cargo and like control those kinds of functions. And then you have 2 pilots who are steering the ship. One goes up and down, the other goes left and right. Fun fact, before we went on this ride, I discovered that Disneyland now sells alcohol. So I went to the Star Wars Cantina and I ordered a drink. The drinks were much stronger than I anticipated they were going to be, so me and my friends got really, really buzzed and really tipsy drinking Star Wars drinks. And then we immediately went on Smuggler's Run, and they assigned us the pilots. So we were drunk driving a spaceship that day. It was incredibly funny. We also made it the furthest we ever have gotten in Smuggler's Run, because the ride runs when the ride ends when your ship gets destroyed. So you may not make it through the entire plot of the ride if you're not locked in. But we made it to getting the second piece of cargo, which is further than either of us have ever gotten. I would like to see one day if anyone is like actually goated at Smuggler's Run and is able to get through the full thing and make it to the end and get a perfect score. I wonder if anyone's done that. The answer was drunk flying all along. It's true. It's true. So, the Smuggler's Run, the line is pretty good. I'd say it's pretty chill. You start outside, you go into this inside area, and I'm not gonna draw it because there's no line tricks that they really do with this one. It's just kind of a straightforward line. But what makes it tolerable to stand in is that there's stuff going on. Star Wars land is immaculately detailed. There is something to look at in every inch and cranny of that land, every nook and cranny. It's filled to the brim with tiny little details and so much love and attention. So when you're standing in the line, first of all, I think the Millennium Falcon is just outside the ride, and it's like a life-sized copy of it. So there's this big giant fucking ship outside that's crazy huge that you get to look at, and sometimes R2-D2 is around there. I don't know if it's the Millennium Falcon. That's just like the big Star Wars ship that I know of. But it's this big round ship. There's this big round ship outside, and R2-D2 sometimes comes out of it and says hello to people, and it's very cool. You go inside the line, and there's another ship in there, and occasionally some voice lines will play of people who are working at the Smugglers Company. And they'll be, like, commenting on stuff and talking about the Resistance. Or they'll be testing another smaller ship in there that I believe is meant to be one of the smuggler ships that you pilot. And they're doing test runs on it to get it to work and stuff. So there's like a little bit of a story going on. So you get to listen to that. And as long as you don't hear that like sequence of events loop, you're pretty solid. I didn't hear it loop when I went through. And I think by the time I heard it loop, I was already moving into the next part of the line, which is just a little windy hallway before you get into the ride area, where they have a big room where you wait for a bit, and then they designate you to your ships, and they get you in there, and you go on the ride. Hi, May! I'm doing my Disneyland line tier list before I start drawing. But yeah, no, it's just a tolerable line to stand in. I don't think it does anything very special. I would say this is the bare minimum for a Disney line in the modern era. Like, there should be some kind of big set piece that you can pay attention to and distract yourself with. There should be some kind of story happening, and you should be able to be easily distracted by the fact you're in the line. Now, I will say, like I mentioned, I was very tipsy when standing in this line because I went to go drunk fly spaceships. So, part of my tolerance of this line could very well be that I was feeling really silly at that time, and I was hanging out with a friend. And so I did have the drunk buff, where I was giggling at every little thing, and just having a silly time. So that could have made it feel like I was waiting for less time. But I do remember that while I was tipsy, I was commenting on the line structure and talking about it. And I remember saying that this was about a B tier line, and I still agree with that assessment in hindsight. So yeah, B tier line, pretty good, pretty fun ride to go on. Definitely not something that I'm always like I'm jumping at the gun to go on. I'm not super passionate about the gamified rides. I like thrill rides more, but the game rides are fun, and it's fun to have a story and feel like you're in the world. I think that's something that a lot of Disney rides have a lot of fun with, where they transport you into the world of the movie or the show or whatever, and you get to feel part of it and part of the action. It's fun. Star Wars Rise of Resistance. So I have feelings about this ride, because I didn't stand in this ride. This is a similar thing to Tiana's Bayou Adventure, in which but in Tiana's Bayou Adventure, it was a 5-minute line, and I just walked straight through it, and it was very fun. It was nicely designed, but there wasn't much of anything in there. But I can't rank it properly because I didn't stand in it. And Star Wars Rise of the Resistance is similar, where I didn't stand in it because I did not want to stand in it. So while I didn't stand in it, I'm gonna rank this as only stand in it. The line isn't long. This would never happen. It's always long. Thank you for the streak, May. It would never happen. It was always long, and I'm gonna explain why. Star Wars Rise of the Resistance is a must-have Disney experience if you're going to Disneyland. I have never felt more strongly about this than whenever I have gone on 15 stream streak. Let's fucking go. That's so awesome. Thank you, Sisyphus. Anyway. I've never felt more strongly. I went on Star Wars Rise of Resistance for the first time ever. It's a newer ride. And this ride is everything that Disney aspires to do with its living character stuff. This ride is incredible. And I'll get into why in a bit, but I want to explain the line a bit first. This line is always, at minimum, 120-minute wait, if not getting into like 160. This line is always full because, one, it is a long ride. This ride is maybe a 15-minute ride. It is, you are basically going into an episode of something when you are entering in on Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. It is a huge ride. So it takes a long time. So you need, it backs up a bit. And it takes a long time for the line to move. And most of the line, at least from what I could see, takes place outdoors in winding chain links, which is not ideal for a line. That is always the worst part of the line. And because you're outside, even though Star Wars Land is filled with so much immaculate detail, like, you're just out, like, looking at rocks and trees and stuff. And maybe, like, the ship that you're heading towards. But it's not like Smuggler's Run, where there's a big ship and there's character acting going on. But there is something called the Lightning Pass in Disney, where they try to drain your wallet. And the thing is, Star Wars Rise of Resistance, if you get a Lightning Lane multi-pass, it does not count for Rise of the Resistance. Because Rise of the Resistance is so popular that they don't want people to be able to pay just $34 and get that with all of the other fast passes. You have to pay separately. You have to get an individual Lightning Pass for Rise of Resistance. And my friend was hyping it so much that I said, fuck it. I am going to pay like $30 for each of us so we can go on Rise of Resistance. And so we went on, and it took 4 minutes. And it was super fast. Disney's Wallet Drainer would be a ride that goes hard if it doesn't end up like a Taxi Hollywood ride. True. And Lightning Passes used to be free, by the way. They just decided to make them pay because they want more money. Because Disney needs more money, obviously. But I'm not getting into Lightning Pass today. The point is, I decided to use it because the line did not seem worth it to me. However, the ride was incredible. What happens with Star Wars Rise of the Resistance is essentially you get in and you have this thing of you're being helped out by the Resistance. Maybe you're working with them and you are getting moved to a Resistance hideout for protection. So you enter in on this ship and you get to see animatronics and videos of these alien creatures and Star Wars characters, I presume. And you know, you go through it. It's cool, and like the ship moves around a little bit, and it's kind of like one of those things where I'm like, okay, I'm in the waiting room for a line. There are sometimes waiting rooms in Disney lines where you watch a little bit of a show to trick you that you're not in line anymore, and those are fun. So I was having fun with that. There were holograms and stuff, and what happens during the ship ride is suddenly I don't know who the bad guys are in Star Wars. Is it the Republic or something? And the big bad guys, the guys that are like evil, who the Resistance are fighting against, they find your ship and commandeer it, and they pull it in, and they're like, all of you are under arrest, and you get arrested. And the door opens up the same way that you came in. It's this cool trick where it didn't feel like the ship was actually going anywhere. It's just like a little like movement thing. But you actually got transported to a different area of the park, and you're suddenly on the big bad guy ship, and there are character actors there. So you see a bunch of the clone guys in the white suits, like the crazy, you know, not the resistance army, the army of the evil guys. The guys in the Clone Wars, perhaps. I don't know anything about Star Wars, but anyway, you see all these guys in their white uniforms with their guns, and you see high, like, officials of this place taking you out of the ship and commanding you to get in line, and they organize you, and they legit have this whole experience where they are arresting you, and they divide you up into groups, and you can interact with these character actors. And it's like a full immersive experience where you feel like you have just gotten onto this big ship in space, and you are actually being arrested for colluding with the resistance. I remember I was standing on a line, I was with like a father and son of my friend, and I was looking back at where everyone else is being organized, and the person who you know, was organizing me was like, hey, you don't look over there, keep your eyes over there, what's happening behind there is none of your business. And I was like, oh shit, okay, fine, yeah, yes sir, my god, I'm cooperating. It was so cool. And you get put into this room, and there's this cutscene where essentially the emperor or whatever talks about how you're being held hostage, and we have information about where the resistance base is. They're going to get us out of it, or they're going to use us as blackmail or something, and they leave us there in the room. And then there's this cool effect where there's a laser that cuts open one of the walls, and the door slides open, and people from the resistance have rescued us, and they have programmed some drones in order to get us out of there and back to where we need to be, like get on an escape pod and head back to where the resistance base is. And of course I would have cooperated instead of resisting. Shut the fuck up. I was scared. I was being arrested. Leave me alone. Anyway, that's where the ride starts. The ride starts when you have broken out of prison. So you have this whole character acted experience that takes up maybe like 10 minutes. And it's awesome. It's so cool. It's so immersive. I've never felt more immersed in a Disney ride in my life. It was actually insane. And you go on, it's this little, like, fun little ride where you're being chased and you're being shot at, and the effects are crazy. There's one really cool effect where, I guess, like, I don't know what his name is, like Emperor Palpatine or something, I don't know. But he has a lightsaber, and he, essentially you're in a room, and you see him chasing with the lightsaber before, and you see the lightsaber come down through the ceiling and begin to actually cut a hole through the ceiling. And I'm like, how the fuck did they do that? It's really cool. It's a really cool effect. Like, the ceiling's completely smooth, and suddenly the lightsaber comes through, and it cuts a hole through. And it looks real. It's so interesting. It's so, so interesting. So, yeah, you go through, there's this fun little drop at the end, and you get to escape, and you get back to the front of the ride. And it's awesome. It's awesome. It's so, so cool. So even though the line was super long and I did not want to stand in it, I would recommend standing, I would recommend trying to get on the line if you could shorten up your experience a bit. Yeah, must ride on Disney. The line though, it's kind of, I don't know. I think I would rather stand in the Space Mountain line than Star Wars Rise of the Resistance line, because Space Mountain, because Rise of the Resistance is so popular now, Space Mountain is shorter by comparison. Like, I would rather stand in the Space Mountain line if it was long than I would stand in the Rise of Resistance line if it was long. Yeah. Alright. Soaring around the world. I think this is a tolerable line to stand in. Do I want it high tolerable, or do I want it... Well, it's probably not... This thing is soaring around the world is kinda... shorter. It does have a line trick, though. So I'll put it high tolerable. Soaring around the world, once Soarin' California, is essentially a ride where you get in a little seat, and they lift you up over a big spherical screen, and it's kind of like an immersive, like you're flying over a bunch of different locations. It's very fun. It's very chill. It's a very chill ride. And they have different effects and stuff, like the wind blowing and whatnot. It just feels like you're flying. And for some reason, it doesn't trigger my fear of heights. Probably because the screen looks like it is in 720p when we're living in a 4K world, and I'm really up close. And if you're sitting off to the side, it's very noticeable to see what's blurry and what's not as high quality, and you can see the tilt of the buildings. Like, if you're in the center and you see the Eiffel Tower, it's up straight, but if you're off to the side, you see it curving because of the curve of the screen. So that breaks immersion a little bit. But either way, it's still a very chill ride. And the line trick for it is essentially you have your outside gate area right here, and the line starts outside. So you have like this little like windy bit outside, and then you go inside and there's this long hallway, and you go off to the side and there's like a little bit of a line like here, and then basically they stop you at here, and they let people in as they please. So they have the staggered thing where they have the artificial movement, and artificial movement is good for any Disney line because it feels like you're going somewhere. They never let you stand still for more than 2 minutes, and that's a sign of a pretty tolerable line. And you go through here, and this whole area is open until you get to maybe around here, and then there's some people, and then you go down to here. And then they split you up into these little mini lines, and you have these mini lines here. And you have, like, you watch like a little movie, so you feel like you're not waiting, and they're explaining some stuff. And then you go in, and you go to the actual ride room. And so it's kind of a short one, and the artificial movement definitely helps, where they have these jumps where, like, you know, you have the pause here, and then you go here, and you have the pause here, and you have the mini line, so it feels like there's constantly something happening, and you're constantly having the feeling of moving. So Soarin', just straight up tolerable line. There's not really much to say aside from that. Next up, Radiator Springs Races is the worst fucking line, and it's not worth standing in. Like, okay, maybe saying it's never worth it even if the line is empty anyway is a bit harsh, but that is how much the line made me dislike the ride. Especially because I felt like the ride just wasn't that interesting a second time. It's a long ride. Essentially, you go through, like, all of, like, the car's hits, essentially, where you're on the edge of Radiator Springs, and you do a little bit of a sightseeing tour, and then you go in a cave, and you get to see, like, the big tractors, you get to see Tow Mater, and Lightning Queen is there, and he's like, oh shit, are you ready for the race? And then you get to go into town, and you get your car spray painted, and then you get to race one of the other riders in a separate car, and then the race is the fun part, where you get to go up and down, it's a bit faster, and then the ride ends. So you get to go through, like, a whole saga. But it's not worth it, I feel, because once you've been on it again, once you've been on it the first time, it doesn't have enough thrill factor to draw me in, and I'm not so attached to the Cars universe that I'm like, oh shit, I gotta see Tow Mater. That animatronic is awesome, and it is a good animatronic. All the Cars animatronics are really, really good, but it's just, it doesn't feel worth it. And the Radiator Springs Racers line fucking sucks. You know my 2-minute rule? My 2-minute rule? Well, first of all, let me say, the line takes place in Radiator Springs, and you get to walk through Radiator Springs town in Disney. I don't know if you've ever seen the Disney Radiator Springs. I can pull up some pictures in Photoshop, actually. Let me pull this up, because the Radiator Springs stuff in Disney is incredibly immersive. It's very, very cool. Like, this is like a real place that you can walk through. It's incredibly immersive. Also, fun thing about Disney Design, if you don't know, but like, see those big mountains in the back? You can't see those anywhere else in the park unless you are in Radiator Springs. That is just like Disney park design philosophy. It's very, very cool. So you get all this cool stuff going in, and then the line for the Cars Lane stuff is way, way back over here behind this corner. And so you get to go in the mountains area. So all that there is to see is just rocks and some walls with some bottles in them. It's not visually interesting. You don't get to see any Cars animatronics along the way. You don't get to see jack shit. And it's boring. It's boring as fuck. And it's just zigzagging back and forth. There's no voice lines even. Like you don't even get to see Lightning McQueen. Lightning McQueen is outside this area. And yes, this is a real animatronic that you can see at Disneyland. They drive around here. They're like life-size cars. It's crazy. But, the line fucking sucks. And it is also ruined by FastPass, because they'll let in like 10 FastPass people before they let in, like maybe like 5 regular people. So it makes the line artificially longer. And Cars Land has line waits comparable to Rise of the Resistance, if not worse at times. The Radiator Springs Racers ride is incredibly popular because people really like to take pictures and selfies on them. It's a very good social media ride. And you also have an option where if you're at the front of the line, you can request, can we only have my party in the car? Because they want to take a picture together, which can make the line even longer, because then you can get a car that only has like 2 to 3 people in it instead of the regular 6 that are allowed in the car. And again, the cars are also small. You can only have 6 people per car, and people can restrict that to even fewer. I once saw someone in the Cars ride that only had 1 person in the back seat. I was like, there ain't no fucking way that can be allowed because the line is so long. And so I don't need to draw up the line because it doesn't have anything visually interesting going on here. But you have this long line. And you my 2-minute rule, right? My 2-minute rule makes a tolerable line. You are standing still in the Cars ride line for like bare minimum 5 minutes. You will stand still for 5 minutes and you will move forward maybe like 3 to 5 spaces. Like, it's not like the other lines where I spit a whole corner each time we move, you know? Like, they move like 10 to 15 people at a time. Cars Ride moves like 3 to 6 people at a time. So rather than rounding a corner, I'm just moving like a handful of steps forward, and then you stop, and you wait another like 4 or 5 minutes or so, and then it's another few steps forward. It isn't like the 2-minute wait and you jump forward. It's bad. It's really bad. And in Cars Land, it is hard concrete beneath your feet, and you feel it. You feel it all throughout your legs. It is the worst line at Disneyland that I have stood in recent memory. It is not worth it. I don't want to go anywhere near this ride. There's not even anything interesting in the line. It has no redeeming qualities. It is probably the worst line at Disneyland, unless there was a line that I did not stand in that was worse, but I highly doubt it. I hate that line. It's the worst. Now, Incredicoaster. I would stand in this line in a heartbeat. I wouldn't call it immaculate line design because there's nothing really interesting going on with it. It doesn't even have a line trick too much. It's just a winding outside area, and they have some rendered posters of the Incredibles family with some details on them, like, oh, this is Jack, and he has these powers. This is Mrs. Incredible, he does this. This is the family, and they do that. So you have something to at least read. But you're outside, and you get to see the coaster in action as you're waiting, so that's nice. But the thing about the Incredicoaster is it's fast, and it sees a lot of people. So even though it may be an hour wait, you're probably only waiting for maybe 40 minutes, and you get to go on this big, cool coaster. It is the only coaster in Disneyland that has a loop in it. So it's the only coaster where you go upside down. And it's worth it. I love the Incredicoaster. However, the new theming, because it used to be like Screamin' California or whatever, and it used to have Mickey's face around it. The new theming, though, is incredibly slapdash, and I think it's incredibly funny. Because a lot of Disneyland theming has a lot of effort put into it. You know, like you have these grand moving animatronics and these voice lines, and it's really immersive. The Incredicoasters, they took this existing coaster and they attached they attached something over it, and then they just put like still, just still statues of the Incredibles family around with like the weakest, like loosest story possible, where you're just chasing Jack around. And there's even a part where there are these poles with little, like, statues of Jack jumping around. But if you don't know they're there, you could miss them, because that is how unintrusive they are to the ride. Like, it doesn't even feel part of the ride. It just feels like something that's off to the side. But the ride is awesome. The ride is very fun. It is the fastest coaster, probably. It's probably around Space Mountain speed. But it's the best thrill ride, I would say, in the Disneyland park. And the ride is very chill. The line is chill, I meant to say. The line is chill. It's nothing special, but because of the nature of the ride, it's a very tolerable line to stand in. Alright, I did not ride it inside Unemotional Whirlwind. I don't know why that's in there. Alright. Next up, we got Web Slingers, a Spider-Man adventure. I would stand in this line if it wasn't long. I think I went on this ride for the first time recently. It's a brand new ride, and essentially what it is it's one of those game-like rides like Smuggler's Run, where basically you're helping Spider-Man take down these spider robots that are duplicating and mutating and shit like that. Like, it's a malfunctioning creation that he made, and you get to have your web slingers. And you get on these 3D glasses, and you're in a cart, and you're taken around to these various screens where you have motion tracking and are, like, shooting out webs to take down the robots. And it's very immersive, though my arms hurt. And it was a fun one. It was a fun one. I enjoyed my time there. The ride line is just okay. Most of it is outside, it's winding chains, and it's similar to the Incredibles line where you have the little posters that you can read with character information. But hang on, one second, please, I got a message. Okay. There you go. Sorry, my mom messaged me, so I need to text her back. We're good. We're good. Anyway, as I was saying, they have the posters like the Incredibles ride, but I don't know. It doesn't have the sauce to it. The outside theming is definitely better than the Incredicoaster, but the line doesn't move as fast. Like, it's not an intolerable line. I would say it has the 2-minute waiting thing. So maybe I would put this above Matterhorn bobsleds. I just don't think it's really worth the wait unless you are really, really into those game rides. Personally, for me, it's not worth the wait. And again, there's not really any, like, talking voices outside. There's some story once you get into the main ride area where you have, like, a little spot where you have a show, like you have a waiting room, and then you go into a shorter line and you get on the ride. So it has the classic ride tricks. It just didn't feel like it moved all that well. It just didn't have the sauce. And if you don't have the sauce, it's not a great line. And finally, Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout is the best line in all of Disneyland. It is my favorite line. I would stand in this line whenever. I don't care how long the wait is, I'm standing in this line. This is a good line. This is an excellent line. Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout used to be the Tower of Terror. It is a ride in which basically you are taken up in an elevator and you are dropped. It's one of those. And the story is you are helping the Guardians of the Galaxy break out of the Collector's Museum. And it is very, very fun. And I need to draw, this is exactly why I got the Photoshop op, because I need to draw out to you exactly how this line works. Your Worst Nightmare? It's fun. I will say, as someone with a fear of heights, this is one of the few drop tower rides that doesn't cause fear within me. Mostly because, rather than a feeling of falling, it's a very delicate fall in which it feels like you're floating. Like, it's not like an, I'm falling ride. It's like a, woo! Like it's like a wee! Like, it's chill, it's chill. It reminds me of probably the feeling that babies have when they're being, like, they got, like, the little ups-to-daisy going on. That's how I feel on that ride. My fear of heights is crippling. Sisyphus, I cry if I go on a Ferris wheel. I get you. Just looking over the balcony of a second story can get me a little weak in the knees. For some reason, though, it doesn't affect roller coasters. I think being strapped in so safely and having the adrenaline rush overrides my fear. But I also get very scared. I remember getting peer pressured to go on a Ferris wheel with some friends once, and I was clinging to the center bar, shaking, and, like, trying not to cry, having a panic attack because of just how high up we were. It's a bad feeling. All right. So, but sorry, my mom had texted me again. She, like, apparently it's really dire that she turned on her Christmas tree right now, and she doesn't know how to turn it on. So, I don't know what that's about. Anyway. Let's go. Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout. You have your gate here, and you enter into the gate, and the Guardians of the Galaxy building is back here. I'm gonna teach you the genius of Disneyland design. You have a door here to enter. I'm gonna take you through the journey. There's a big statue right here. And you go into the line, and you start going here, and you have your typical winding outside line, you know, the lame part, I will admit. So you have your thing, and before you eventually, like, get in over here. And while you're in this area, while there's not much interesting visually going on, aside from looking at the tower, there are ambient noises, in which an announcer is playing various noises and musical tracks, saying these are all discs found in the collector's collection, and they're, like, some of his favorite songs. And it can be anything from, like, a weird, like, funky tribal beat to, like, just, like, weird animal noises to an actual song from Earth. And so that's fun. That's, like, a fun little thing to occupy you. And, of course, the line moves constantly. It has a constant movement. I would say you're usually standing for, like, a minute 30 maximum in this line. So you got the constant movement. And that is because of how brilliantly this line is designed when you get into the building. So in the building, the line goes like this. You just go around the edge, and it stops around right here. And in the center, you have all of these little display boxes of everything that is in the collector's collection. Everything from the dead body of Ultron, to weird alien plants, to, like, Marvel references, to, like, a whole fucking dog. It's really cool. And in the back, you get a TV that is explaining to you that the Guardians of the Guardians of the Galaxy are on display right now, when you are going to be one of the first groups to get to witness them as part of the collector's, menagerie. So that's really cool. And so as you're waiting in here, you get to read all these little plaques, and you get to take pictures, and you get to see, like, all these things, and there's stuff all on the shelves too. Like, this room is jam-packed with stuff to look at. You're never bored. And you get to have, like, moments of, like, holy shit, did Ultron's eyes just flash red? Like, what's going on there? Like, that's so cool. So you don't feel like you're waiting in here. Like, you're just having a good time. It's chill, and you always notice something new every time you get on that line. And then the line stops here, and this is where the artificial movement starts. They will take a large group, and they'll take 2 large groups, because there's an area over here that splits into 2 hallways. And they'll bring 1 large group of people to stand right here, and 1 large group of people to stand right here. And that moves the line forward by, I would say, this much. So that is a large chunk that you are getting every time a new group of people is moved in. And these people will wait here. And they'll wait here for a minute or so, part of the artificial movement, in which they hear an announcement that's like, lift up your hands, we're going to scan your hands now, and that will give you access into, like, the collector's private areas and allow you to see any area of this collection that you want to. So you lift your hands, you get the little bit of an exposition, and you wait for the doors to open. And the doors open. Mouse says hi? Oh. tell Mouse I say hi back. But, anyway, the doors open. And you go into a room. And I'm just gonna Well, I'll cover both, because both things, both areas are the same. You get in a room, in a little waiting room, and there's a shelving around here, and you're all waiting around in this area. And there's a video screen right here where the collector is explaining the amazing experience you're about to go on, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as an animatronic of Rocket the Raccoon falls in from a vent here, mutes the collector, and then stands up here to give you an exposition dump. Like, I am Rocket, what is it, Guardians of the Galaxy, the smart one, and I'm gonna escape. Problem is, I don't have access to this area. So I'm gonna need you guys to lift up your hands and give me access when I need it, so we can bust out of here and I can save my friends. And that's cool, because you're watching a show now. You don't feel like you're waiting in line. It's like, okay, cool, I'm about to get on this ride. I'm about to help Rocket the Raccoon save his friends. And as you leave, a thing for the stragglers, you get to see Rocket Raccoon steal an artifact from the shelves around here while you're leaving. It's very fun, it's very immersive, it's very cool. And so after you've waited in all of this line over here, and you've waited in this line over here, and you've waited in this group, and you've waited in this room, you go out in the next part. And there's more line. There's more line. But again, here's the thing though. For each group of people, the line moves in. And then it moves the line forward. And then these people go in here and they get a new big group of people over here that's constantly moving the line. There's constant movement in this line. It is geniusly designed. And you get in here. And you get another big room where there's a line. And these rooms split, so there's an upstairs line and a downstairs line. I'm usually in the downstairs line. And so you have like an area that's like this, and this is the line now. So it's very short, so you're like, okay, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. And so you're going forward, and you have your little wait here. And this room is jam-packed with detail as well, but it's kind of like the back rooms. So you have these big machines with these glowing wires that are making all these noises, and there's little Easter eggs. There is a shelf up here that has the original Yeti from the Matterhorn before they brought in the new animatronic, and he's just standing up here as part of the collector's collection. It's really cool. You're like, the real Yeti is up here. He's like, ah, it's cool. It's really, really cool. So he's up there on that shelf, and you get to see that. It's cool. It's awesome. And then the line stops here, and you think, oh, when you get to here, you get to go on the ride, right? Wrong. There is a hallway here, and there's a Disney crew member right here that asks how many people are in your party. And so you're like, 2, and they're like, cool. So there are various rooms here, and these are the waiting areas for each of the elevators. So in order to keep the artificial movement going, they stop the line here, they tell you how much your party is, and they're like, okay, go down here, and you'll stand in one of these mini lines here, and this will determine your seating for where you're going to sit on the actual elevator. So they'll tell you to go to like the row 6 or whatever, and so you'll stand in here, and they'll file in all these people, and you'll all be waiting here as you get your safety instructions from the monitor, and you'll just wait for a while for the elevator to come back down. But again, because they're doing this, you have that artificial movement. So this line doesn't feel like it's taking all that long. Because it's a shorter line, it doesn't feel super egregious. And constantly there's a big flow of big groups coming in here to keep the movement going outside. So constantly moving, you stand in these mini lines, and then finally, once you stand in these mini lines, you will get pushed out into the order that you need to be to get into the actual elevator, and you sit on your seats, and you get to go on the ride. And it's awesome. It's a good ride. It's a somewhat long ride. It goes on for longer than you would expect it to. And there's fun, cool rock music playing. You get your picture taken. It's just a good time. And that entire line experience is awesome. I never feel bored waiting in that line. I never feel like, oh my god, I really feel that I'm waiting in this line. It's just like, you know, like the only time you really feel like you're waiting is when you're outside waiting to get into the building. But even then, it's moving so fast that you don't really mind it. Like, say it's a 60 minute wait. It really only feels like you're waiting out here for like 10-15 minutes. That's like not even all of the time. And then of course, like, you have like your inside area where you're maybe waiting like another 10 minutes, and then you have like a couple minute thing here. But like, it does not feel like you were waiting this full 60 minutes. You're just constantly flowing through this line. And like, yeah, there's lots of pauses, but the pauses don't feel like you're pausing, because every pause, if this is your first time on this line, once you're like right here, you're like, I'm about to get on this ride, I'm about to go on the Tower of Terror elevator, and you get in here and you're like, oh, I'm watching a little show, I'm gonna get on the Tower of Terror elevator right after this. You constantly feel like you're about to get on the ride, and that is the best thing a line can do, is make you feel like you are almost there. And even when you aren't almost there, look at how much shorter the line is here compared to this old hullabaloo outside. And the inside building, like, you've already stood through so much line. This is nothing. You're almost there. And you get over here, it's like, holy shit, I'm like here. I'm about to be on the ride, and then you're on the ride. It's awesome. Like they make you think you're almost on the ride just enough where you don't start getting disappointed that you're not on the ride. It's awesome. S tier line, the best line in all of Disneyland Park. I'm obsessed with Disney line design for some reason. It's like a new special interest. I don't know why, but anyway, that is my final ranking for all the Disneyland lines that I have stood in, at least within this last year. In general, I think rule of thumb is that if it is an old ride, the line is probably gonna suck. But again, Radiator Springs is newer. It's within the past decade, and its line is the worst. And in general, though I didn't stand in the line for it this time, I would say a lot of the smaller rides, say like for like Peter Pan's Flight or Alice in Wonderland or Pinocchio's Daring Journey and stuff, those lines are very short and tolerable. They're usually only 20-minute waits. A lot of lines in California Adventure, aside from Guardians of the Galaxy, are kind of mid. And a lot of the Disneyland proper rides lines are pretty interesting, so long as you go inside. If it is an outside only line, then you're probably like gonna be a little like about it. Yeah, that's my Disneyland line ranking. I've been wanting to do this, and I've done it. And now we can start animating, but not before I take a little bit of a break to get some snacks. So I will be back in 5 minutes, and we will start finishing up that dance emote finally. I want to pull up the BOD so I can actually see about cheating and getting back some of the progress I lost, at least in the face. What snacks are you getting? I'm gonna see what I have. I don't really have much right now. I did order food to get here around maybe like 6, so that's in 30 minutes, but I want to snack on something before then. Maybe some Pringles, maybe some Doritos, we'll see. But I'll be back in 5 minutes. Alright, welcome back. I am opening up my animation program right now. I have munched on some sour cream and onion Pringles. I don't want to have too many because I do have chicken skewers on the way, but I need a little something. Now let's see, if I pull up my VOD. And then let me change this to... Okay, and then I need to adjust my crop here. There we are. Perfect. Going to check out my VOD and I see my YouTube recommended The Role of Women in Umi Neko, an hour and 22-minute video essay. Oh baby, I can't wait to check that out later. Anyway, let's get that art stream VOD and see if I can't figure out where I put the facial features. Okay. Because I really liked the faces that I had. Okay. Let us open up this. And for okay. So this frame looks like this. Great. And then let's see if I can find the rest of those faces. I need to get before the cleanup stage. Okay, for now, down here like that. Let's see. Well, this one is already existing, so I can just do this. And then see, okay, got that. And then that one, they were kind of like this. As long as I got the vague idea of where they are, I know that was like a good portion before the cleanup was figuring out where my facial features landed. And can I see what that one is? No, but I know where this one lands. It's about a bit higher up. There. Right there. this face lands. I don't like this color, but I've already committed to it, so it's fine. Go. That in between. Move that mouth a little bit. I picked a color way too close to the onion skin color. This one. So that's cute. I can adjust individual bits in a second. Moonsetter. I think it's one of my favorite songs in the Homestuck soundtrack. I do use it the same, so copy here, paste here, boom, easy. Should probably get the end of this face, put it here. So I have a reference for that. Honestly, this is probably the same, just maybe a little more down. This and this here. Okay, and then there we go. All right, and then I can finagle with this in a bit. I can pay attention for chat again now. I can't believe I would make you listen to Homestuck music. It's good. Also, Happy New Year, Warm Burden. The future stream game list looks really interesting. Thank you. I have so many games in my stream, my Steam thing. There were another few that I was thinking about adding in there, but I'm not entirely sure. I have various Dark Souls games in there that most of which I have not even touched before, and I also have Hollow Knight in there. I've never played Hollow Knight, so Hollow Knight could be an option as well. I also have a lot of old RPG Maker horror games like Corpse Party and Hanged Man, which I have not played since I was a little baby, so I don't remember most of them. So those could be fun to play. I will say I've never played Omori either, so that one I'm really excited to play. Also Mad Father I have. And Lisa. Let's see, what else do I have? Hades is also an option that I could put on there. What else? What else? There was another thing that I had. Some of these I have because I have like a family account with some of my friends. Like, for example, I have Black Myth Wukong in there. I also have Assassin's Creed. I've never played Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I wanted there to be a somewhat decent variety. I feel like I mostly have, like, visual novel-esque games in there, but we'll see. Okay, anyway, I wanted to play this, see how it looks. Honestly, not too bad. I think the nose is a little all over the place, but that can be fixed as I'm drawing. I do, I love VNs! Like, the entirety of my online presence exists almost exclusively because of Ryukyushi's VNs. Alright, there we go. It's been saved, so I don't make the same mistakes that I have done in the past. What is this? Is that some of my line art? Hang on. Did some of it actually save? It was just hidden down here. Holy shit! Wait! Some of it's been saved! Some of it's been saved! I didn't even see that. Oh, this is great news. This is awesome news. Okay, to be fair to me, it was at the very bottom of my layers for some reason, where originally it was at the very top. So I just looked at it when I opened it and I saw that I didn't have my face stuff drawn in or anything like that, and I was like, oh, it must be gone. Make sure I get my ear in there. Whoops. Get one right there. Hmm. This looks like different cleanup than the cleanup I originally did. Did I start doing cleanup way back when I was originally drawing this and I forgot? I mean, okay, if so, that's no big deal. It's interesting. I also need to add these in. Actually, these are the same. Aside from hair, but that's okay. I can adjust as needed. Do I watch Big Top Burger? I've never seen it, no. Drop my tablet. Oh, that makes two. I see. I see. I think my backup would be the passion character. And then my third pick would be friendship character. I like how I go from I miss playing smart characters to my backup choice will be the one with bad grades. I do have a soft spot for playing dumb characters recently. No, I'm fine with friendship. I just like, I don't know. I'm looking at. I mean, you know what? Fine, I'll change it. My second runner-up will be the friendship choice because I think it'd be funny to go off about the power of friendship. Just real classic anime protagonist stuff. Yeah, I'm not immune to peer pressure, actually. Streamer hates fashion? I can't win! What the fuck? The life of being a streamer. I like pancakes. Oh, so you hate waffles? That's what a stream chat is like. Doing some weird shit. I wonder what that's about. No, I need the aliasing for smoothness. The preview that's not fucking it up? Is it drawing? Maybe it's the drawing. Why is it like chunking up like that when I draw? Or is it just going over the line that's causing that? Do I just need to have more? No, see, why is it doing that? I don't like that. Whatever, it's fine. You know, whenever I think about the, you know, like the, oh, you like pancakes, so you don't like waffles thing, my first thought actually always goes to, the famous Warrior Cats video, Firestar doesn't like waffles, which I imagine is a recreation of that exact tweet. But that's the version of it that's in my head. Why is it doing that? Yeah, I mean, there is group combat, but Hmm. It's interesting. Why is it doing that? I don't like that. Do I dress up as well, or PJs? I'm currently in a dress shirt right now, as you can see. I would never wear pajamas on stream. I'm gonna start trying to save after I finish doing line art for a frame. Go. There we go. That might drop it too pointy. That doesn't feel right. Oh, you're in. Why? What am I pressing that makes it do that? Because it really just seems to happen at random. There we go. Bit better. Honestly, I don't have any New Year's Eve traditions. I just, like, I guess our family used to watch the ball, but I'm not with my family today. Because, I needed alone time. I guess staying up till midnight is a tradition, yeah. I didn't think about that. Actually, last year we only had one tradition, I was watching theater for one. Technically, there was also a tradition of eating grill mirror, but we didn't do that this year, so I haven't counted anymore. Interesting. Last year is also accurate. I mean, yeah. At least for you guys, it's still 2025 every year. You're so far in the future from me. Let me look something up real quick. I'm gonna save while I do that. Why is TV Paint making those small balls? Emotes set the stroke. Interesting. I am gonna save this really quick and I'm gonna restart TV Paint. Maybe that'll fix the problem. Capture that on OBS real quick. Oops. This. There we go. For some reason, TV Paint really likes to, not TV Paint, OBS really likes to capture Photoshop. Oh shit, hang on. The English patch for the, one of the Haruki Suzumiya DS games has come out. I need to add that to my games list ASAP. Because I've never played the Haruki games. So much is happening right now. Honestly, at this point, I feel like my, Haruhi Suzumiya is like my kids next door for anime. Okay, real quick, Mushroom is asking where my very important Briska Erica meme is. And I need to, send it to her. I'll send it into the Discord so everyone knows what I'm talking about. There we go. Alright. Back on the drawing grind. Hopefully that fixed my issue. Mushroom of When We Cry podcast fame? Indeed, indeed. There we go. Everything else. There we go. If I wanted to yap a bit about Haruhi, I mean, I can. Haruhi's one of those things where it's hard to yap about because it's one of those things where like I don't want to spoil it for people, but also like it's one of those animes that's like very influential in the fact that it inspired every modern anime ever. Every modern anime is riding off of Haruhi's success. And Haruhi is basically dead in the West. Like, no one talks about Haruhi anymore, and it's very sad. Haruhi used to be one of the biggest things in anime. You could not go to a convention without someone knowing the Hara Hara Yukai dance. I used to know the dance. Everyone knew the dance. Like, for example, the trend of anime having dance numbers in their openings and EDs that you could learn, that's all Haruhi. That was Haruhi's success that people were trying to copy. All of the light novel adaptations of anime, Haruhi was a huge success for anime based off of light novels, to the fact that it spurred on a lot of anime adaptations of light novels. Like, it is probably the reason that your favorite light novel has been adapted into an anime. All of the tropes that it plays with are also things that people wanted to copy the success of. A lot of anime at the time liked to reference Haruhi quite a bit. For example, Lucky Star. Half of that show was just Haruhi references. Have you ever seen a rotoscoped music scene in an anime? That's because of Haruhi. It was. And now everyone still talks about Death Note, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and Attack on Titan as anime you need to watch. Maybe less so Attack on Titan. The people who read the manga really hated the ending, and they continue to hate on the anime, even though the ending was actually pretty alright. I just... it is baffling how big Haruhi was, and how much of a whimper it went out with. I feel like a lot of people in the West barely even know that Haruhi was based off a light novel series. Like, everyone just watches the anime, and then when I tell them there's more, there's like, wait, there's more Haruhi? There's more of it? Or they'll be like, what's Haruhi? Who's Haruhi? I don't know who that is. It's insane to me. How can you not know Haruhi Suzumiya? She literally has a cult. Like, Haruhiism is a thing. People treated Haruhi like a god. Yeah, that's what I mean. The anime only covers about 5.5 light novels. There's 13 light novels. And it's very possible that with the anniversary, we're going to be hearing of a new light novel coming out. It's ongoing. Haruhi's still going. There is so much Haruhi content. Which novel is my favorite? Ooh. Okay, so here's the thing about Haruhi that makes this question a bit hard to ask, hard to answer. There are two kinds of Haruhi light novels, and they're all part of the main series. But there are light novels that are entire books, as in the entire book is one cohesive story. And there are light novels that are collections of short stories that were published in the Sneaker Bunker magazine that Haruhi is published in. And so, like, there'll be, like, maybe, like, 3 to 4, maybe 5 short stories in a light novel. So when you say, like, which Haruhi light novel is my favorite, it's really hard to answer that. Because it's like, okay, well, there are full story ones, and there are short story ones, and there are some short stories that I really, really like, and others that I'm kind of like, okay on. So I feel like it's easier to answer, one, what's my favorite Haruhi light novel, and two, what is my favorite Haruhi short story? And if I'm going to answer my favorite light novel, it will probably have to be either The Surprise of Haruhi Suzumiya, which is the 10th, or not 10th, it is the 11th and 12th light novel. Well, 10th and 11th light novel, technically. Hang on, actually I have the books behind me, let me count. Because Surprise was split into 2 parts. It is the longest Haruhi novel. So you have Surprise 1 and 2. Where are my books? Okay, let's see. 9, sorry. It is the 9 and 10th light novel. So when I say there's 13, there's technically 12. So Surprise was the last Haruhi light novel that was released before the Great Hiatus, which lasted 9 years. We did not know if we were going to be getting more Haruhi. Haruhi just vanished for 9 years, and then suddenly it came back around COVID time and jump-scared everyone. But I think it's a good culmination of everything that I've been building up to that point. It introduced probably my favorite side character as well, Sasaki. Yeah, and then after Intuition, which is the book that released after Surprise around 2020, there was like a 3-year hiatus, and then we got Theater, and now it's been about a year or 2 since Theater has released. I think it's been a year. So I'm hoping that we don't have another multi-year hiatus and we get to just have a new light novel coming out. Like maybe like we get a novel a year, that'd be really cool. But maybe I'm hoping too much. I shouldn't be following the green line, my bad. But if you're asking for my favorite short story, my favorite Haruhi short story, that is easily Love at First Sight, which is a story that takes place directly after my second favorite Haruhi light novel, which is The Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya. And Disappearance is the last thing that the anime adapts, chronologically speaking. So that's the big Haruhi movie, and Disappearance, the movie, is one of the very few instances ever that I will say, just watch the movie instead of read the book. Everything that the Disappearance movie does is an improvement on the book. Yeah. That's really big praise, isn't it? For the rest of the Haruhi series, I'll be like, it's better to read the light novels than watch the anime. The anime's pretty good, except for one really, really bad adaptation. But for the Disappearance movie to be so good, Disappearance movie is, I believe, the longest, if not the second longest, theatrically released 2D animated film. It is about 3 hours of gorgeous 2D hand-drawn animation. It has an immaculate soundtrack that brings tears to my eyes. It is the best thing that Kyoto Animation has ever made. Period. It was originally going to be an arc in the anime, but the script got so long because they didn't want to cut out anything. And the little that they do cut out, some internal monologue from Kyon, is completely incidental and does not improve your reading experience at all. Like, I would say that I actually prefer it with the stuff they cut out, which isn't much, by the way. It's like, the thing they cut out is like a little like non sequitur Kyon does in his head, where he mentions that when he was little, growing up, he had a crush on his cousin, and he got jealous of like people being around her. And I'm like, was this necessary? Like he's mentioned his cousin a few times before, so I don't know if he's ever gonna be a character, but as far as I'm concerned, that's like completely unnecessary to Disappearance. So, like, that's something they cut out. And the things that they add in the movie, the original author helped work on the movie, so I trust all of these things as canon. The things that they add in the movie are not like bad filler or anything that is unnecessary. They are things that are so well done and well executed, lines that happen that make me go, oh my god, that I forget that they're not in the light novel. It's that good. I don't want to listen to Dr. Eggman Appears. Why is this... Hang on. Why is, like, all of the Sonic 06 soundtrack in this playlist now? I did not put this here. I just wanted his world in here, actually. I didn't want all... Hang on. Adjusting the playlist? I don't need event Sonic Appears in my playlist. Hang on. Yeah. For example, if I'm to bring up a really good line scene change, there is a bit where Kyon is basically talking. It's kind of hard to say this without like spoiling stuff, but essentially, there's an issue with either alternate dimensions or memory issues happening. And Kyon is talking to versions of Haruhi and Itsuki. And throughout the entire series, Itsuki is this very, like he is the closed eyes, smiley guy trope of anime. That is his role in the story. That is what he does. He sits there and he smiles with his eyes closed and he acts mysterious, and that's his character. And he also gives you exposition. And there are multiple times throughout the series where he will comment on Kyon's relationship with Haruhi. And he'll say, yo, you know, I'm kind of jealous of your relationship with Haruhi. You guys have such a strong bond of trust. But he says it with that soft smile, and he says it in a way where you can't really take him seriously. You know, he's like, you know, it kind of makes me a bit jealous. Like, you know, like he says it with that kind of tone. And in the movie, they're talking after Haruhi leaves, and he's like, you know, it's fascinating. If what you say is true, your version of Haruhi doesn't love you for any kind of special ability or special thing you bring to the table. She just loves you. And he admits in that scene that he is actually in love with her, like he has a crush on her, which is something that you can kind of pick up throughout the series, but you never really get confirmed. Until he says, in fact, I'm in love with Miss Suzumiya. I find her to be quite charming. And that I find Haruhi quite charming line has been present throughout the series for a long time. And the admission of love is in the light novel. But what happens next isn't. When they exit the cafe and he's commenting on Haruhi loves you just for you, like you don't bring anything special to the table, she just enjoys your company. There's a scene where there's a train that goes on in the background and you hear this loud blaring thing, but Kyon manages to hear Koizumi go, makes me jealous in the noise. And then after that, when the train passes, he just turns back and smiles at Kyon, and it's such like a bitter line delivery, and it's just like, oh, it's so good. It's really, really good. Oh, it's so good. Iski makes me sad too. His character is incredibly tragic, even though I do think he's evil and he will betray us. Koizumi's written like if a queer-coded villain got put on the protagonist line at the character-making factory on accident. He's evil, but he's so young. Yeah, he is. In early Haruhi, Mikuru, who's the fan service character, is usually like the butt of the joke character and like the character that like goes through the most suffering and is like always going through it. But as the series progresses, Mikuru just kind of gets better and she's chilling more. But Koizumi starts being like the butt of the joke going through it character, where like half of his lines start like being read as if he's like a sopping wet dog who's like sitting out in the rain, like looking up at you, like asking you to open the door, and Kyon's like, no, I will not let you inside. And he's like, please, can I come with you guys? Like, I want to participate. And Kyon's like, nah, like, you have to talk to everyone else about that. I don't really want to invite you. It's so mean to him. Well, I think half of Kyon's cruelty to Koizumi comes from some internalized homophobia on his part, in which Kyon is definitely bi, but and has a crush on Koizumi and is always talking in his narration about how handsome he is, but then he'll talk about how he wants to punch him in the face and how annoying he is and how like disgusting his beautiful pearly white teeth are. Go read Intrigues, May. You need to get the Mikuru arc. It's really good. She has anxiety. Whoop, I didn't mean to zoom in. Well, okay, it's not new. We need to learn the source of her anxiety and her inner troubles. No, Haruhi didn't give her anxiety. She already had anxiety. Haruhi just made it worse. She gave her a new kind of anxiety, I think. And that's honestly very impressive. Like, Mikuru's anxiety before was, oh, what if I mess everything up? And Mikuru's anxiety after Haruhi is still, oh, what if I mess everything up? But it's also, oh, if I don't dress up in the bunny girl costume, the world's gonna end. So, like, it's a different kind of anxiety, I think. One day they'll discover that Haruhi's inventing new kinds of mental disorders. I think they're already discovering that. They say the world will end if she doesn't put on the bunny girl costume, but do we know? Do we know for sure? I think Koizumi's a liar. I think the world hasn't been at risk of being destroyed for quite some time. You think it will? You have that little faith in Haruhi? I think Kyon has faith in Haruhi. He'd be like, no, the world won't end if Mikuru doesn't wear the bunny girl costume. You really think someone would just lie? I think Koizumi's entire character is about lying. I wrote an essay about it. I've written 2 essays about it. Koizumi's character is bathed in contradiction after contradiction. Any consistent information that we have seen from him is more suspect due to how often he is wishy-washy with his information. And recently we learned that one consistent bit of information that we had gotten from him was a lie. Either that or he has invented a new lie to cover up that he was saying something else before. We haven't seen a new book in a hot minute. Maybe the world did end because she didn't wear the bunny girl. So, oh no. Fuck, it's over. Lurfin writing an essay? No way. I need to write essays again. I used to write so many of them. Like, just like in my free time, I would be kind of bored and I'd be feeling really passionate about a piece of media and I'd be like, I'm gonna write an essay about a topic on this. And I would do that. I would cite my sources. Like, I would MLA format it and everything just for fun. I think one of my favorite little Haruhi things I've written up is my Haruhi character analysis via the Homestuck class specting system, which I still need to finish. I haven't done the boys, but I did all the girls, and I think I did an excellent job of like analyzing their characters and tying in their aesthetics and thematics and everything into the class spec. Kyone's definitely... Kyone is not a blood guy, May. He's a heart guy. I gave him Knight of Heart because his power is using his relationships and his close friendships with the people around him in order to fight. He's literally a power of friendship guy. He'll never admit it, but he is. Like, it is his connections with Mikuru, with Itsuki, with Yuki, and Haruhi especially, that he is able to have power in this series. Also, like, he is known to be the guy that can wrangle Haruhi under control. And if that is not a Knight of Heart thing, I don't know what is. Like, I'm sorry, that's literally his setup love interest for the series. Kyon, I don't give a fuck, he says, giving a fuck. Yeah, that's his entire character. I don't give a fuck, I said, as I risked my life to do this thing. Alright. File, save project. Alright. Next thing. Oh yeah, here, you can see the work in progress. It's just like generic white people who don't know how to dance, I think. Okay. This is still up. So this actually isn't too much different from this, if I get rid of this onion skin. These are very close together, it's just like a little bit more down. Understood. I mean, am I wrong? Is that not what it is? My New Year's resolution is to get more projects done that I say I'm going to get done. For example, I really want to do my VTuber, like my storytelling PNG tuber thing with Veneer. So I'm gonna resolve myself to work on that, and I'm also gonna resolve myself to, like, you know, play games that are in my backlog, like do all these things that I've been saying I want to do for a long time, and actually like be productive and get shit done. You could even say that these streams are preparation for my New Year's resolution. I have resolved to stream. I'm gifting emotes to my subs, and I'm getting them done. New Year's resolution is to finally start streaming myself at some point. Oh, hell yeah. I should subscribe to you and the wife for my New Year's resolution. My wife's planning to get back to streaming this year. Ooh. Hell yeah. Streaming's been a lot of fun. More fun than I was anticipating it being. I mean, I knew it would be fun, but I didn't know I would, like, enjoy it this much and want to do it this much. Hyperfixation is bad. I get you. New episode was good. I believe in you, Sisyphus. Go. I believe in you. You make that One Piece video. Honestly, I mean, I guess this counts as my New Year's resolution, but I should finish my Kids Next Door video essay retrospective. You want to draw more? That's a good one. I was gonna have draw more be one of mine, but I'm working on my thesis. I'm drawing like crazy. Our school did a number on me. I stopped drawing for like the pause. 5-6 years straight after graduating. Yeah. I'm trying not to lose my love of drawing while I'm, you know, in it. That's why I'm doing shit like this. Our school survivors gang, hell yeah. That works. Oh, add a song to the drawing playlist? What do you want to add? Drift Fails OST. It needs to be once because it's permanently being added to the drawing playlist, so it's gonna be in the loop, essentially. So what song from Drift Fail do you want in there? Oh, Drift Fail's. Oh, okay. Fuck. I see. Okay, yeah, Drift Fail from Pokemon Black and White. How could I forget? Let's see. Adding in Drift Fail City, Pokemon Black and White. We'll throw that on right now. I'm sorry. Man. What a bop. Alright, chicken has been gotten. I heated it up because it got a little cold outside. And I got a can of Coke. Hopefully this picks up. Are you ready? Are you ready for something crisp? A little ASMR. Nice. Rooftop run indeed. Alright. Let's get back to it, shall we? Take a little bite of my chicken. I've been really big on chicken the past few days. Or, not few days, few months. I don't know what got into me. Chicken nuggets, chicken tenders, teriyaki chicken. Should I play Sonic Kissing Shadow? What does this mean? Oh, Generations! Go for it, man. Generations is fun. Sonic X Shadow. That's a good one, that's a good one. Sonato the game, indeed. The Ian Flynn agenda. Sonato shippers are strong in chat. Shadow is canonically younger than Sonic, yes. Shadow's closer in age to Amy, I would think. Well, he's 50, but he was in a cryostasis chamber for 50 years, and he was created for Maria, where, if I remember right, she is like 12. So he was created after Maria's was born, and the Bio-Lizard had to be being born first. And when Shadow first woke up, actually, at least in cutscenes we've seen, Maria was, like, he only existed for a few years. So I think Shadow's more like 2. But he's 52 if you count all the years that he was frozen. Like, Shadow's just like a kid. Because he was created to be the ultimate life form. I believe it was just programmed into him. Forgot all other Sonic characters as ages either. We were watching Sonic X and they say their ages in the break screen. What do you mean? He's 20 years old. Get over it, May. IDW comic writers problematic for shipping the 20-year-old with the 16-year-old. Let's discuss. SBO 16, by the way. I don't think SBO would want to be at the club. Yeah, no worries. Follow me inside, outside, through the stratosphere, the moon is shining for you. Know that I adore you. It's hard to get high. As in like hit high notes. Whoops. I don't have control over my ads, alright? I just let Twitch do what they're doing. I don't know. Welcome back, Clover. Which Adventure Time do you need? Create already? Is there an Adventure Time tabletop game coming out? Because that sounds like a ton of fun. Back the Kickstarter 2 to 3 years ago, it is still not out. I see. You know, I think I've seen that around. I was seeing updates for it recently. Morgan looks so good in your style, you should share in the Discord. Is it a D&D game, or is it your, like, a whole new, brand new kind of tabletop RPG with its own rules? Because one of those will take way longer than the other. D&D Adventure? Okay. Then I don't know why it's taking so damn long. Speaking of Adventure Time, has everyone watched the new Fiona and Cake season? I have feelings about it. It's all licensor approval? Ah, that makes sense. I have not seen it, also have no plans to. You have seen it? It was alright, but I think season 1 is better. Huntress Wizard was a big part of the season, and I very much like Huntress Wizard. But, I think overall the season was a lot weaker, especially in the first half from the first season. And I've started to not really care for the Fiona and Cake versions of the characters. It feels like regression, yeah. And on top of that, I'm gonna be controversial. This is one of my I'm getting tired of yaoi moments, I guess, from a previous stream. But I think that Gumball is it Gumball? I guess Gary and Marshall are such nothing burgers. They're literally nothing. They met, they became friends, and they instantly started dating, and they have no problems whatsoever, and they're just wholesome yaoi. Like, it took Bubblegum and Marceline 1,000 fucking years to get over their beef with each other. Like, at least hundreds of years. They were so messy. They were the messiest Yuri of all time, and you're telling me that their gender-bent counterparts are just wholesome yaoi? I don't like it. I also don't like what they did with DJ Flame. I barely remember season 1, except that I didn't like it. Oh, really? Controversial.
Is there a reason you didn't like it that you remember, or is it just that you didn't care for it? I think Fiona and Cake's fatal flaw is being an Adventure Time property. Because I always want to compare it back to Adventure Time, and I especially want to compare their gender bent counterparts with their original counterparts. And with the whole like plot revolving around Finn being sick, and then we'll just like randomly get cuts to Finn being sick, but we don't get to be in the Adventure Time world with these characters who are dealing with that, and just like we're like going and like trying to like get fundraiser for our bakery. It's just like I don't care. I want to see Finn, you know? I thought they massively mishandled the multiverse premise. Oh, in what ways? I'm genuinely really curious because I quite like season 1, but I wanna know perspectives because I'm not really big on multiverse pieces of media. I haven't seen too many. It's not Hive Swap. No, it is Hive Swap. Sorry, you're right. It is. It's James Webb's old secret from Hive Swap. I briefly thought it was something else. It's my bad. The different realities they explore were just not interesting. There was not really any conceit behind why they were different. They just were, and often in ways they were just different for different sake rather than logically different. Oh, I see. Like, they just had, like, you know, baby universe, but like, why baby universe? Or I think I agree on that point, especially on the Ice Prince world. Because while I liked the Ice Prince, I do have this idea in my head of like, why is it different actually? Like, why was the Ice King able to make this machine to give Bubblegum madness instead of himself, right? It's just so, it's so strange. But I will say, there are some worlds where I can understand, like, why they are logically different. For example, Fiona and Cake world, like, Simon lost his Ice King madness and changed back into a normal guy, so the landscape of his mind changed, and it changed Fiona and Cake world. I understand that, and I think that's interesting. And of course, we already have Farm World Finn universe. I understand why that world is different, and it's interesting. You know, like, because, like, we know how that world came into being, and we know how Ice Finn became no more from the original Adventure Time. So I understand how that world came about. And I also understand how the Lich world came about, because we know that before Finn made his wish for the Lich to have never existed, the Lich transported to his own universe in which he got his wish to exterminate all life on Ooo. So I imagine that's the version of the Lich that had that happen to him. But for the others, you're right. I don't know why the vampire world was logically different. I just assume no Ice King. The fun of multiverse is understanding what exactly changed made the realities diverse. Some of these, those were the case, but a lot were just nonsense. I agree. Yeah, I agree. That's just a good point. I don't think that would necessarily ruin my full enjoyment of the show, because I think the main drive behind Fiona and Cake is Ice King understanding and reflecting on his relationship with Betty and the loss of her. And in that case, I think they did a good job emotionally, and that's where I was hooked. But I understand the failing of the multiverse concept. I honestly don't feel like the multiverse concept was super necessary in order to get to that point across, though. Like, I feel like multiverse was just a fun gimmick to excuse why they were where they were. And like just like an excuse to go on an adventure. rather than directly tying into the issues. Except for the Shermie and Beth world. I guess that one directly tied into Ice King's issues, but you know. And unfortunately, I can't say I very much cared for... You wish they had framed it better? That's fair. That's completely fair. I honestly don't think Fiona and Cake were super necessary. Like, oddly enough, I just don't understand the appeal of Fiona and Cake. Like, I get it, like, it's girl Finn and Jake, but they're kind of different. But, like, I don't know, like, what do they add to the table that I don't get with regular Finn and Jake? That Fiona has boobies and hips? I don't know. Would have been nice if it was a more Simon-focused spinoff, I think. I agree. I didn't feel it as much in the first season, but with the second season, I really felt like, why are we watching Fiona and Cake? Like, Cake's arc is kind of interesting, I guess, but, like, I just could not bring myself to care about the conflict of the Fiona and Cake characters for the most part. I just don't have the many years of attachment that I do to those characters that I do with Finn and Jake and Bubblegum and Marceline. I know some people complained about it in their original introductory episode, but really the only thing you can do with gender-bent characters is explore different relationship dynamics, and that's it. Yeah, I also, I never minded the initial Fiona and Cake episodes because I thought it was a funny thing for Ice King. Like, in a way, it's a weird character study for Ice King, but then it was kind of retconned to be a weird character study for Prismo. But also still be a character study for Ice King? I don't know, it's strange in that way. You're just kind of there, but honestly, it's fine. I enjoyed Old Adventure Time. I mean, there are things where characters are just there, but Old Adventure Time had a lot going for it. Like, there was, like, it was rare that I was never, like, not interested in an Adventure Time plot, I suppose. Need this eyebrow to be a little smaller. There we go. And again, it's not to say I didn't have fun watching Fiona and Cake, it's just like, I feel like it just made me want to watch Adventure Time more. The DJ Flame stuff still pissed me off, actually. I think I'm genuinely upset about that. Because they keep obviously comparing the gender-bent versions to their original counterparts. Cake song was A by American as we say this system. This is a saying song that being too boring. Yeah. It was alright. But, like so many things, Fiona and Cake just seem like it exists mostly out of an inability to let go of Adventure Time rather than for its own sake. I agree. Like, just make more Adventure Time. We had Distant Lands. Why not have more shorts like that? Like, why not just have big adventures in the land of Ooh? Because it seems like there's so much able to be explored still. They're able to still make stories and stuff. Like, and here's the interesting thing about Fiona and Cake, because Fiona and Cake has still not been about Fiona and Cake. They try to make season 1 and 2, like they try to make them have arcs and stuff and try to put focus on them. But in reality, season 1 of Fiona and Cake is about Simon Petrikov and Betty. And season 2 of Fiona and Cake is about Finn's relationship with Huntress Wizard, and more specifically, Huntress Wizard learning to be, like, vulnerable and address her feelings for Finn. In my opinion, genderbend is better when characters have slightly different personality rather than the same character with buffer lashes or curves. I agree, and the original Fiona and Cake did have that, but I think the issue is when they become completely different characters. Like, again, with DJ Flame, like, he's just, like, some fuckboy DJ who is totally willing to cheat on his partner, and I look at that, and I'm like, Flame Princess would kill you. Flame Princess would kill you dead. Are you kidding me? Like, in Flame Princess's entire relationship arc with Finn involved, like, her having to be naive and deal with Finn manipulating her for the sake of his own desires. And she had to break up with him and, like, learned, like, it had, like, trust trauma and had to, like, either learn how to trust people again. And then you look at DJ Flame and I'm like, what do you mean you're kissing Fiona while you're dating someone else? That's disgusting. Like he can be like a DJ, like it's just like, it feels wrong. Also, like, a lot of Flame Princess's conflict was about being evil and, like, is she a bad person because she was born in an evil aligned place? And that's, like, an interesting conflict. And it's just like, DJ Flame is such a nothing burger by comparison, and yet I'm supposed to, like, I can't separate him from Flame Princess in my mind because he's gender bent Flame Princess. I'm surprised that Fiona and Fennel stayed friends stuck in life. Me too. I'm like, is it meant to be opposites? Like, is that what the vibe is? Like, the character relationships are opposite because they're gender bent? So, like, Fiona and Fennel don't have a rivalry, but Fern and Finn, like, fought and had beef? Is it meant to be like that? You know, like, DJ Flame is a fuckboy, but female Flame Princess isn't? And she's, like, really honest and straightforward? But if that's the case, then you have things like, I don't know, say, whatchamacallit, you have stuff like Marshall Lee, where, like, he still has a bad relationship with his mom, but if we're doing opposites, wouldn't their relationship be good? I don't know. It's just, like, it's inconsistent, and it's noticeably inconsistent, and it feels bad because of it. If you fundamentally alter a gender-bent character to make them distinct, they are no longer a gender-bent character, they're just their own thing. Exactly, which is why it feels like Fiona and Cake should be its own thing. Because of mind control classes? No, it was not. Like, there's such a specific line you have to balance with gender bent characters, because you need to understand how changing their gender will change their personality, but they still need to be the same character. I think it would have been interesting to see how relationship naivete is treated in men versus women, and how could that impact Fire Princess secure. You're so right. You know, like the naivety of being a girl in your first relationship. You've never had a relationship, you're very socially isolated, and how that affects your relationship versus being a guy in your first relationship and not knowing how to handle that. That would have been fascinating to explore, and it would have made Flame Princess and DJ Flame feel like similar characters while still exploring different things that are exclusive to their genders. Which, like, you know, would be the point with a gender-bent character. And, like, I don't know. I've never been into, like, gender bending for gender bending's sake. Like, oh, like, oh, this is what this character would look like if they were a girl. Like, okay, who cares? But if you have something interesting you want to do with it, then I think that's fun. And I wish Fiona and Cake had something interesting to do. Maybe you should gender Junko. Maybe it could fix you. Maybe. It had something interesting to do. It just fumbled the bag. I think you were gone during ads, but I was responding to May's thing about exploring relationship naivete, how it's treated in men versus in women, and how a lot of Flame Princess's character was about her being naive in this relationship with Finn and being unsocialized, and how interesting that would have been if DJ Flame explored a similar concept, but how that looks like from the perspective of a man. Like being in your first relationship and not knowing how to act and being unsocialized. And how am I meant to act in relationships like that? That would have been very interesting. Also, Fiona and Cake has the interesting thing of exploring, not only exploring these characters in a realistic setting, like an actual, like, modern, like, 21st century city, but also exploring it with a more mature rating. Like, you know, we can curse, this is an adult show. So why not, when we're exploring Marshall Lee and Gary, why can't we explore possibly, like, how views on homosexuality affect the relationship? That would have been interesting, especially because that's an aspect of Bubblegum and Marceline that we couldn't explore in Ooh as a fantasy setting where gay is chill, it seems. Like what if you know, what if Marshall's dad, what if Marshall's mom was homophobic? That would have been an interesting angle. And that could have created some messiness in their character where it's like, you know, like dealing with the mom and causing some friction between them. And it could have made the yaoi more interesting instead of this just like wholesome cookie cutter thing. A lot of Juka stuff is very related to her gender presentation, how she's perceived as a result of being, how that changes as a man would be kind of funky. It would be. I think gender bent Juka is a very interesting concept. Cartoons, what if evil but no homophobia? They're too scared. People think art shouldn't be exploring real things, I guess. Marshall's mom can be evil, but God forbid she hate gay people? Yeah. It's giving the English Sonic Hero manual where they say Eggman's a feminist. I don't believe the point of Fiona and Cake was to explore interesting ideas. The point was to remind us of Adventure Time. I agree. I agree. It seems to me that they want to keep exploring Adventure Time as a setting and with the Adventure Time characters, but they needed like an excuse to bring it back to the studio. So they were like, what if we do Fiona and Cake and we make it a mature thing? Like, people in Adventure Time fandom really love Fiona and Cake, you know? So they use that so they're able to explore things like Finn's relationship with Huntress Wizard and Simon's grief after losing Betty. And they do it under the guise of Fiona and Cake, but because Fiona and Cake have to be there, it bogs down the show. Like, if we're going to explore Fiona and Cake as a show, I would rather minimal Adventure Time connections. You know, like, we just don't go to Ooh. Or, like, we rarely do it, or maybe it's, like, once a season, or we do it, like, for the first season, but the next season is, like, tackling. I think that's what they're maybe setting up for at the end of Season 2. Like, we're gonna start returning to, like, basic Fiona and Cake Adventure Time shenanigans, but, like, with these characters, but I don't know how that's going to feel. The modern version of these characters feel odd to me. I think it's silly because, to be honest, I was satisfied with Adventure Time and Distant Lands. I didn't need more and more Adventure Time IP. I agree. Like, if they have something interesting to say, I don't mind bringing something back, but if it's just for the sake of bringing Adventure Time back, I don't really care. And I think exploring Huntress Wizard and exploring Simon was interesting enough that I don't like resent Fiona and Cake for existing and exploring those things. I don't like think it was like, oh, you had no reason to make this show. I just think you had no reason to make it a Fiona and Cake show. And I've been satisfied with Adventure Time for a while. I've been satisfied from the end. I've been satisfied from Distant Lands. But it's just like, again, it feels like an excuse to have more Adventure Time. When, like, if you really want to make more Adventure Time, just make more Adventure Time. Not that we need more Adventure Time, it's just like, if that's what you want to do, and it's clearly what you want to do, stop hiding it behind Fiona and Cake. Just make Adventure Time. I did not like a lot of aspects of Islands Onwards. I didn't mind it. I liked it. I liked Minerva. I liked Islands. I liked Element. I was just chilling. Suzanne Collins only brings back Hunger Games as an IP when she has something interesting to say. Why can't all creators be like that? I agree. I also like Islands more than Stakes, but I think it's maybe because I like Finn a lot more as a character than I do Marceline. Even though Stakes is really, really good, I like Marceline a lot. I just... Finn's my favorite. No, I agree, Society. I think you should really only bring back IPs if you have interesting things to say. And admittedly, I will say I think the Huntress Wizard thing was way less interesting than the Simon stuff. I think Fiona and Kay could have been one season, and I would have been satisfied with it. I see dementia, but it's actually cured. He's all better now. Magic Man, he's just misunderstood, guys. He has trauma. Fern, actually, you die now because fuck Fern, I guess. I'm fine with Ice King's like dementia metaphor being cured because I think that was a fine send off to the series. Fern did not deserve that ending though. I think Fern was maybe one of the most interesting things in late Adventure Time, and he got really done dirty. Clone characters written to a Kerner, splashes the evil potion on them. See, I don't mind Fern being evil. I just wish they did something more interesting with it. Because he did have that evil curse in him. Like, I understand Fern feeling evil. Or even Fern, of course, like, having the mentality of a younger Finn, a Finn back when he believed that aggression was the answer to all of the problems with villainy. You know, like that some villains maybe are misunderstood. Like you know, like Finn was used to be a lawful good character, and he turned into more of a chaotic good character or a neutral good character, where he didn't so strictly follow this line of evil is bad and must be vanquished, and I am the good guy and I will kill the bad guy kind of a mentality. And I like the idea of Fern having that mentality and questioning it as he sees Fern be good. Grass curse wasn't a curse, it's part of the sword. Yeah, but I mean, like, again, like, it gave the implication that the grass curse was influencing Fern's mind to make him a little more violent. Like, it was just part of Fern's physiology at that point. I did save! I saved! Don't worry. We're not having what happened last time happen again. Trust. Oh, I don't like what they've done with Prismo. I guess he's supposed to be depressed because Jake died, but then, like, he seemed mostly fine in the first Fiona and Cake season, so I don't know. I also don't really know what's going on with Scarab because he was like such a big antagonist and now he's like patting Prismo on the back when he's sad. I don't know. Oh, he was depressed because of Cosmic Owl. That makes sense. That makes sense. I give that a pass. I thought he wanted to get out of there too. Like, wasn't his whole thing that he wanted to be... I guess, like, he got his wish, like, he's an apprentice Wishmaster now and he wanted to be Wishmaster, but I don't know. I'm just not satisfied with it, and I can't pinpoint what feels strange about it to me, like, what I don't like. I just don't really care for it. I guess maybe having them be such mainstays, like they show up so often, whereas like Prismo and Adventure Time, if he showed up, it was kind of like a big deal. Like, if you had Prismo in an episode, you knew it was going to be a banger. Like, you knew, like, oh, shit is happening. But now it's just kind of like, oh, Prismo's here. He's sad about the Cosmic Owl. You know what I mean? I've been turned into makeup? Hell yeah. I'm annoyed that the cosmic elements feel so mundane too. And I mean, that's not like a stranger to Adventure Time. I'm annoyed that they're mundane and commonplace. Like, it's different when we randomly, like, we go visit Prismo and we're hanging out in his hot tub and eating a sandwich while I'm waiting to make a wish, you know? Or, you know, like, Jake visits Prismo's party and the Lich gets unleashed. Or when Party God is dealing with or his girlfriend, you know? Like, those are different because those happen so rarely. Whereas now it's just kind of like, I don't even know. It's just like Prismo shows up, and he's just like a guy, and he doesn't really feel cool and powerful anymore. He's just a dude. Like, when Prismo shows up in Fiona and Cake, it's because he's a character in Fiona and Cake, but when Prismo shows up in Adventure Time, it's because we're about to have, like, a big, like, high-stakes plot, kind of. I also don't really know how I feel about giving origin stories to the Cosmic Owl and stuff. Like, I don't really feel like that was necessary. I don't really like that, like, oh, Cosmic Owl exists because he and his brother ate the cosmic pizza and he was punished for it by being a messenger of fate. Like, I kind of like when deities just exist. I don't really need an origin story. Like, I don't think I needed a backstory in order to... Oh, ad break. Okay. Ad breaks are happening kind of frequently. Should I turn those down? Can I reduce the amount of ads that play on my things? I wonder if I can turn down ads. Hang on. Okay. I went to see if I could turn down ad frequency. Welcome back. I went into my settings to see if I could turn down the frequency of ads, so maybe that'll help. Because I don't want my channel to be just, like, covered in ads. I don't really think that's the vibe that I want to go for here. Frequent but not particularly long. But, what was I saying? Yeah, I don't feel like I needed a backstory with Cosmic's Owl's brother to be introduced to the worm guy. Like, I didn't need that. I feel like I instead would have been totally fine if we just ran into that worm guy and he was like, yeah, I'm Prismo's brother. Or not Prismo's brother, sorry, I'm Cosmic Owl's brother. And I would just be like, okay, cool. Like, I didn't need the pizza backstory. It felt unnecessary to me. Like things just happen in Adventure Time, and I feel like Fiona and Kate just wants to explain every little thing, where I'm perfectly fine with stuff just occurring and stuff just existing and being the way that it is, because that's the way that it is. That's kind of how fantasy settings are to me. Yeah, world building lives and dies on mystery, I agree. Especially fantasy settings. You can't over-explain a fantasy setting, because then it gets kind of like... you start getting into all the wishy-washy, like, you have a fantasy setting, you have a magic system, and it's like, okay, where'd that magic originate? It's like, okay, well then, where did that person originate, and how did they create magic, and where did that come from? And, like, you keep digging deeper and deeper into a point where it's just like, you have to stop eventually and stop explaining things, because things are not going, like, there's always going to be questions. And I think the more questions you have, the less questions your viewers will have. Because if you don't explain, say, the origins of, like, this specific thing, people won't dig into that too much, you know? Because now I know, like, oh, like, they were brothers and they ate the cosmic pizza and, like, they were mischievous and whatever, and they were attached to each other, and I'm like, okay, so, like, what were they doing before then? Like, they were just brothers? Like, how'd they get here? Why did they have permission to be in this area? Were they also cosmic beings before then? And if so, what kind of cosmic beings were they? And what did they do before they got changed and did this punishment? Like, you know, like, it's just like, now I have all these questions that I don't need. Because they're never going to be answered because they're completely irrelevant. They just wanted to give them an origin story for no reason. Mystery itself is the appeal. The forces the audience to question and hence get engaged in the world. Yeah. Unless your mystery has a damn good answer to it, you don't need to reveal it. That's my hot take. Unless, like, you know, the whole point of your plot is to reveal the mystery. And also, Cosmic Owl's origins were not a mystery to me. I was not questioning that. I was never like, I wonder where Cosmic Owl came from and why he does what he does. Like, that was not a question I had. But they gave me an answer to that question. And it made me just be like, huh? What? Like, what do I do with this information? That. Yeah, it really did feel like that, May. The Lurk cosplay? Crazy. Hi, Phantom. Welcome in. How's it going? Oh, hey, Jumper. Welcome back from lurking, I presume? So it's very close to the green, actually, so I don't need that right now. Pretty good. Finally some flat colors on the seam piece that I was working on, so I'm more or less free from that. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I do like Imzaki, yes. I feel deeply amused whenever I start hearing this play. You muted me? You fool. Here we go. I'm guessing, Phantom, since you're here, Mouse ended her stream. How was it? It was good? Hell yeah. You said hi to Mouse for me? Thank you. Maybe you want to buy more games? For a second, I thought I put Bad Apple on this playlist, and I was like, when did I put Bad Apple on here? And not to get political, but has anyone here seen the videos where it's Bad Apple, but it's the Epstein files? it's so it's really funny. It's really funny. There's two of them. But, I mean, given all the redactions, it is the perfect screen to play Black Apple on. It's so funny. Yeah, there's two of them. One's better than the other. There's three? There's three? A third one? A third Bad Apple as the Epstein files has hit the towers? That's insane. The Einstein files? It's crazy. I'm sorry. I'll do better. In the words of my 5-year-old cousin, 6'7", 9'11", I see. What does this generation become? I want to fix these. It's statements like that that make me realize that the newer generation is cooked. Alright. They were kind of uncensored. Essentially, the US government is incredibly incompetent, and you're able to literally highlight text from the PDF that's censored, copy it, and paste it over into another text window, and you can just read what's under the black lines. Like, it's not an effort thing. They just failed to censor them properly. I look at the people in power in the U.S. and my brain goes, okay, Grandpa, it's time to put you down. Six, 7, 9, 11, going crazy like Kevin Levin. I've not watched Ben 10 actually. It's one of those shows that I've been meaning to watch for forever, but I've never done it. But also that was a cursed thing for you to put in my chat. I can't believe you would do this. Why is it so hard to draw double chins? It just kind of is. I mean, it depends like how you want the chin to sit. Because like, I mean, like you can have like a double chin kind of like that situation, you know, where it's like that, but you could also have like a double chin where, you know, you have like that, and then it's like that kind of a situation where it's like under. Then that one you can kind of like do more with, I guess. Well, maybe not that much, but you see what I mean. Fuck. Over here. I was saying you can do it kind of like this. Or you can have it like where it's like one face and you do like the chin underneath it, and then like, yeah, like the shoulder here. Also like having the shoulders up higher kind of helps with larger characters, I think. So like instead of like having like the shoulder here, like having it like up here kind of helps sell the idea that they're larger. And then of course like same thing here, like having the shoulders up higher kind of helps that impression. I'm not drawing Emma, of course, because I don't have a reference for her right now, but you'll see what I mean. You see what I mean. Okay, so OG Season 1 and second series is peak, Omniverse was peak, and Ultimate Alien was a mistake with a good few moments. Okay. Okay. Now, it is... I feel like Ben 10 is one of those things that where they reset continuity based on the series you're watching. Is that true? Also, Alien 4 Season 3 is basically Ultimate Alien. Okay. I was asking if Ben 10 was one of those series where continuity kind of resets. Or if it's a consistent continuity throughout every series. Soft resets each series. Okay. So some things will probably be the same and established, but like it basically just continues. Understood. Except the reboot. Well, yeah, it's a reboot. I assumed as much. Ooh, Andy Mack is good. I love Andy Mack. Ben 10 games are so fun. Ooh, maybe you could save up and recommend one to me. I'm sorry, what's Lolly Rock? It's a wild anime title. Well, obviously it's a banned anime. Cartoon, technically? French animated show. I think France has some underrated cartoons. We don't look at Miraculous Ladybug, that show sucks. But, I like a lot of French animated movies. Jack and the Cuckoo Clock Heart goes hard. Also April in the Extraordinary World. I think I've Miraculous Ladybug is one of the shows of all time. Oh, tell me about it. I need to watch the newest season. I haven't kept up with it, but I keep up with it because it's bad and it's funny and it makes me get frustrated and it makes me want to watch a better show. Hi, Larf. I won't be out of work yet when it happens. A Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Jelly. Thanks for stopping by on your break, I assume. I hope you have a wonderful New Year. I'm excited for your New Year's stream. You only really like the first episode of Miraculous Ladybug? Yeah, first episode's alright. I mean, you and me, Phantom, we're in the same boat. Show so ass that I'm compelled to keep watching it to see how ass it gets. I think it'd be funny if I put Miraculous Ladybug on my watch list with Jelly. Between Gwen's powers the best. I don't know what her powers were. I love to make Jelly consume garbage. Yeah, that's why we watch. Listen, Jelly and I are on the quest to find the sloppiest slop in existence. We watched Centaur's Life. We watched Mirai Nikki. We've been trying to find like real garbage slop. Because Jelly understands that sometimes you need to watch something that is absolutely fucking terrible and bad so you can appreciate the things that are good better. Because if you only watch things that are peak, then when you watch something good, it feels like ass, but it's actually good, and you didn't realize it because all you've been watching is stuff that is, like, super high tier. It helps you enjoy things more. A palate cleanser, if you will. Like sniffing the coffee beans at a candle shop to reset your scent. Do you stick to trash animation or trash anything? Mostly trash animation, but we did watch Pete's Christmas, and that was absolute garbage, and I loved it. She makes solid magic in midair, so midair platforms, so she can double jump or triple jump, etc. I see. Okay. The jumping. Yeah, Pokemon musics, no matter how bad the game, the music is a bop, always. Okay. I had a buddy I used to get sloshed with and watch garbage movies with. That's so real. Blur, if you and Jelly need to watch the anime where the guy has to keep a boner for a month straight. What? I don't know about all that. Most anime is pretty trash, so it's not hard to find something. I beg to differ because a lot of Western shows are ass too. I don't know. I don't like the sentiment that most anime is trash because there's a lot of good shows out there. The issue is most people are aware of everything that comes out, you know, whereas when it comes to Western animation, a lot of people don't know what's coming out. But there's a lot of hot garbage, you know? Like everyone's like, oh, like shows all anime is bad, even anime fans hate anime, and I think the sentiment that all anime is bad is like low-key a little racist, because it's like, why do you think all anime is bad? Because it's made by Japanese people? Yeah, Link's okay. Send the song, Clover. It's not exclusive to anime. Most media is awful in general. You know, there we go. I'll accept that take. Oh, Pokemon Ranger. Okay. Let me add that in. Alright. Add to the Streambot playlist. Hang on, I have a tickle in my throat. Oh, it's a lo-fi version. Do you have a Spotify link to it, Clover? Let's see. Is this it? No, still lo-fi. Give me the non-lo-fi version of this. it not on Spotify? This is tragic. Yeah. The playlist is a Spotify playlist though, but since you donated the bits, let's play it regardless, and I'll allow another song to be added to the playlist via Spotify link if you can get one. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's get this going for now. The harder part is animating that perfectly toe the line between trash and peak, which is really common. That's true. Oh, it's very loud. Is that better? Wonderful. I was barely able to hear you before. Okay. Let me know if it needs to be turned up a little bit. So I turned it way, way down. Let me fix this. Okay. This is a straight vibe. Maybe I should play the Pokemon Ranger games. I haven't played those since I was very little. I'm really pumped to get this dance emote in. It is desperately needed. Amia Guardian Signs OG, or if you want timeline order, I would probably go timeline order. I played all of them when I was a kid. If Baby Lurf can complete a Pokemon Ranger game, then Adult Lurf certainly can. Famous last words, I know. It's a cereal box maze on hard mode with a timer. Alright, back to other playlist capture. You believe in my ability to beat a children's game as long as I'm not streaming? It's fair enough. Let me... adjustments to the playlist. Alright. We're back in. Oh, the dogs are barking outside. Why DSI to toss for that touchscreen is not surviving OG Ranger? I have my DSI. I have my original DSI that I played Pokemon Ranger on. Yeah, I found it while helping my mother move. Now it's been gone for so long that it needed to be reset. But well, we'll see. I don't know if I have my old games or anything. Alright, once again going to sleep and wondering if the stream will remain live upon waking up. Good night, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Jumper. Thanks for hanging out. Edit the save file on 3DS or DSI and you can play special stages. Ooh. I'll have to look into it. After the end of the game, gotcha. I'm wondering if I emulated Pokemon Ranger, if I could use my my drawing tablet to do the circles. Emulation is only valid with a touchscreen. Fair, fair. That was fine. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I wouldn't play Pokemon Ranger if I couldn't, you know, draw the circles. That's like the whole point of Pokemon Ranger. Not as precise though, unless it's for art. So close. And again, it won't ruin the screen. Perhaps. Pokemon Ranger is actually a ploy by Nintendo to make you buy more DSs. feel like I'm making pretty good progress on this. Saved recently? Just save now. Thanks for the reminder. It's easy to forget to save when you're in a groove. Here we go. I love a good smear frame. Okay, we had a Haruhi Yap, we had a Candy Yap during the Candy, so we had a Adventure Time Yap. What other essential Yap am I forgetting? That's good. I mean, personally, I feel like I didn't go too deep into the Haruhi Yap. But again, like, Haruhi's one of those ones I'm hesitant to go too deep into. What other Yaps are there? A Sonic Yap? That's true. I yapped so much about Sonic during the Unleashed games, I don't know what else there is for me to yap about. Yeah, like, I genuinely, until new Sonic content comes out, or until we start the Amy Marathon, I don't really have much more to say on Sonic, unless someone has, like, a super specific topic they've not asked me about. Of the Devil Yap? I don't know what there is for me to yap about. I just like Of the Devil. Of the Devil's good. Like, I don't have any, like, super deep thoughts, and I don't want to spoil people who haven't read episode 2 yet. My incorrect opinion about why I like Sonic 06? It bangs and it's trying to do something ambitious, so I give it points for effort. It is the biggest Sonic game we have ever had. It just fails spectacularly to execute on gameplay, especially, and story in most points. But I think that Shadow's story is pretty damn good, and Silver's story is okay. It's got the A for effort for me. Like, it's not my favorite Sonic game, but I don't hate it. I like it. I like what it tries to do, and I think it's amusing. I think bad games can still be fun. Like, I get entertainment out of Sonic 06. I don't get entertainment out of something like Sonic Forces. And again, Sonic 06 is trying really, really hard. It fails. It flops spectacularly. But I have to appreciate the effort that it tried. Unlike something with, like Forces that did not try at all. You just don't get that from 06? It's ripe with glitches. It's funny. Have you seen Sonic Man? Also, something about 06, like, and don't get me wrong, the base game of 06 is ass, but Project 06 proves that Sonic 06 could have been a good game had it the polish. Like, the level design is actually pretty fire. Also, are we saying that Sonic being kissed by a human girl on the mouth isn't funny? I'm sorry. Like, yes, the game performs incredibly poorly, but name a Sonic story that tries to be as ambitious as Sonic 06. I'm sorry, like, obviously, like, we have the adventure games and stuff, but, like, we have multiple story arcs that all intersect and have various, like, crossing points with each other. Like, they're not all played independently. Like, you gain proper context for one story by playing another one. The soundtrack is incredible, and filled with an insane amount of leitmotifs and details and, like, attention that no other Sonic game has had to date. The animation isn't too bad. Of course, like, you have, like, the beautiful, like, fully animated, like, fully rendered cutscenes, like, pre-rendered cutscenes at the beginning. Like, the pre-rendered cutscenes are gorgeous, no matter what you have to say about them. Like, it tries. It tries. It tries really hard. It tries really hard to give all of their characters something to do. It tries really hard to be something. In Sonic Adventure 1, yeah, but, like, I like Sonic Adventure 1 too. Like, it doesn't replace Sonic Adventure 1. Like, Sonic Adventure 1 is a solid game, but you also have to remember, it's not the fault that they didn't try with Sonic 06. It was rushed. It was rushed out for the anniversary. And that's a fault that a lot of Sonic games have. But Sonic 06 has heart in it. It has soul. People really, really tried to make that good game something good, and it just flopped. It flopped spectacularly. They failed. It's not a good game, but I respect it. Where, again, something like Sonic Forces is an admitted cash grab by Sega to make up for the loss of money from Boom. And Sonic Forces is a game with zero soul. It has no narrative cohesion. The writing is bad. There's no, it just, like, I feel nothing from Sonic Forces, and that's the worst thing a game can do, is make me feel nothing. At least I feel something with Sonic 06. Like, I actually give a shit about Silver and Blaze. But, like, in Sonic Forces, they're like, Tails lost it after Sonic died, and I'm like, okay. Meanwhile, you know, like, Blaze is sacrificing herself to get rid of Solaris, and Silver's like, no, how am I meant to do this without you? And I'm sitting here like, oh my god. They care about each other. You get a different read from 06? That's entirely fair. I just know Sonic Forces is a game where they didn't try. And I know that because it's automated to hell and back. They didn't want to try to make a game that, like, you could play and play good. They didn't want to deal with any, like, physics engines or like bullshit, so they just made the gameplay itself, and you can pretty much play the entire game by just holding the boost button and occasionally pressing the jump button. The game turns for you. That's ridiculous. So Speed is a story that was very ambitious, yes, but not in very intelligent ways, like trying to eat your house with a spoon is ambitious, but I don't respect it personally. You know what, that's fair. I feel like their level of ambitious isn't trying to eat your house with a spoon, but trying to build a house with children's toys. In which, like, what they are doing to me makes sense, but there's no way you're going to be able to accomplish that. Does that make sense? Because again, something that I highlight is narrative, like cohesion. Like the tone is consistent throughout Sonic 06, whereas the tone of something like Forces is just all over the place. At least it plays, yeah. But also in Forces you can't do fun things like have Sonic like run on a boulder and then launch himself into the stratosphere. Like, at least Sonic 06 has funny glitches that I can take advantage of, and it makes it a fun speedrun game. Sonic Forces the speedrun is how quickly can I beat this game so I can return it to Steam. Well, I'm not saying the glitches are good. I'm just saying that they're entertaining. Like a glitch is not a good thing in a game. But a glitch can, like, glitches can be really funny. And add entertainment value to a game where there wouldn't be one. Like, Forces doesn't have many glitches, and the ones they have are not entertaining. But the glitches in 06 are funny. Oh, the first playthrough took a piece of your soul, absolutely. But yeah, you can exploit the hell out of Sonic 06 and it's fun. Like, you know, like Joseph Anderson is having his awards, and one of the runner-ups from Most Requested Game, the game that he's going to play next year, is Sonic 06, and I hope it wins. And I'm glad it's Sonic 06 out of every other Sonic game, because one, Joe already doesn't like Sonic games, so, like, no matter what he plays, he's not going to have a good time with it. Or at least, like, he's not going to, you know, like, be like, oh my god, this is awesome the whole time. So, like, I wanted to play a bad Sonic game, and I want to play a bad Sonic game that's funny. Like, people were pushing for Forces, and I'm like, Forces isn't that fun. Like, at least Sonic 06, like, there's something happening. There's nothing, like, nothing that's going to make you feel apathy during Sonic 06. You're going to be frustrated. You're going to be laughing at how absurd it is. You're going to maybe be in awe at how crazy the cutscenes are or how pretty the music is. But there's never going to be a moment in Sonic 06 that you're bored, except for the loading screens. But when you're on stream, it's kind of funny. And also, if you're doing an emulator, the loading screens aren't really much of an issue. Unapologetic loading. See a face, then hey, then loading. Good stream game for sure, yeah. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe my opinion will change when I do my Amy marathon and I end up playing 06. As bad as 06 is, I think Shadow the Hedgehog is worse. Yeah. I like Shadow's arc in Shadow the Hedgehog, but everything surrounding Shadow the Hedgehog kind of sucks. But again, I'd rather play a game that I passionately think is terrible than a game like that makes me feel nothing. Like, again, I would rather play Shadow the Hedgehog than play Sonic Forces. You're chill, Tyler. You didn't make an argument at all. Like, we're just discussing stuff. That's just part of my stream. We're here to chat. We're having a conversation. I have this habit of being very passionate when I'm talking about things that I like, and especially when it comes to the topic of debate, it can get people to feel that I'm attacking them, and I really don't want that to be the case. If I disagree with you and we're having a debate about something and we're going back and forth, I'm not trying to convince you that I'm right. I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I just like having passionate discussion. I like hearing other people's points of view, and I like sharing my point of view. And if one of us changes each other's minds, well, that's cool. But also, I just want to, like, chat with people. And it gives me an opportunity to talk passionately about the things that I enjoy. Is passionate yet hates the passion character in Perfect Draw. Oh, no. You keep coming for me. Having different opinions is good. It sparks discussion, allows people to see different points and reinforce their own. Exactly. Like, you know, people are gonna come in here and they're gonna be like, "Yo, 6 is the worst Sonic game, and I hate it." And I'm gonna be like, "Actually, I like it," and we can both just agree to disagree and have a fun conversation about it. Because I agree with like 90% of the points that like are in favor of Sonic 06 is bad. I just enjoy it in spite of it being bad. I eat hot garbage for breakfast. I'm a Ryukyushi now. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Don't go dissing my boy Ryukyushi like that. What the hell? What the hell? You're gonna call Umi Neko hot garbage? No, you're gonna call Kikonia hot garbage? No, you're not. Not on my stream, you're not. Mods, get this guy. Oh, wait. If I didn't enjoy a shit sandwich every now and then, I couldn't very well be a Sonic fan. Exactly, society. Mod's gonna come after you. Well, listen. Jelly's at work. Where's my mod on mod violence? Mineko's good, too bad about the pacing. Yeah, the pacing sucks. Like, I'll never argue that Rikishi's greatest flaw as a writer is his pacing. Like, I believe Umineko is his magnum opus, and it still is like a huge pacing issue. It was Ace Attorney, yeah. It was from Prosecutor's Gambit, I think. I don't know anything about Ace Attorney. It's quite a big flaw. The thing is, and it is a big flaw, and it's something that is a large barrier to entry to people, but Umi Neko is probably the best thing I've ever read in my life. And that's not an exaggeration. It changed my life. It changed the way that I view the world. It changed the way that I think. It is the reason that I am here right now, like, streaming to you. Like, it is vastly improved my quality of life. It has vastly increased my number of friends. It is a very near and dear media to my heart, and it's very good. And yes, bad pacing is a fatal flaw in any piece of media. But the thing is, I can excuse the pacing because I enjoy things like slice of life. And I really, really like the Umi Neko characters. So when the pacing is a bit poor and maybe the characters are standing around talking for a little bit too long, I don't really mind it because I still find the interactions entertaining enough. I'm like, I like these characters and I like seeing them interact. So the fact we're not like pushing the plot forward right now doesn't bother me too much. And the thing about Umi Neko is that I think every scene has value and purpose, but every scene could be cut down maybe like a good bit. Like, it doesn't need to go on as long as it does, but it is important and there is vital information in every scene. Like, I would never cut out a scene of Umi Neko because everything has something important to deliver to the story. Even the most inconsequential scenes are integral to the entire mystery as a whole. It's just like we could have maybe like cut the scene down, like cut like maybe like a fourth of this scene, or maybe like a third of it. But again, I love the character so much that it doesn't matter, and I think for Rikishi, one of his strong points is character writing. Like, a lot of people don't like episode 4 for its pacing issues, but I think episode 4 is one of the best ones because I love the character introduced into it so much. You feel like Umi Neko is perfect? No notes. Honestly, so real. Like, I have to critique Umi Neko and like put thought into my critique in it because I literally am part of a podcast where talking about Umi Neko and thinking about it critically is the main gimmick. But if I wasn't, I would say Umi Neko is perfect, no notes, and I love it, and it's a flawless piece of media. But unfortunately, I need to put on my critical thinking hat and I have to address that there are things wrong with it. I found a lot of games these days struggle with concise dialogue, which ends up being like 90% of the pacing issues. Yeah, I would say that a little bit. I also think that Rikishi has a tendency to repeat himself, but when you have like an hour, like a 150-hour visual novel, repeating yourself is kind of necessary in order to get your points to stick in. And I see a lot of people complain about Umi Neko and Rikishi repeating himself and how he needs to shut up, and then they don't miss, they miss the entire point of the, whatchamacallit. They miss the entire point of the scene, or they miss the entire point of Umi Neko, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, maybe Rikishi should have repeated himself more if you still don't fucking get what he's trying to say. He said it like 20 times now, and you're still not getting it. So maybe I can't even call the repetition in Umi Neko a flaw, because clearly Rikishi's readers need more repetition to understand what the fuck is happening. TBH, I don't know, maybe Rikishi is repeating himself because the media literacy of some people are crazy. I just think he is repeating himself 1000%. He's just not doing it enough. That's the only reason. Like, people like close their eyes when reading. Holy shit. The targeted gift sub. Thank you very much for that, Sisyphus. You've been incredibly generous with the gift subs. I mean, yeah, checks out. I mean, I wasn't expecting this much generosity from anyone, so... I can't speak to Uminek specifically, but you have overly repetitive dialogue, it actually becomes harder to pay attention to it because the important parts get drowned out by all the bullshit. The thing is, though, when Ryakishi repeats himself, he'll say a point and he'll, like, get it in your head, and then he'll repeat it again 5 hours later, and then he'll repeat it again 5 hours later, you know? So it's like, it's getting hammered into your head at, like, various points across the series. But, like, people are like, oh, I know this already, Ryakishi just keeps on repeating himself. Like, no, this is, like, a thematic thing, like, throughout the chapter. You know, you gotta pay attention to it. It's not like you're in a scene that's an hour and they're saying the same exact thing for an hour, unless it's that one scene about Hempel's Raven. That scene's really bad. The worst scene of Umineko. Also, 7 chapters now! Hell yeah! And I guess we have a hype train. Choo-choo? The Hempel's Raven scene is bad. I think that's the only thing I would cut out of Umineko. Or at least, like, Rikishi needed to explain it better, because he did not properly explain what Hempel's Raven even is. And he briefly got it, but then he started, like, explaining it again, but he explained it again a second time that was wrong. Like, literally all Hempel's Raven is just saying, oh, if this statement is true, then the inverse of that statement should also be able to prove that statement. So, if you are trying to, you know, say that all ravens are black, you should be able to prove that by looking at every non-raven, and if it's not black, then all black things are ravens. Like, that's kind of like the idea of it. And it isn't really, I think the raven analogy works poorly, because there's also crows that exist, and other black animals. But it's kind of, like, the idea in Umineko is, basically, Battler is trying to figure out who the culprit is. And so, he's trying to say it's a mystery person who hasn't been introduced in the story yet. So his argument is the culprit was the mystery 19th person who committed the crime. And so in order to prove that, he needs to prove the inverse. So if none of the 18 people on the island have committed the crime and they all have alibis, then the only option is the 19th person did it. So he has to prove 18 people innocent in order to prove his claim. Because it's impossible to just prove his claim on his own because he can't meet the 19th person. That's literally it. It's just like, if you are having trouble proving one point logically, try to prove the inverse. It's about contrapositives, but that's the way that Ryakishi wants you to use it in his story. He just has a bad way of explaining it. I was saying inverse. I should be saying you have to prove the contrapositive. It's basically an alternate way of discovering proof. That's what Ryukishi wants you to focus on. Also, yeah, my feelings changed in Umineko on a reread, but as it stands, I think Umineko is a good story hampered by severe pacing issues that I would have dropped in episode 5. Severe pacing issues. Yeah, that's fair. I really liked episode 5. I think Umineko is definitely better on a reread. But of course, we'll see. Because you truly do unlock Umineko too once you finish Umineko. Like, a reread of Umineko is an entirely different experience than reading Umineko the first time. Not an exaggeration whatsoever. No, funnily enough, I feel the experience is even more intense when it comes to rereading Higurashi compared to rereading Umineko. And maybe that's just because, I was an anime first person with Higurashi. And so when I reread Umineko, I kind of spent a long time enough with it, and I spent some time re-going through it to the point where, like, I was like, oh yeah, I know this is a different experience, but it's not as intense. Whereas when I went back through Higurashi, I felt like a god. I felt like a genius. I felt like I unlocked the secrets of the universe, and I understood everything around me, and I've never felt that way with another piece of media. But a lot of people say they feel that way with Umineko too. But genuinely, if I were to recommend any work to introduce someone to Ryukishi at this point, I would probably recommend Kikonia first. That's how I got May into When We Cry. One Piece redeems are happening quick. I just finished a life-changing piece of media. Not sure if I'm ready for another. Yeah, pace yourself, obviously. And it also depends if you like visual novels or not. Because you do have to be able to take some anime bullshittery. But the anime bullshittery is not as bad in Umineko as it is in other Ryukishi works like Higurashi, and I would also argue that the anime bullshit is actually plot relevant, and rereading Umineko, I would not take that bullshittery out because I think it is an excellent piece of character building in a way that I can't explain because I would be spoiling Umineko. It's really bad in Higurashi. Like, Higurashi, I can't really recommend to people because you have to really be built different to tank that. And I really like Higurashi. I think Higurashi has a lot of great things to say, but it's not that... It's not as good as Umineko in any sense. It is actually relevant in Umineko. It's crazy it's relevant, and it's like... insane that it's relevant. Like, it makes it good. I have a high tolerance for anime bullshit, but generally don't care for visual novels. If you like stage plays, like if you like theater, there are some really, really good Umineko stage play adaptations that have been subtitled by the community, and I recommend those highly. And it helps fix the pacing issue. And the medium is inherently bad, I just haven't found good ones. That's fair. Maybe Umi Neko will be a good one for you. Who knows? This hand is ass, but I don't really care. It's only gonna exist for one frame. I got into VNs from Doki Doki Literature Club. I fear I'm not a connoisseur. Yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club kind of sucks, but that's okay. It didn't stop me from role-playing Monica on Tumblr. Like, Doki Doki Literature Club is a really good idea, but it was made from someone who wanted to subvert a genre that they were not super into. It's talk about Monica hit me in a way? Exactly. Nekopara in the Sakura series. Anything was going to be peak after that? Yeah. I've heard of Nekopara. Someone actually commissioned me to draw fan art of Zephyr and Furfur from Umi Neko as the Nekopara characters. The funny commission. But anyway, the real gem of Ryukishi writing is Kikonia. Everyone should read Kikonia. When Jelly and I stream Kikonia, you should come hang out. I don't know when we're doing that, but it's happening sometime next year. I want Phase 2 so bad, too. It's the same way where I thought most anime I watched was peak because I got into it at 10 years old with High School DxD. Do not watch High School DxD, it's really bad. I feel that. I had the opposite feeling issue where I rewatched a lot of my childhood anime and they were super peak and I was like, what the fuck? I thought this was gonna be bad because I liked it as a child, but it's really good. Like number 6 and Haruhi. Are we there for the stream as long as my schedule allows, of course? Hell yeah, I'm very excited. I have to figure out voice assignments. There's so many characters in Kikonia. Yeah, we're gonna be doing it together, and when we read Higurashi together, we do silly voices, so we gotta voice act. It's the law. Record crew. I'm sorry, you know. I think it's gonna be just a me and Jelly thing, and I'm making myself Karapoyo. Jelly's still the voice of Virgilia in your mind? Yeah. Jelly did good, Virgilia. I gotta do my silly mascot voice. I gotta. You've heard my Karapoyo voice. We've read some Kikonia together. I can't do a voice like out of nowhere. I need a line. Give me a Karapoyo line. we go. Remember to save. One thing about my own reread of Umineko that'll be happening with Mouse Viewers first time, with Mouse Viewers first read of it. Ooh, that's a lot of fun. Better keep me updated on thoughts and theories. I want to know. A first read of Umineko is very special. Be a good witch, okay? I trust you. You always gotta be a good witch to your Umineko babies. It'll be a while as I understand the plan is for that to happen live streamed. Ooh, I would love to come watch that. If I didn't scare them away anyway, they pitched it to me and I stared at him for a long minute before saying interesting in a tone that apparently worried her. Interesting. That happens, and then start moving back. Okay. Let's see how this is going so far. Very, very good. I think my only thing is that my head's a little small. Maybe I'll go back and make it bigger once I finish all the drawings. So I don't want to mess up what's underneath right now, but everything seems to be flowing pretty well. Love the drawing hair flip at the end, me too. Very cutesy, very demure, thank you. More hair flips? It has the perfect amount of hair flip. Can't overdo it. Floofy hair, indeed.
Can you see the sun is shining on me? It makes me feel so free, so alive. It makes me want to survive. And the sky, it makes me feel so high. The bad times pass me by. 'Cause today, it's gonna be a brighter day. Can you feel the sunshine that then brighten up the day? Don't you feel that sometimes you just need to run away? Reach out for the sunshine, forget about the rain. Just think about the good times, and they will come back again.
Oh no, not people yelling.
Without you, there's nothing for me to do.
I hope everything's alright.
Sunshine too, it's coming through. It makes me feel brand new when you're here. I wish you were always near, 'cause everything's so clear. And today, it's gonna be a brighter day. Can you
It ain't even New Year's yet? Ah, right, celebrations. They're excited. Lily Pichu just uploaded? I gotta support her? What the fuck? I'm live! What do you mean? Loves Lily Pichu more than me. Sonic R's soundtrack is hard all the time. It does not miss. Is there a Sonic game with bad music? I think the stage themes in Sonic Frontiers kind of suck, to be honest. Like Cyber Save Space levels? Like, I'll acknowledge that the boss fight songs are awesome, but, like, that doesn't mean the entire soundtrack is awesome. Tough anomaly to get. That's fair. I just don't feel like it feels very Sonic-y. Lo-fi / EDM beats to hold the boost button too is what I hear people calling it, and I agree. But the vast majority of Sonic games have great music. Boom is kind of forgettable. You're right. It's so forgettable I forgot about it. The best thing Boom has going for it is the character animations. Not in the cutscenes, like, but in the actual, like, their movesets, the way, like, Sonic moves around. All right. 2 more drawings left before this is completely cleaned up. Just these 2. Of course, you saved recently, so no worries about losing anything. Correct, I have. I'm on top of it. Yeah, that's how I've been doing the hair the whole time. I mean, May was baited by people who didn't get something deliberately wanted to change it fundamentally be something else. I'm sure there's positive things about the mainline series that canon-wise, but it's not. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, I don't mind it as long as it's a spin-off series. You know, like, I don't mind the existence of the Boom universe as long as it doesn't affect the actual main Sonic games, and it wouldn't have stopped us from getting actual Sonic games, you know? But the fact that Sonic does not go fast in that game at all is insane to me. Like, you have one job when making a Sonic game, and it's to make Sonic go fast. And instead they're like, let's do a slow platformer with puzzle solving. That will get the Sonic fans really excited. I do feel bad for the studio and like what Sega like did to the game they were making, but I don't think I ever would have been a big fan of Boom, even if it was awesome. So I'd be like, that's not Sonic. Speaking of, I hate that they made Styx canon. Thanks, Ian Flynn. Every day, Ian Flynn will lose his mind if not every single thing is canon to the Sonic mainline series. Can't wait for Sonic Frontiers 2, where Sonic sees, like, a big spiraling staircase, and he's like, oh, this reminds me of a snake, like Lyric. But I've just Ian Flynn enough on this channel. I can give him a break. What's confused me about Generations and 06 Retcon itself from canon? How do we get back here? I guess... I think the Time Eater can just take things that have ever existed in time, even if it's like... Because, like, 06 was a time travel story, so I guess, like, it technically did have to happen in order for it to retcon itself, and because it existed at some point, the Time Eater can take it. I think that's kind of the vibe. Like, I think the Time Eater can take from any point in time, be it past, future, present, like discarded time, etc. Like, it can just bring it back. Because, at least, my impression of Sonic Generations is that, Eggman is using the Time Eater to go back to key points in the timeline where Sonic defeated him in order to try to change that, in order to change the timeline. And so if Sonic Generations is about changing the timeline, it would make sense that, like, 06 is at risk of coming back because of the timeline changes. But that's just my headcanon, really. Why is Silver just chilling with everyone in later games? That's stupid. That has no reason to happen. Like, Silver has no reason to return back to the past, and he doesn't even know these people anymore. Make it make sense, Sega. Hello to your Pinterest friend, Tyler. We're talking about how, Silver coming back to the past and being buddy-buddy with everyone makes 0 sense. Like, I love Silver, but honestly, like, just make him a one-off character. Just make him Sonic 06 exclusive. It would suck. Because I like Silver and I like him to show up, but it makes no sense whenever he shows up anywhere. Honestly, it's really impressive how many fans Silver has coming from such a dogshit game. I say as one of Silver's fans. I think Silver was brought back for Generation for nostalgia purposes. Like, that's the whole point of Generations, is just like, it's like a flimsy excuse to go revisit every every Sonic game from the past. But in terms of forces, I think the only reason they brought him back is because the Sonic community was finally being like, give us Sonic's friends back, we want Sonic's friends. They're like, shit, who are all of Sonic's friends that aren't Knuckles, Amy, and Tails? We have Espio, Vector, Charmy. Oh shit, we need another one. Yeah, Silver. You know, like that. I think that was what happened in the writers' room. They were trying to remember all of Sonic's friends, and Silver was there, but not Blaze. And also, Pontac and Graf had no knowledge of the Sonic series, and they refused to play any of the games or educate themselves. They would just read a Wikipedia article or something. No, Forces was originally written by the Japanese team, so... At least as far as I'm aware, I don't think it was English first. In his world, compromise does not exist. Sonic Frontiers 2, they're planning a sequel. I hope it's good. That's all I really think about it. I hope it's fun to play, and I hope the story is an ass. That's all I ask for. Blaze is from another dimension in 06. It's in her character description in the game manual, but they never address it within 06. Or in the manual. Like, they never address, like, why she's in the future. They're like, she's a princess from another dimension, and that's it. And it's never brought up. Like, not only, it's not brought up in game, and it's not explained in game either. Like, they just don't acknowledge it. But they acknowledge it in the game manual. So it is Blaze from Sonic Rush, apparently. I know the Silver Rider intended to tie Rush into 06 as a prequel. That would make sense. But then, like, Blaze mentions that she already has fire inside of her. And so, like, you know, like, she's able to take in Iblis, where I think it would make more sense if Blaze didn't have fire powers before consuming Iblis. And when she consumes Iblis, she ends up in the Soul Dimension. You know, like Soliana, you know, you get it? Like the Soul Emeralds. And then she becomes the princess then, when she's absorbed Iblis and she gains her new fire powers. But instead, like, she already had them. But it could have made sense as a prequel, for sure. Like, I see it. It is whack. It'd be cool. And then you could say that retroactively her arc in Sonic Rush about not wanting to rely on others for help is because she lost her friend Silver. Oh yeah, Sonic, like, Blaze is the only character in Sonic 06 that actually controls good. Like, for some reason, they really popped off with her for no reason. She's barely even in it to play. Sisyphus isn't here right now, Blue Tyler. Walking doggy. Yep. May's got it. I have to moderate my chat on my lonesome. Blaze looks really fun to play. Blaze is really fun to play. Maybe I'll play, I'll stream Project 06 sometimes. That might be fun. Probably not for a bit, but one day. Well, I have kitty emotes. I can put in emotes of Nigel and Gracie. I never seen or played Project 06. Is it actually good? I would say it's really good. Well, okay. Here's the thing. There's still issues, but it's nowhere near as jank as the actual 06. It is fun to play. It takes some getting used to, but it's good. If 06 played like that on release, people wouldn't have complained. I mean, people are using it to use it as an excuse of, see, Sonic 06 was always good, actually. And it's like, well, no, they didn't control like that, and their movesets have been revamped. So you can't use it as the excuse of, say, oh, Sonic 06 was good because it could have been good. Like, yeah, it could have been good, obviously. It does have competent level design, and you can feel that when the characters are actually controlling good. Project 06 is good enough that I occasionally have the thought of, I want to boot up Project 06 and play a level. You know? I think that's about as high as a compliment as I can give it for a remake of Sonic 06. Like, no one in the history of ever has said, oh, I should go play the Wave Ocean from 06 right now. That would be a lot of fun. Or sorry, I should say Crisis City. I should go play Crisis City right now. That'll be fun. But when I'm playing a Project 06, I'm like, I want to go play Crisis City right now. I have 5k monkeys now? What do I save for? Whatever you want. $50 posture checks? Yeah, but water doesn't cost that much. You can give me your water several times a stream just by sitting in stream. If you saved up something, you might as well use it or something, right? That's why I have channel point rewards. You want to add a song to the playlist, or get a sketch for team, or suggest a game to me or anything? Or make me read a chapter of One Piece? Speaking of beverages, need more booze? Yeah, fuck it up. Go for it. Remember to drink water, though. And speaking of drinking water, thank you very much for the hydrate, Blue Tyler. Go. Right, almost forgot the legs. It's important. Nice. Last one. Real quick, want to check something. Ba 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 ba. All right. We're good. We're good. You don't have to worry about overfilling my plate at all. You're good. I have those redeems for a reason. It's for people to redeem them. If I didn't think I could handle one, I would take it off the list temporarily. time to be a big shot, gang. I love the opening of that battle theme. It's like my favorite part of it. Something about that noise in specific tickles my brain. Gay emo grump? I mean, he's certainly emo. I wouldn't classify him necessarily as a grump, though. I classify he's more of an edgelord. I mean, he's not grumpy, but he's like, I'm not weak. You don't know what my power is. Like he's like cocky. Like he wants to be seen as cooler and stronger than he actually is. Anyways, Tinder so doesn't fit anything. Yeah, that's probably why I don't hang out there. I'm a stickler for canon characterization, I'm afraid. I just care about the intent, like what the author wanted to do with the character, and it feels weird to just like take that and do something completely different with it. Especially when it's super contradictory to what the actual character is. Not saying your description of Infinite there is super contradictory, I'm just like saying like an overall thing of how I view fanon characterization stuff, because it's kind of like, if you're changing the character so much, do you even give a shit about the actual character? And also, like, if that was your character and that world that you made and someone just like completely changed everything about it, like, how would you feel? Because I would feel fucked up if someone like started mischaracterizing my Blorbos, who I put my heart, like all my effort into making, you know, like I care about them and I made them a certain way on purpose, like I made them with intent. Some people go so far with their own headcanons, they're basically writing a new character. Exactly. I had that back when in the Kids Next Door fandom, when like people were writing Kuki like she was like some grade A student who was like super hyper competent and was a contender for being supreme leader, and I'm just like, that's not even Kuki anymore. Like, honestly, you're writing Kuki to the point where you're making him, or not him, making her like you know, like an Asian stereotype. Like, what do you mean her parents are super strict about grades? That's never been the case in the series. You should write Kuki, do it. Kuki, like, my mom will kill me if I don't get an A on this paper. Like, what do you mean? Your mom wants you to have a childhood that she never had. It's why she buys you so many toys. She spoils the fuck out of you. One of my favorite Kuki episodes is where she spends the entire fucking episode worried about what color to color the United States of America. That's not bothering me so much. I agree. It's like my biggest pet peeve. Make it OC. Because at that point, when you're drawing a character and writing a character in a way that is so different from canon, the only reason you're doing it is because you have a character in your head, and you won't get notoriety if you're not making it an already established character that people already like. So you draw or write to this fanon interpretation of a character that is completely unrecognizable from the original because you want people to look at your stuff. Have confidence in your own characters. Un momento, por favor. to check a few things. This OST, it is not Umi Neko. It is Pokemon Omega Ruby. Oh, the last one? Let me double check. I forgot what was playing. Fuck. It's a Mori. Whoops. Sorry. Fair enough, but Pinterest is my life, and however, I know Pinterest isn't canon. However, Pinterest is no meant to protect inspiration, so comments. Oh. Yeah, I mean, Pinterest for me is mostly an art reference, I'll be honest, or like a way to see cool fan art. But if you if you enjoy it and stuff, go for it. And I understand that also a lot of off-the-wall headcanons is a lot of people projecting onto their favorite characters and relating to them. I just don't like people's insistence that no, their characterization is correct and is actually better than the original. Like, just admit that you're projecting or you want to make an OC. On the other hand, sometimes it feels like fanfic authors understand a character a little more than the author and fill in blanks in the original characterization. That didn't make sense. I agree as well. We vaguely circled back around to K&D, in which I started venting about fanon characterization and how I knew a Cookie writer who used to write Cookie like she was hyper competent and a grade A student, and that she was a contender to be supreme leader of the kids next door, and like, and she was like best friends with Chad and had like a sibling like relationship with him, and I was like, where is this coming from? That's not Cookie Sanban. That's not my baby girl. Like Cookie's parents would never kill her if she didn't get good grades. They turned her into like, you know, like Asian girl stereotype where she has to like be super smart and have good grades because her parents told her to. But meanwhile, Cookie's parents are actually like trying to give her a really good childhood, and her mom spoils her by buying her a million rainbow monkeys because she wishes that she had a fun and carefree childhood, so she's trying to give that to her kids. Ah, Persona indeed.
Who am I? Am I not unique? Maybe I'm not here at all. But the fakers find it as with lies that break us all the soul. Oh, it's useless. What could it mean that we're here? What does it all mean? Can we make
A difference.
if we don't break out of here? Wake up, get up.
I suppose sometimes people need a framework of an existing character to practice their own character writing. I agree, but I think a better practice of character writing is to try to emulate the character you're actually writing than to just like put a face over what they're actually trying to write. Oh, I didn't think you were arguing with me, Tyler. Oh, and thank you for the posture check. Let me sit up, actually. I was kind of hunched. I might have been shrimp posing, yeah. Stretch 2, okay. Giving me specific stretching instructions, damn. Alright. Hang on, I also want to crack my back. We're gonna hear my chair creak. Alright, let me roll my wrist. Okay. Nice and limber. I think the biggest mischaracterization thing I see though is mental illness headcanons that are clearly people projecting, in which like I can understand, and I'm never gonna like shit on someone for doing that because I understand it can help them like understand themselves better and whatnot. But I hate it when it's like, no, this character definitely has this and this is definitely true, and you're wrong if you say otherwise. And even the own creator will be like, no, that's not true, and they'll be like, fuck you. You know, like it's like the insistence that the fanon is canon is what really irks me, because otherwise I'll ignore it, but then people like cause a ruckus about it. I'm like, man, do you even like the character? Do you even like the series? I mean, it's probably called artist posture because a lot of artists ends up in that position when they're drawing. Have you seen exactly one example of adding a mental disorder to a character in fanfic that actually improved my understanding of the character? Ooh, no, now I'm curious. Because sometimes that works. Like, I think Nigel Uno has OCD, but the thing is, the fandom also thinks that, but they're wrong. Because they give him the wrong kind of OCD, because they don't understand OCD, and they give him stereotypical, like, I need all of my files to be organized and super clean, and like, kind of, you know, kind of OCD. Whereas Nigel's obsession is the idea of betrayal and growing up, and like, you know, like the worry that people are in danger, like kids are in danger, and that shit is going to happen. And his compulsion is doing Kids Next Door missions to his own detriment. People don't understand that OCD isn't only like a cleanliness thing. It can also be a filth thing. Like, people can compulsively hoard stuff. It stems from a lack of understanding of OCD? Absolutely. Like, they understand that he has OCD tendencies. They just don't understand what they are. And I guarantee it's just they give him that kind of OCD because of the one episode where we learned that he folds his underwear. And he folds it very neatly in his drawer. And people are like, he must be OCD. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, you don't understand mental illness. Psychology is a big special interest of mine, to the point when I was in 7th grade, I dug up my mom's DSM-5 from her garage from back in her days training to be a therapist, and I read it to make sure that the OCs I was making had accurate mental illnesses. And she did not think I was autistic. Yeah, a little 12-year-old me reading the DSM-5. I mean, there's a difference between getting very angry if your things are unorganized and thinking the world is going to end if your stuff is unorganized. OCD is very, very crippling. I don't know if you have OCD or not, though. You might. I have the stereotypical autistic and OCD traits. I mean, that's fair. I mean, like, the stereotypes exist for a reason. It just causes a very narrow view of it when the stereotypes are all the public knows. Alrighty, let's see how this is going. Oh yeah, baby. Nice and smooth. Okay, yeah. I want to make my head a little bit bigger, because I made my hands really big in this animation. And I don't want to be known as the guy with yaoi hands. And I think balancing that out with my head being bigger will help. Get out of here! Okay, let's see. How is this size? I like that. Now let's turn on my onion skin and start making it so all the heads match up. No, I've been knowing the hands were big. Yeah, they've been big from the start. Looking good. The big head should really help with the big hand problem. Because hands, like the palm, like a full open hand should be about the same size to cover your whole face. Oh, it's nearly New Year's? Ooh, getting close. Oh yeah, protect your doggo. Feels good. Getting an ad about how you can watch ad-free feels paradoxical. It's funny. I feel like this needs to be a little bit bigger. Whoops. The freehand. The Umineko music, Alive by Dai, coming at you? Umineko music will do that to a motherfucker. That's gotten way too big. Shrink the head. There we go. There we go. And then I need to erase that little curve of the ear. There we go. Happy New Year from the Midwest. Happy New Year! I got 2 more hours to go. Let's get that erased as well. Getting really into Minesweeper lately? What about this? This is news. Alright, last head. Alright. Hopefully that should help with the big hand issue. The hands are still big, but it feels better with the head a bit bigger for sure. Yeah, I don't mind this. If I wanted to be really nitpicky, I would go through and I'd rescale all the arms a little bit to scale them down, but I don't feel like doing that. I want to start adding shading. We'll do that. Minesweeper is worse than doom scrolling? That was fast. What happened? You died? At least you're doing something. Crazy how time flies.
When I wonder if the path is in the right direction.
But I do believe
Things come to life by accident. When you remain on, sounds like
you're meant to be.
oh, the journey starts from where we first left. No one's sure what lies ahead before the breath. Roads may be up and down, but we live somewhere. Sometimes the journey is about the chase, all about the destination of the world. No matter how far, how you go, how long you may last. This journey might burn your When there's a beginning, there's an ending too. As we go, we'll come across many pretty images. Feel like lies beneath, colors of love that's excellent. The pictures fade away, will it remain the same? Only time will tell the
God damn, the dog be wild. And aw, poor thing. I hope the fireworks stop soon. That looks alright to me. Already done a Ken? No, I don't know what that is. And let's see. Let's do an orange color for the top of my hair. Alright. Now for the pink. Looking alright. Now to get my hex codes for my stuff. Alright. first let me save this before I forget. Apply file import. Let's open up one of my sprites. Great. And then we're going to be moving you off to the side here. Whoops. There we go. Then I'm gonna add a color layer. Use my picker. Let's see about first shading. I forget how to use color layers, so forgive me. Okay. Done. There we go. Should be like this, actually. Perfect. There we go. Ugh. There we go. There we go. Coloring is so strange in animation programs. Oops. I'll fix that later. weirdness. Now, why is that happening? More weirdness. So I got really locked in on coloring. I haven't been paying attention to anything that's been going on. Playing Minesweeper still. Got to color this one in. This bit up here. Can I get it to undo that little bit in the hair? Ah. That maybe fixes it. Still another spot where I forgot to fill in this bit. Oops. Ah, that's why. There we go. Place it here. Yeah, the manga is always, well, more often than not, better than the anime. I agree. Looking at Black Butler right now. Struggling to think of an exception? I think the ending of Attack on Titan is better in the anime. Also, the disappearance for Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, the movie, is way better than the book or the manga. Massive hit to the pacing is not worth it, yeah. I can imagine. I haven't seen the final part, but the ending of Attack on Titan sucks so hard. I'm surprised if they can fix it at all. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the ending like most people do. And I know most people hate the Mikasa bit of it, and that part is still there. But I think the conversation had between Eren and Armin in the anime is a lot better and more fleshed out in the anime, and it fixed a lot of it for me. Perhaps. I'm not a big AOT ending hater. Even when I read the manga, I didn't think it was as bad as people made it out to be. Like, I understand the hate, and I think it's a very, very flawed ending, and I think that AOT was such a very well-crafted series up until that point that it was always going to be kind of impossible to land the ending. But, I never hated it. I just thought, like, it could have always been executed better. But I don't agree with the people who are like, oh, the rumbling should have just ended everything and Aaron was right and blah blah blah. Like, that's bullshit. So I have breakups that hurt me less than the ending of AOT. That's real. Listen, I understand putting like a lot of like time and effort into a story only for it to end in a way that's deeply unsatisfying. Whoops. Because sometimes, like, I don't know, media can be very, very big in someone's life, and so if something that you're very passionate about ends poorly, I completely understand feeling like deeply physically upset about it. It makes more sense than what we got, yeah. I mean, I think Aaron is interesting in the idea of a stagnant character who technically has not changed at all since the beginning. Like, he's still just a kid who wants freedom and believes that the only way to get freedom is to fight those trying to take it away from him. He has always been conflict oriented, and he has always believed himself to be too weak to accomplish anything that he wants to accomplish, and he is deeply, deeply frustrated by it. It kills him inside. So Aaron's progress and the way that things happen make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, fundamentally incapable of change. Yep. Like, I think one of the best ways that Isayama portrayed Aaron's character was actually in the little high school, the social, fuck, what is it? You know, like the little high school gag previews. I forget the exact name of it. The hierarchy thing, the pyramid. I forget. The caste system, the high school caste system. In which, especially that time that Aaron has a dream that he like causes a zombie apocalypse, like a zombie apocalypse happens and he has to like fight a bunch of zombies and stuff, and he's so excited about it because he has something to fight. You know, something is trying to oppress him and he gets to fight it, and that's like where Aaron is at his peak, and he wakes up and he briefly considers trying to start a zombie apocalypse and cause his own problems so that he is able to fight it. Because Aaron cannot function in a world devoid of conflict. He needs conflict to function. And I think that's a really interesting and fun character trait. So, like, what happens with Aaron at the end of the rumbling, I guess, kind of makes sense to me from the point of view of Aaron is a child, he never grew up, and he never changed, and he is incapable of changing. Of course, there's like, oh, I did this for you guys. But after that, he immediately admits, but no, more than that, I just wanted to see this. I just wanted to see the world trampled under my foot. I wanted to see the sight of the world being empty because I was deeply disappointed that there were actually people out there in the world. Okay, great. That's usually the problem people have with the ending, so I get, like, defensive about that area. What part is it that you're upset by? Because personally, I'm upset by that it feels like all the stakes went away and that everyone had plot armor and everyone was going to survive. I think that was good. Like you're telling me we're fighting the rumbling, we're fighting the Fountain Titan, and no one dies in that fight? I think it's bullshit. That was my main gripe with the latter half of Attack on Titan. The lack of stakes. Like, we finally killed off all the characters that were allowed to be killed off, so now everyone else has plot armor. That's fair. What's Lelouch from? Code Geass? I haven't watched it. It's pulled off much better there. Maybe I'll have to check it out. I've been told Lelouch is the kind of character that I would be mentally ill about. And that scares me a little bit. Code Geass top 3 for me, very good. But if you have a high, only if you have, I have an extremely high tolerance for anime bullshit. I watched Higurashi. I read Higurashi. That's even worse. I read Higurashi. JSAB? I don't know what that is. This is Attack of the Killer Queen from Deltarune. Yeah, this is a Deltarune track. I've obtained burgers, fries, and a milkshake? Holy shit! That sounds bussin', dude. What the hell? I want a milkshake. Whoops. Okay. Grab the color for my other part of my hair. Yeah, I literally have no idea what JSAD is. Update getting better at Minesweeper? Hell yeah. I believe in you. Just shapes and beats? Cool. Is it a rhythm game? Title makes it sound like one. More of a bullet hell. Ooh. I'm not too shabby at bullet hells, and by that I mean I'm bad, but I'm very determined, so I play for several hours to be good. There we go. Nice. Making very quick progress. What hell within a rhythm game? Okay, interesting. Let's start back at the beginning, actually. Here we go. Exclusion off again. There we go. I'm starting to really like coloring in this program. Oh, I accidentally filled an area. Boom, it's gone. Damn right I am. That's the beauty of coloring in an animation program. It's just supremely quick. Like, truthfully, I don't know why the paint bucket tool doesn't work like this in every single art program ever. Well, May, they do call me the Sonic of streamers. Oop, I see an error. Hang on a second. Fix that real quick. There we go. It's kind of like a pencil artist discovering markers. That's not at all what it feels like, to be honest. It's more like I discovered a fucking fill tool that works on digital. Translate into traditional artist? I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. I don't think there's a traditional artist equivalent to this. Maybe it's like a traditional artist discovering stencils for their airbrush. But there is no like traditional art translation for being able to so efficiently not only fill in colors but undo a fill in a specific area. You're bored? I'm sorry. I'm hyper focused on coloring. I need someone to give me something to yap about, to be honest. So much for the mind sweeping, it's over. What's the worst anime I've seen and why? Ooh, I think Centaur's Life fucking sucks. Like maybe that's a recency bias thing, but Centaur's Life is such a nothing burger of an anime. Like I watched the whole thing. I barely know what the character traits of the main characters are. And we barely spend any time with him. Like we jump around to other stuff. It doesn't know whether it wants to be a political thriller or if it wants to be a slice of life. And the world building is bullshit, and there's a random episode that's like meant to take place in this like fantasy modern worlds version of Nazi Germany where like it follows a guy in a concentration camp, and then just comes out of nowhere. This is like a silly little anime about like monster girls going to school. Like I don't know where that came from. It's and like the worst part is it's boring. Like the whole anime is boring. Like nothing happens in it. I feel like my eyes glaze over. I've heard that the manga handles the tone jumping a bit better, but I don't know. It's just like, it's such a nothing burger to me. It's super wild. Because, like, if we're talking about worst animes, like, it's gonna be stuff that doesn't make me feel anything. And in Centaur's Life doesn't make me feel shit. It's just, like, it's so, like, nothing. It's such a nothing burger. If we want to talk about really, really bad animes, the Umi Neko anime is awful. It's so awful that I couldn't even... I've never made it through the entire thing because I just can't do it. I even tried doing it with Jelly. The whole reason Jelly and I started reading Higurashi is because we were trying to watch the Umi Neko anime, and we made it to like episode 5 or 6, and we started like going off on a tangent. We stopped watching to ramble about the actual Umi Neko and how excellent of a character the culprit is, and going on and on about it, and we talked for like 3 hours. And then at the end of it, I was like, this anime fucking sucks. Do you want to just read Higurashi instead? And Jelly was like, yeah. I love talking about the waste potential in a piece of media. That's why I was a Dream SMP fan. That's so based. So, worst anime opening? Centaur's Life. Centaur's Life has the worst anime opening. It's nothing, to the point where, like, I sometimes forget it. I watched that anime, like, opening the full way through every time, and I forgot it every time. Dream SMP is wasted potential, and that's why the Life series is the best Minecraft SMP, baby. Life series is ethos, so it's alright, true. Heard Vampires SMP is pretty good in terms of multi-perspective narrative storytelling. I need to check that out. Scott's in it. It became a thing where every few months Leah would spend an hour talking about Dream SMP, where the entire conversation just boiled down to it could have been so good. That's so real. Technoblade? Yeah, that fucking sucked. Me too, man. I remember around when he died, some kid came to me at the Orange County Fair. I do henna there, and asked me for like a Technoblade Never Dies henna, where like I did like the crown and the pig, and I wrote Technoblade Never Dies on it, and I was like, that was a moment.
Can you see the sun is shining on me? It makes me feel so free, so alive.
Oh, you've reached New Year's! Happy New Year! I got one more hour before I join you.
Makes me feel so high. The bad times pass me by. 'Cause today it's gonna be a brighter day.
Can you feel the sunshine?
That will brighten up your day. Don't you feel the sunshine? You just need to run away. Reach out for the sunshine. Forget about the rain. Just think about the good times, and they will come back again. When the sun goes down, I feel like I am waiting for another day when the clouds
Aerospace, a special kind of agony when a piece of media wastes a ton of potential, does one thing better than anything else you've ever seen, not necessarily in terms of objective quality, just in terms of catering to state. That's how I feel about the disappearance of Yuki Nagato anime. Or the disappearance of Yuki Yuki Nagato-chan. Jesus Christ, I can't talk. Because it is a terrible anime, but there is one arc in it that is ridiculously good for no fucking reason, and then it just goes back to being terrible. Go. Man, Sonic Unleashed has such a good soundtrack. I mean, they switch versions every season, May. Season 8, Moonbig? Yeah, Moonbig was good. I loved Moonbig. I'll also never not be a fan of any season with Grumbot in it. First one you ever watched? Aw, nice. First one I watched was the first one Brian joined in, I believe. Alright, if you've seen the Life series, what's your favorite season? The one where Pearl won? That's Double Life. Double Life was really, really good. Third Life was unreasonably cinematic. First, out of nowhere, that was like crazy. Double Life with peak. Yeah, I love Double Life. I love Third Life. I think those are probably the best overall. I agree. I'm also quite partial to Secret Life. I liked the gimmicks, to be honest. Double Life was so good, I based an entire D&D character and all of his NPCs off of Double Life. Desert Dew with Third Life change your brain chemistry, I fear? I get it. I understand. The Etho ladders was really good. I'm not muted, I was just quiet. No, the ladder kill was what was it? It wasn't Secret Life, it was after Secret Life. It was the one with the square hole. Which season had the square hole in it again? It's a newer one. Past Life. Past Life, yes. like that it's doing that. How are you doing that? There we go. That's so interesting, actually. Hang on. The layers that I'm on, remember what I color picked on those layers. So when I go back to another layer, my color pick library is different. That's so interesting. I just noticed that. TV Paint. Yeah, TV Paint is starting to become industry standard. It is a French animation tool. And it is a one-time purchase, baby! No subscriptions. You just buy it and you have it forever. Coloring takes a bit of getting used to, but also that's true of every animation program. Coloring in animation programs is strange. Look into my eyes.
New perspective gain from all the pain and stress. And when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before. So
Perfect.
don't be
Looking at these. Look into my eyes. Everything you love from me, remember. We're on the Persona grind right now. Stampede for the third time. I've never seen it. Also, Red Film. What are they about? So much Persona, yeah. It's takeover time, baby. Have we Persona yet? Not like too deeply. I'm not sure what to talk about with Persona. I mean, I've talked about like the games that I like and how Persona 3 is my favorite. Due to spoilers, their peak. I see. They're One Piece moments. I understand. Well, you just gotta recruit more people in order to get more One Piece chapters coming out, don't ya? I have 8 to read. Fuck, sorry. I was thinking about I was thinking someone was close. No, we're at 7. We're at 7? It's 7. Their time zone doesn't give them much time to? Well, like, the thing is, Phantom, I stream whenever the fuck I want. Like, I'm not always streaming late. Remember that one time I started streaming super early in the morning? Ah. You started and ended a 6-hour stream since I was last year? Listen. I'm locked in, okay? This is the LARP experience. My average stream length is like 8 hours, I think. Lumpy ass. There you go. It doesn't need to look perfect close up because it's gonna be a tiny little GIF. I have to do my internal colored lines or I die, I'm sorry. It's like when Lurf gets into anime because of Lurf bait. We're not bringing Lurf bait into stream. People don't need to know about Lurf bait. Ah, it's happened. It's over. The masses are being educated. I'll never be safe. Makima isn't Lurf bait, actually. Makima doesn't fit into the aesthetic. Like, if you showed me a picture of Makima before I knew who she was, it would not bait me into watching the anime. Makima, yeah, Makima's something else entirely. Not the simping emoticon. It's over. Why'd I give that to people? I was on something else yesterday. Poison Me is Lurf bait, yeah. He's light Lurf bait, but he counts as Lurf bait. Yeah, Koizumi is diet Lurf bait. I think, like, if we're getting into proper Lurf bait, we need to, like, tackle the cores of the kind of characters that I'm into. Let's see. I think the thing is, and I hate to say it, but in order to be like true Lurf bait, they gotta be blonde, unfortunately. I'd say like 80% of Lurf bait is a blonde bastard. Blonde bastards are Lurf bait. Like Simon Laurent from Infinity Train, that's Lurf bait. Chad Dixon. Get out of here! Gilgamesh from Fate? I've never seen Fate. And I'm scared now. They have to have a specific quality to them, though. Let me look up Gilgamesh from Fate, and I'll confirm whether or not it's Lurf bait. Gilgamesh Fate. Like, I need to, like, look at him. I think it's potential Lurf bait. I'm not immediately baited to go watch Fate right now, but I can see the vision. I guess it's depending on the art for me. I need to be attracted to them. Does Beatrice count as Lurf bait? I would say vaguely. Vaguely. I would say it's like maybe like a I think it's diet Lurf bait like Koizumi. It depends on what sprite you're showing me. If it's like her like innocent sprite, no. If it's her evil cackle sprite, yes. Caster Gilgamesh. Let me see. Caster. I think it's about the same. The shirtlessness doesn't really change much for me with Gilgamesh. I like him better with the Sonic the Hedgehog hair, like going wish back instead of the down hair, I think. But also, again, it depends on the drawing. I don't know. Maybe I just don't see good Gilgamesh art and it's not baiting me right. Edward Elric. Let me see. Possibly. I can see this being lurf bait, yeah. I see the vision. I see the lurf bait vision. Now let it be clear, lurf bait does not always have to be a bastard, but it helps. The bastard the bastard classification will usually guarantee a lurf bait when it was otherwise questionable, but not always. Blonde woman with daddy issues, we call that awooga. Yeah! Listen, if you want to know what lurf bait is, all you have to do is give me a character, and if I confirm it's lurf bait, it's lurf bait. If I confirm it's not lurf bait, it's not lurf bait. I love to get food and manage to exactly miss the defining of what constitutes lurf bait, so now I'm trying to reverse engineer the character. No one tell Phantom. Phantom has to figure it out. Listen, you can narrow down the definition of lurf bait by suggesting characters. Simon Laurent Infinity Train is lurf bait, yes. Is lurf bait gender specific? Not always, but like most of the time, yes. Like, there are feminine characters that are lurf bait. I just find them to be more rare than regular. Junko Anashima is low-key lurf bait. Yeah, I'll agree to that. I think Komaeda is higher tier lurf bait, but Junko is definitely there. Junko can be lurf bait. Junko, I'll count Junko as lurf bait. Yeah, Nagito Komaeda is lurf bait, but he was such lurf bait that I wanted to deny it when I met him. I didn't want him to be lurf bait. I was like, no, I won't like Komaeda. I refuse to enjoy him. And then I really enjoyed him. You do need to rewatch Infinity Train. Infinity Train's really good. Quetzalcoatl, let me see. The HP Lovecraft? The creature? The dragon? We should have gotten book 5. I wanted Amelia on the train so bad. Babe, what do you mean you've never heard that I'm into Simon Laurent? I'm into Simon Laurent! I'm sorry! I drew him hot once and it was over. Flavor Gavin from Ace Attorney? I've never gone through more than a small amount of Ace Attorney. You have to put me down, what the fuck? I will say, we're like being attracted to the character is not a guarantee for lurf bait. It just like it just ends up happening because I tend to be like attracted to characters in those tropes, but not necessarily always. Gavin, he looks like he could be lurf bait, especially young Gavin with his short hair. I like the short hair look very much on him. Listen, he can be scruffy. I don't mind. Look up Kristoff from Ace Attorney. Okay. Kristoff is a little more lurf bait, I would think. I would say Kristoff is more lurf bait than the other one. Does this answer your questions? Luca Temi? I'm looking up so many characters right now. Okay. Let's see here. Luke Atemi. Luke is not lurf bait. He looks like knockoff. He looks like knockoff human Bill Cipher. Fujiwara Haruhi? Yes, Fujiwara is lurf bait. Fujiwara is more lurf bait than Koizumi is, technically, by definition. Yeah, Koizumi, I don't know, the blonde helps. No, by definition, right? Listen, there's a science to this. Jelly figured it out really fast within knowing me. They sent me a Fire Emblem character and started talking about him, and then I started thinking about getting into Fire Emblem, but I can't get into Fire Emblem because... I don't know. I saw gacha and I got scared. I know the main Fire Emblem games don't have gacha, but that scared me, so I ran. Was it Dimitri? Henry. Yeah, it was Henry. I think. Hang on. Who was it? Yeah. Yeah, it was Henry. Ew, he's voiced by Bryce Papenbrook. Of course he is. Of course he is. So many of my characters that I like are voiced by Bryce Papenbrook. It's awful. What do you mean, my god? What? What does Dimitri look like? No, Dimitri's not Lurf. Well, not really, no. Dimitri's not Lurf Fate. Henry's Lurf Fate. You don't get to define Lurf Fate. I literally just looked like Dimitri. He's Aqua Hoshino core? Well, maybe that will change if I watch him, but like just looking at him, he's not Lurf Fate. Aqua Hoshino is Lurf Fate, though. I'm thinking character-wise, appearance is a big part of Lurf Fate. I can't lie to you, May. I'm sorry. Appearance is literally like 80% of Lurf Fate. Henry entirely threw off what I thought Lurf Fate was. Okay, I'll say character is a big part of Lurf Fate, but it has to be accompanied by an appearance that has already drawn me in. Does that make sense? Gin Ichimaru? No, he looks too mean. I don't like him. He gives me bad vibes, but not in a good way. Still thinking Jelly saying Roger Rabbit was Lurf Fate? Yeah, it was her. It was her. Henry, but not Gin? What the fuck is this scale? It's a vibes based. I don't know. It's vibes based. I guess more examples. Shion from number 6 is Lurf Fate. That's Lurf Fate. What else is Lurf Fate? I'm trying to think of more Lurf Fate-y characters. Armin is Lurf Fate. Yeah, Armin from Attack on Titan. He's Lurf Fate. Renmin from Noja. Okay. Renmin, Noja. This boy is Lurf Fate. This is Lurf Fate. Absolutely. Instant Lurf Fate. That's Lurf Fate. Ranmaru? I don't know. Maybe. I see the potential. I've never played Your Turn to Die. Maybe I can add it to the stream list. I don't know. I'm intrigued by him. He looks like he could be Lurf Fate, but I'm not instantly drawn in. Have I seen Sai from Sekimeya? What about the emotional support Sai? I've seen Sai. I think Sai could be Lurf Fate. Yeah, Sai kind of looks like Lurf Fate. Seems like this is just light-haired pretty boys with a sinister vibe. Perhaps people compared him to Kamaida? Oh no. Jin is too good for Lurf anyway? What the hell? I feel like I get the vibe of Lurf bait, but it's too hard to word it. Yeah. Because I will say this. There have been some black-haired characters that I would consider Lurf bait. So it's not always light-haired characters. It's just like the vast majority of times light-haired characters fit into the vibe and tropes of what makes Lurf bait real. Frank Frankly? I don't know if Frank Frankly is Lurf bait. I think Wally is Lurf bait, though. Wally Lurf bait is true, yes. Benny Maru from Fire Force. He looks really pathetic. I think his neck is too strong to be Lurf bait. Does that make sense? He does not get the Lurf bait passed. It was the exact opposite of what I felt Lurf bait would be. I will say it's not exact opposite. I like his sopping wet vibes. I think being sopping wet is a big part of being Lurf bait. In some cases. Maybe like the Doctor from Monster? I like the Doctor from Monster, but he's not Lurf bait. The main the Lurf bait of Monster is Johan. Johan is my Lurf bait. But Dr. Kenzo is hot. I'm into Dr. Kenzo. But he's not what baited me into watching the show. Pathetic blonde demand to find examples. Lurf bait mustn't be too muscular. I swear there's been at least one muscular Lurf bait in the past, but I can't recall who he is. Sanji from One Piece? If I remember what Sanji looks like, I think he's Lurf bait. Yeah, hang on. I googled Sanji Lurf bait instead of Sanji One Piece. Well, hang on a second. I don't like his goatee. I don't like what's going on with his beard. Like, when it's just the little lines, it's okay, but when it's like the full thing, I don't like it. His beard is dumb and stupid. I agree. I don't like his beard. I think if he didn't have the beard, he might be Lurf bait. But the beard ruined it. I wonder if there is a One Piece character that's Lurf bait. I guess we'll find out. Because what typically constitutes Lurf bait is like a hunch within my soul that when I see them, I know I'm going to be mentally ill about them. Like, for example, Lurf bait in Mawadu Penguin Drum wasn't the blonde guy. Like, not the blonde guy, the pink-haired guy. It was the blue-haired main character. He was Lurf bait. I instantly saw him, and I was like, I know he's gonna be my favorite, and he was. So blue hair is also on the table. Ooh. The definition expands. He's major spoilers? Oh. I won't look him up for fear of spoilers, don't you worry. But, just saying there's a blonde from One Piece, but he's major spoiler, so I will hold my tongue, instantly triggered the Lurf bait flag. So I feel like that could be it. Sometimes I don't even have to see the character. I just have to know they exist. Now I'll have to see when I witness the character if I will confirm Lurf bait or not. But who knows? It could be possible. You completely lost the plot? Lurf bait is just a feeling in my heart. And some people have learned how to read that feeling and use it in order to bait me into watching a show or reading a manga or something like that. That's just how it works. Am I my own Lurf bait? No. My avatar is not Lurf bait. Lurf is just a feeling. Lurf bait's a feeling of when you get to know me well enough to know what kind of character will make my brain tingle. It'd be the opposite of Lurf bait. That's it's funny. Well, thank God. I don't want stream to have too much power in order to bait me into things, because then the whole point of, like, having you spend channel points to suggest things is going out the window. Because you'll just be able to use Lurf bait to get me into something. Since, Shunsui from Bleach. Shunsui. Okay, not typically, but I saw a panel where he said, "I'm Captain Sensui of 8th Company, and is pleased to meet you." And there's a heart next to it, and there's like, he's like wearing pink, and there's like blossoms around him, and that made me curious. But I don't know. I'd say like a maybe, but like I'm not really sure. I don't feel too strongly about it. Yeah, that's Maybait. I guess another example of Lurf bait that is atypical is Tojiro from Kikonia. Tojiro Kikonia is Lurf bait. Junko Enoshima and Emma Rockford are Maybait. And Nezumi for number 6, yeah. Both, Sisyphus, both. Both design and character play a core role in it, and the more I'm able to pick up the character from the design, the better. Here's the thing, society. It's not one specific character archetype. It is all of the Lurf archetypes. There just so happens to be one really strong one, but any archetype that I enjoy counts as Lurf bait. I don't know what to call you. 6 a.m. society. Me talking directly to society about Lurf bait. There are multiple character tropes that attract me to a series. Lurf bait constitutes all of them. For example, Lying Bastard is definitely one of them. I like smiley characters. I like soft boys who are probably not as soft as they seem to be. I like absolutely deranged, apathetic killers who like just like do like the most heinous things in the most serene way possible. I like various tropes. Sometimes all of the above. I like pathetic little meow meows. I don't know, he doesn't have the vibes. Oh, he doesn't have the vibes. I don't know what to tell you. I think Lurf bait is something you pick up upon engaging with media with me. Like it is a skill that you will be able to grow with time. Oh, I love characters with big egos. That reminds me. I like egotistical characters. Dio Brando. I mean, here's the thing. I think I would really like Dio if I engage with JoJo at all. Like, I think Dio would be really, really up there. The thing is, looking at Dio doesn't make me go, I really need to check out this series right now. Though there is some really fine art of Dio. I don't know. Honestly, I think it's just the JoJo art style that throws me off of Dio, because I see fan art of Dio and I'm like, oh yeah, that's Lurf bait. But then I like look at like canon Dio and I'm like, I don't know about you. Does that make sense? Is Kira Yoshikage Flurfait? Okay, let me see. Has it evolved a lot over time? Whichever ones show up when you Google Dio. No, he's not. I don't like his eyes. Dio Part 6, okay. Maybe. Part 6 Dio, maybe. I don't know. I'm still feeling the same way. Okay, now Dio Part 7? Let's see. There are some drawings here of Part 7 Dio that interest me. I still don't know. What is wrong with his boots? Hello? No, the boots ruined it. I don't know. I don't like this fit that he has going on. But like, I don't know, some of it's pretty alright. I don't know. Diego Brando? Hang on. Oh, that's just Part 7 Dio, it seems. Okay, okay. Yeah. I'd say that Diego is closer to Lurfbait. But I think that's just because I like feminine men. Maria from Mariaholic is Lurfbait. Too vibes based for your autistic ass, I understand. I do love a feminine guy. I'd be into JoJo Part 7 and onward? Maybe. I'm not willing to like put such a hard stance on it. Astolfo Fate. Stolfo? She's cute. She looks like I'd really like her, but she's not baiting me. Oh wait, I don't know. I really like her. I really like her. She's like really close. I think she's close to Lurfbait. Is Morgan Lurfbait? Eh, kinda. I give like an eh. That's the full guy. Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot that was a guy. Oh my god. Wait, hang on. No, that's Lurfbait. That changed everything instantly. That instant switch changes things significantly. Yeah, I love a feminine guy. See, you'll know I was vibing with him before I processed that was a man. So the design on its own was working, and then you just told me one extra detail, and I was like, yes. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, here's the thing, Phantom. Are you attracted to masculine women then? Because if not, perhaps masc women and feminine men enter like an androgyny zone. Oh shit! It's a Happy New Year! It is officially January 1st. That's crazy. Happy 2026, everyone. You don't like short hair much regardless of gender? Ooh, okay. I see. Man, I said Happy New Year and the light above me suddenly got brighter. It was kind of scary, to be honest. Yippee! Bum bum ba da da da. Jack Atlas, 5DS. I don't know if Jack is lurk bait. But where is he? I will say though, Chaz Princeton of Yu-Gi-Oh fame is lurk bait. Chaz Princeton is lurk bait for sure. Chaz should be everyone bait, true. Oh, scary. It slowed it down because I need to look up characters. You know what? If we still want to talk about lurk bait, what I'm gonna do is hang on. I'm doing something very important. I have created a channel within the Discord called Lurk Bait Query. And if you want to know if something is lurf bait, I will have this open on the side, and you can just send something in there, and I'll say yes or no. You found phantom bait? Let's go. Okay. Alright. Now if you have a lurf bait query, go in the Discord, put the name of the character and a picture of the character, and I will answer. And that way I can still draw while helping fuel understanding of what is going on here in my brain. No and no. Maybe. Eh? I can't be true. I can't be sure. Bridget Guilty Gear? All I know about Bridget Guilty Gear is she is trans, and I appreciate that. First character in the channel? Yeah. I know. Just Bridget isn't lurf bait. Oh? What is it? I'm so curious now. Let me take a closer look. This woman has potential. I'm very curious about her. I give that tentative lurf bait pass. Oh, Emmy, okay. This person. This individual. They have potential. Tentative lurf bait pass. They've made me curious, and that's the best part of lurf bait. That's the start. That's the beginning. If just a look at them gets me curious, you can probably use them to bait me. There's probably an anti-lurf bait in which there are character archetypes lurf not touched with a 10-foot pole. Who knows? I have not encountered one yet, an anti-lurf bait. Ooh, smiley fella. I don't know. He looks too menacing. I'll say maybe not lurf bait. Menacing is a no-go. You have to be menacing in a specific way. Like, I like, Johan from Monster. Johan from Monster, that's lurk bait. Easy. Okay, you know what? The spin helps. The spin helps. I think the spin helped. Closer to lurk bait now. Being silly is a Johan's menacing in a different way. There's menacing in like the deranged like Junkrat Overwatch way, like kind of a crazy kind of menacing, and then there's like complete serene control over yourself menacing. I like that menacing. I like serenity. No, I like, see, the added silliness of this character is making them more lurk bait. Chaos might be lurk bait. That's what I'll say. This bag person is not lurk bait. Trying to think of characters to inquire about by looking at the prints on my walls, but they're mostly women. I feel like lurk bait women territory is too uncharted to make any guesses. That's fair. That's fair. I think, if you want a jumping off point, Lambda Delta is lurk bait. Again, I must reiterate that lurk bait isn't necessarily characters I'm attracted to. There's just happened to be a large portion of them that I am attracted to. It's not a requirement. I don't know. I feel like I need to know a little bit more about this character before I can quantify them as lurk bait or not, but just at a glance, I'd say, maybe. Probably not. Bless me. Shit. Maybe. I don't know about that one. No, that's not lurk bait. The second I opened up image posting, you locked in, huh? Fodder of guilty feel bad for characters, so I'm slowly gonna get through all of them. Understood. Complete shot in the dark? Who is this? Wait, who is this? I need more information. Who's this Justice girly? The Scales? One of your OCs? Okay. Well, I'm curious. And instant curiosity is part of lurk bait. I feel like Lurfbait starts with a wait, who is this? Like, what's their deal? And then if their deal, if the follow-up question lines up with my interest, then they're Lurfbait. So like she's like past step 1 of Lurfbait. Does this make sense? Are we is this helping? I'm also curious about this character. Potential Lurfbait. But I don't feel so strongly. I like my women cute, and I like my women fucked up. Preferably at the same time. No, your manslayer is not Lurfbait. He might be Maybait? Perhaps. The drool emoji is crazy, actually. Somnium-chan is absolutely Lurfbait. Yes. Somnium-chan is big Lurfbait. Jelly cooked insanely hard, yeah. Not Lurfbait, but Awuga? Like, I'm attracted to this woman, but I'm not being baited by her, but like, holy shit. Ooh, sheesh, god damn, alright. Damn. I'm so close to getting this emote done. We're sending hot characters? Yeah. Lurfbait doesn't have to be hot, you guys. Here's one that's gonna, like, throw a wrench in all of your plans. Yukiteru from Radai Nikki is Lurfbait. Akise is more Lurfbait, but Yukiteru is also Lurfbait. They're both Lurfbait. Akise and Yukiteru. Yeah, Yuki. Yuki's Lurfbait. I like him pathetic. I just got a DM asking if SpongeBob is lurf bait. SpongeBob is not lurf bait. I felt like I needed to answer that question publicly. But it is a good question. Mr. Krabs is not lurf bait. However, Squilliam Fancy Sun is maybe lurf bait. Not Squidward, Squilliam. Not Plankton, no. Squilliam Fancy Sun has lurf bait energy to me. The fuck are we on about? We're talking about lurf bait. I'm just answering the questions that have been asked of me. Jean from the Emoji Movie is not lurf bait. There's no one in the Emoji Movie that is lurf bait. That man you just said in the Discord is lurf bait. That's lurf bait, alright. Wait, Phil's a Minecraft? Fuck! You can't send me a Minecraft person? Her name is Lucy Lovelace? Ayo? Yeah, I need to play all 6 mainline Ace Attorney games for context? What the fuck? Fuck! Shit! He's from Bleach? Okay. Philza uses him as a skin. I see. Okay, understood. It's like how Etho uses Naruto character. I understand. Is Kakashi lurf bait? I don't... Send a picture in the Discord. I can't be looking people up. I have an emoji to finish. I gave you one piece of Lucy Lovelace information? I would love it. Oh, Kakashi? Kakashi might be lurf bait. I see it. Hey, yo! Wait. I think Lucy's lurf bait. That piece of information cemented lurf bait. Old people? There are definitely old characters that are lurf bait, but that is not one of them. I was gonna say something, but I feel like if I say it, I'm gonna regret it deeply, and I'm scared to say it. Uh, George Ushiramiya is lurf bait. You knew it was coming, May? Yeah, that's an insane thing for me to say. I know. Everyone knows I like George. That's like my main thing on the podcast is like I'm the guy who likes George. Despite it all. Now let it be known, I like him because I hate him. But like let's be clear. I like him because he sucks and he's terrible and I want him dead. And that is also a trait of Lurf Bait. If I want them dead, they might be Lurf Bait. Erica Fruito's Lurf Bait. Those two Ace Attorney characters, the first one might be Lurf Bait, the second one isn't Lurf Bait. I don't like his beard. And yet Simon Laurent. So Simon Laurent's different. I don't know what to tell you. What's this gif? I can't tell if that upside down person is Lurf Bait. It says, dude, Simon's Lurf Bait. I don't know what to tell you. Simon's Lurf Bait. Yeah, that guy's Lurf Bait, Sisyphus. That guy's definitely Lurf Bait. What's that from? Promare? That's kind of Lurf Bait. I can't lie. Leo? Regardless of gender, that's Lurf Bait. Oh, scary. You're not gonna go around recommending Bleach to people? Why not? Like, you know who you're talking to, right? You can recommend me anything. Two Bleach characters that are Lurf Bait, and yet I would still not recommend Bleach. It swings back and forth in quality so hard. Okay. And? Do you know who you're talking to? I literally love Higurashi. It's genuinely miserable at times. I literally love Higurashi. That guy feels more like Maybait, but honestly, he's giving a little bit Lurf Bait, but he's a little more Sebastian coded, I think. I don't know, Bleach sounds like my cup of tea. You keep saying things about it, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds like something. Maybe it's a different character? Trust? Interesting. How much do hype moments in Aura work for you? I used to like Sonic Frontiers. So I'd say quite a bit. Hype moments in Aura can trick me into thinking something is good. Alright, fuck it, Rebleach. Santa Claus from Sonda is not Lurf Bait. Sonic Frontiers isn't that bad. I take a lot of issues with it. I used to really love it, and I glazed it a lot when I first played it, but in hindsight, upon revisiting it, I don't like it. It's not that bad. I think the gameplay is great. I love moving around in it. I don't really like cyberspace, but the open world is fun, but the writing in Sonic Frontiers sucks, and I don't like it at all. This vampire woman, I like her. Or is this a man? I can't tell. Whoever it is, I like them. Vampire guy, I quite like him. Thank you, Lur, for having the exact kind of media opinions that make it possible to recommend Bleach. Of course, anytime. The writing is bizarre, but the game itself is good. Yeah, I think the boss battles are all hype and zero substance, really. But again, I like moving around as Sonic, and moving around as Sonic is fun, and that's really all I can ask for in a Sonic game. I just don't like Ian Flynn's writing, and I think that it could be better. I don't want Sonic Frontiers to be exactly what Sonic games are from now on. I want Sonic Frontiers to be built off of in interesting ways. And Shadow Generations looks like it's going to be trying to build off the Frontier system, so we'll see. I hope they do it well. Which one of these is meant to be Lurf bait? The guy in the background or the woman? Leah, stop posting Leah's bait that you know isn't Lurf bait. Listen, I entertain all Lurf bait queries. Your submission above Leah's? I did not. I give that a tentative maybe. I feel like I need to know who that is before I can say Lurf bait or not. What's the vibe? Again, vibe plus design is a big part of it. It's not just appearance. Appearance just plays a very, very big role. Decim from... I don't think Decim is Lurf bait. I wrote him, but he's not Lurf bait. There's someone else in that show that's Lurf bait, though. I forget who it is. So he's a character about outright to be cringe and massive loser, but his hype moments in aura. Possible Lurf bait. Is that Phoenix Wright? Phoenix Wright isn't Lurf bait. Edgeworth is Lurf bait. No, Edgeworth is Lurf bait. That woman is not Lurf bait. That guy, maybe. I can see maybe. I would need to know more about him. He's showing off outfits. Not even Lurf Bait, I just had to talk about Angel Star. You can post non-Lurf Bait queries outside of the Lurf Bait query chat. That Soul Eater character is not Lurf Bait. Chrono Soul Eater? No. I haven't seen Soul Eater. The only bits of Soul Eater I've seen are the episodes with Excalibur in them. Death the Kid is Lurf Bait, though. I'm surprised you didn't jump on that. I felt like that one was obvious. Yeah, Death the Kid's obviously Lurf Bait. Your brain was locked in on sopping what? Is Death the Kid not a little sopping what? Yeah, cringe loser. I love cringe losers. Come on. They're different to you? They are different. I understand that. Yeah, stopping when people are not cringe, they're sad and nippy. I understand, yeah. I like cringe characters as much as I like sopping wet characters. Does that work? Silly girls? I love a silly girl. Hold on, I need to read that dialogue. That dialogue could determine Lurf Bait or not. No, I was run over? That's Lurf Bait. Rena from Higurashi is Lurf Bait. Does that help? Rena from Higurashi? Satoshi from Higurashi is also Lurf Bait? Just look at them. Just look at them. Clanad Fuko? Maybe. I can't tell. From the design alone, no. You need to start putting names. I said name, put a name and an image, and you didn't do that. You fools. How am I gonna like address, like how are the VOD watchers going to know what I'm talking about? How are people not in the Discord gonna know what I'm talking about? I guess people need to join the Discord. VOD watchers are not my problem. Fair. Mean to my VOD watchers? All two of them? I mean, even if I was in the Discord, I have no idea what you're talking about. Fair enough. This blonde man, who I don't know the name of, because someone has not gifted the name, yes, that's Lurf Bait. Have I seen Dude Meshi? No, I have not. You just searched a blonde anime man on Discord? Well, blonde anime man is Lurf bait, I suppose. Dungeon Meshi girl? Marcel? Yeah, Marcel? Yeah, I think she might be... She might be Lurf bait. Your take is... I don't know, the instant... My instant reaction is a no. You have one for Dungeon Meshi? Let me see. What is the criteria? Just blonde? What about Fred Scooby-Doo? The criteria is... The criteria is not just blonde. Fred Scooby-Doo is Lurf bait, though. Fred Scooby-Doo's Lurf bait, yeah. I like a himbo. Oh, that woman right there, that's Lurf bait. That's Lurf bait. Whoever that is, that's Lurf bait. He's a dude? Even more so. No, either way, it's Lurf bait. Oh my god. I need to read Dungeon. Holy shit. Who is this? Wait, tell me about them. Hang on. Who is this? Myth Run? No, this is the most intense Lurf bait hit there's been all night, I think. Can't talk much about him due to spoilers? Fuck! He's Lurf bait! What the fuck? He's Lurf bait! That's real big Lurf bait. It's so over, actually. I have, like, real motivation to check out Dungeon Meshi now. Dungeon Meshi comes in with the steel chair. Listen, it's like, it's the soft features and the sleep-deprived aura. I'm like really into this character design, actually. I'm sorry it's over, actually. I think the Lurf bait battle has been decided. We found Lurf bait. The Meshi is good regardless, you should read it. Yeah, I've been meaning to. It's just I haven't, like, gotten around to it. Nothing's very strongly motivated me, but like everyone's like, oh, you should check out Dungeon Meshi. You'd really like Dungeon Meshi, so I know. First real hit, yeah. This is the hardest one, hardest any one of them has hit so far. When am I doing the reading One Piece? Probably later this month. I imagine it is going to be after I get back home from my travels. Because I still need to make the assets for reading One Piece. I mean, hey, the longer it takes, the more the chapters pile up, and the longer the One Piece reading stream will be. Think about it like that. Lolly Driftveil? Lolly, why did I say lolly? Lo-fi. Fuck. I can't read. I can't speak. My mouth. My mouth betrays me. Yeah, I've had Lo-fi Driftveil City on here. I forgot about that. I could be dying. Maybe constitutes hot problematic women, and Sebastian Black Butler. just Sebastian Black Butler. I know there are other masculine like characters that constitute maybe, but for some reason Sebastian Black Butler is the first one that came to mind. Does Sonic the Hedgehog count as Maybait? Am I wrong, May? Eight-year-old Maybait? I knew it. No, that was Blaze. Sonic is just regular Maybait. I knew it! I knew it! Sung Wukong. Sung Wukong characters are Maybait. If a character has anything similar with Sung Wukong, it's Maybait. Should I play that one Sung Wukong game on stream? I was thinking about it. I have it in my library due to a friend, but I've heard, like, bad things about it, so I don't know if I should. May could read Bleach. May and I have a similar amount of love in our heart. Who is Khan? Khan is anime bullshit? Okay. Does being a small streamer, does small streamer helping kind of being distracted? Maybe? I don't know. I'm good at multitasking. You can be productive, yeah. What did you forget, May? Is he the personification of anime bullshit like Irie is, or in a different way? A One Piece book club is crazy. Speaking of, I have to make an announcement for Haruhi Book Club in a week. May, could you make the Haruhi Book Club announcement so we can get back on it? That we're gonna continue Psy next week. If we literally, we always do it every, like, the same day. We just canceled because of the holidays. So we gotta pick it back up. We're just reading the chapter of Psy that we didn't get to discuss 2 weeks ago. Mineta from My Hero Academia is that the grape guy? I see. I can take that. Just Jelly? Oh, is this the chat where we kill Lurf in real life by sending fictional characters he would definitely be normal about? No, you're hang on. Fuck, I need to finish tracing this. Hang on. No. Wrong interpretation? It is educational. It's an educational channel where people send in their queries of whether a character is Lurfate and I answer. Okay, for example, I wouldn't send Henry Fire Emblem Awakening in here because I've already confirmed the kill shot. Yeah, Jelly's got it. Jelly's got it. Stream's going good. Welcome in, Colton. I am almost done with my dancing emotes. And we're talking about what constitutes lurf bait in a character. Lurf bait being a character that will probably bait me into checking out a series based on their existence alone. Okay. I think this is done. Let's see how it plays. Yeah. I need to fix a little bit of the green on the pants. And I need to fix a little bit of the shirt on one of the sides. So actually, nothing needs to be here. That's fine, perfect. They're dissecting lurf bait in the thing. Hang on. You know she's lurf bait from private research, talking about Sonya Cham and always having my daughters brought up by others. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I need to say that I'm gonna go through the lurf bait channel later. And I'm gonna respond yes, no, maybe to everything in there, so we all know. And there's no question about it. Go get some food. I might do an all caps yes for Mithran, yes. Somnian Chan is such lift bait. It's actually crazy. My fucking simp emote. Evil. Evil. Why'd I make that? Mean to me. Mean to the streamer for what? I gave you a perfectly easy way to be mean to me and you take advantage of it? Mean to you because you like it. Fuck off. Fuck off. Leave me alone. Victim blaming. There's something happening around here where it pops out again. Is that what's weird? It's looking good to me. Alright, let's save that project. And then... let's export this shit. Let's see here. Ba-ba-ba. Where are my emojis again? Let's see here. Where did I save it, actually? Hang on. It's in here. Okay. Hang on, I gotta crop this properly. Must be square shaped. Okay. Maybe more like this. Okay. Needs to be good square shape. Kinda center it. Let's make sure that it stays within. Yeah, that should stay within the square. Alright. Let's crop that. Oh, the crop fucked up the pants coloring, it looks like. That's okay, I can fix that. And then I also noticed that it messed up one of the ears. There we go. Okay. Export. GIF. Alright, uploading that. And time to add it to the Discord as well. Alright. Blurf Dance is now active and live in the Discord and pending approval on Twitch. You'll love to see it. Yippee! That took quite some time. Nine down, 3 to go for the hours. Yeah, shit. I mean, this. I completed a full emoji. Is this not a perfect time to end stream? Every time you guys start getting hyped about the 12-hour stream, I'm like, it feels like a good time to wrap up, isn't it? I mean, look at what I just completed. But the momentum? You just woke up, so no? Oh, okay. Do I want to do the noted emote? How many frames are this? 17 frames? I guess I can do 17 frames. Double Jumper should be waking back up within the hour too. You're right. You're right. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna get the taking notes gift uploaded. Wrong place. I don't want it there. Let's see. What are the dimensions of this again? Let me... Okay. Okay. We're gonna be using this as our base to make things a little easier on me. Right, adjusting myself. Okay. So we're gonna have a little base lerp here. Okay. I don't want to like go straight into this trying to draw something. I need I need my sketch. Okay, so we got our little like determined face. And then we have the big old pencil. And then we got this. We got the book. And the book's like that. Okay, there we go. Base of noted emote. It's a free frame hold. And then you start looking down. Moving down a tad. Pencil stays where it is. book stays as is. Hair starts to come down. Art is happening. Art is so cool. Thank you. Listen, I'm just doing my best here. And then by here we're looking down. Something like that. Alright, and then the pencil moves down a little bit now. Okay. Hold that. And then the only thing that happens now is that it looks like the pencil moves. So we're just gonna take this, and I'm gonna grab the pencil, and I'm gonna move it. Awesome. And then the same thing happens here, so I'm just gonna grab the pencil, and I'm gonna move it over here now. Oh, fuck. There we go. Move it like that. Enter to lock it in. And then, there we go. The difference between those? Oh, just like a little bit of a tiny little pencil movement. Understood. Is this a visit artist? In what ways? Videos? I think making videos is an art. No, it needs to be like a wiggle, more like something like that. What's the difference between this? Another wiggle. You see. Of course, eyes also play a role in this, but I'll do that after I do like the pencil stuff. Okay, so pencil stays the same from here on out. Honestly, I'm just gonna like keep that as it is, and I'm gonna start erasing my face. And then I'm gonna move my eyes around a little bit. So first these are moving a little bit over here. And then they're moving a little bit back. Here again, then back. Here again, then back. And then they stay here for a little bit, and then they blink. Then a nice old blink animation. I wouldn't really call sketching hard necessarily. At least, this isn't. I'm just like getting what needs to be put in. Have you heard of Where Winds Meet? No, I haven't. Welcome in, Capchow, first time chat. There's AI stuff in it? If there's AI in it, I don't want to touch it. I do have a Discord. Stream Element should announce it around, like, every now and then, where you can type !Discord to get it whispered to you. Work smarter, not harder, as they say. Though the first frame should probably be the same as the last one. But let's see how this looks. Nice. Good little sketch. Now what I want to do is I want to take this last frame here and make it the same as the first frame here. Alright. Adjusting my seat. I'm liking this. I'm liking this quite a bit. Spamton! Maybe before Chapter 5 of Deltarune comes out, I'll play it. Like, play the rest of Deltarune beforehand, so I have streams of me doing that. Deltarune is the game that this is from. It's by the creator of Undertale, Toby Fox. So what I'm gonna do actually is something like this, where the detail is gonna be hidden beneath the book, but I'm gonna have closed lines there so I don't have to worry about anything causing problems. There we go. Deltarune is still not done. It's being made. It's releasing chapterly over the course of several years. Okay. Why'd I stop what?
what I'll do is, that works. Kirby Fox's music is so good, man. There we go.
When is Chapter 5 releasing? Sometime next year? Probably mid to late next year? But it is confirmed to be next year. Oh, the dance emote works now. Let's go. I'm very happy with it. I'm thinking. Hang on. So, hair from here stays up here, goes down from here. And then my hair here goes up, and then the face goes up. So honestly, I just gotta move the hair. Ace Attorney? This is Black Knife from Deltarune. The previous one, I wasn't paying attention. You gotta type faster, May. That's what you gotta do. Hang on. Yeah, the last one was Ace Attorney. The last one was Ace Attorney. Hello, Glorza. Happy New Year. I hope it's been a good one so far. What did I do? There we go. Now I can fix it. Doing all drawings? See your hope to create more? Hell yeah, I hope you get to. It's hard to find the motivation. But I'm hoping to make more this year as well. This one's coming out way quicker than the last one, given how quick the keyframing is. Like, I didn't have to like feel it out. We just used the reference, so. You're right, my momentum. Maybe my momentum's so good that I'll finish this up before the 12-hour mark? I bet I could. Who wants to bet? I'm willing to wager something that I can finish this before we reach the 12-hour mark on stream. You want to wager all your channel points? To 6.9k. Okay, no. You were just making a 69 joke. I mean, what does chat want? You know what the wager is? I'm not sure yet either. My bet is that I could finish this before the 12-hour mark. If you win, I get 5 subs. If I win, either lower the price of the chapter to redeem or add a couple to the counter. I'm willing to do that. How's this? How's this? For every 30 minutes over the 12-hour mark that I reach, starting with 12, and every 30 minutes after, if I'm like really like deep in on this, I will add a chapter of One Piece. Feel free to use whatever underhanded tactics you want to slow me down. Lurf bait once more. Look over there, it's Magma. Where? Alright, hang on. Let me open up the Lurf bait channel again. Oh shit, Reagan? Reagan's kinda Lurf bait, but not really, but like a little bit. That unbeatable character, maybe. Jelly is, yeah, Jammy isn't Lurf bait. Via is low-key Lurf bait, but not as much as Somnium. Lurf bait channel has gotten out of control, actually. I need a Discord mod. That guy? Your guy? Yeah, I think your guy could be Lurf bait, May. Jelly is goated. Oh. Hang on, wait, Tyler. I bet Lurf here is a favorite number under 2,000 or over 400, but not 657 or 1676. That's very hyper specific. You want to be my Discord mod, Sisyphus? I'll do that later. I'm meant to be focused right now. I made the bet that I would finish before midnight and then immediately, not midnight, sorry, finish before the 12-hour mark. And instantly my body's like, ooh, you want to use the bathroom? So like, fuck me, I guess. I'm supposed to focus. Pee break is not happening. I'm finishing this. I'll go to the bathroom in a bit. Being a Discord mod has a lot more of a negative connotation than that of being a Twitch mod? Well, listen. Not in my server, it doesn't. I'll give you guys a hint. My favorite number is under 10. 7? Yeah. Instantly got it. My best friend in elementary school was someone named 7, but his name was spelled with a Y, and since then, it's been my favorite number. It's not 3 or 4, and you can't fucking... You can't be saying those numbers around me. I'm mentally ill. Yeah, I'm a cute person. Don't diagnose me with Lambda Delta. I don't want to be a Lambda Delta piece. Well, I guess I don't want to... I would rather be a Lambda Delta piece than a burn piece, actually. Never mind. Planet Delta would appreciate my art stream. Not the Rule 34. What do you mean I'm a oh, because of my stupidly tragic life? No, what, you're right. I am a burn piece. I just wish I was a lambda piece. My real name is not Erica. However, all of my names start with an L. Both my my name that I go by in real life and my real name. Technically my dead name, but it's not that dead. Oh, so oh, fuck you, come on, you can't do that. I walked right into that. But my real name isn't Lurf, though I did at one point go by Lurf at school. Some of my professors called me Lurf. It's crazy. You can't go by an online name that isn't your real name? I, Mouse Viewer, would know. Legal name, Mouse Viewer? Battler 324? No way. Would Battler Ushiro Miya be a Zelda fan? I think so. I see the vision. I think George would ask if Link is Zelda, yeah. I don't think George would believe that a woman could have the title of a game, you know? Like, he would think, like, well, obviously the main character has to be Zelda. It's in the name. It's the Legend of Zelda. You can't have the legend of a woman. But he wouldn't say it like that. He would just think it, but he acts like he's a feminist. Samus Metroid is a guy to George? Exactly. Lurf bait misogynist? Listen, you say it, but it's not inaccurate. Is Denji Lurf bait? No. Denji's not Lurf bait. Angel Devil is Lurf bait, I think. Is Power Lurf bait? Not in the typical Lurf bait sense. I really like Power though, and I guess when talking about Power, I always have to bring up that she is inspired by Eric Cartman from South Park, and that makes her Lurf bait to me. Not because Eric Cartman is Lurf bait, but because I just find that fact really funny. Is Kenny Lurf bait? Yes. Fun fact, Kenny from South Park, more specifically his superhero alter ego, Mysterion, was the first ever character I roleplayed on Tumblr. It makes so much sense when you learn she's based off Eric Cartman, yeah. Imagine relating to anime girl Eric Cartman, that's so embarrassing. A little bit. You've gotten better since then? You shower now? I'm proud of you. That's one over Eric Cartman? Yeah, it is. I was too locked in to read chat. Fuck, sorry. Sorry. Nigel Uno did say a swear, yeah. Hey, Lurf, which fictional character do you look at and go, that is really neat? I don't... I'm not sure. What? I have been assigned Nigel Unokin all of my life. Actually, so Nigel Uno is literally me. Nigel Uno is me. I've also been assigned Itsuki Koizumi-kin. So I guess that. But like I don't like personally kin. People just tell me that I am a certain kind of character. And I'm like, okay. There were a number of people who assigned me Simon Laurent kin, and I've never been more offended in my life. Yes, fucking god fucking damn it. Can I do a cartwheel? Yes, I used to take gymnastics. I can also do a flip. I am also supremely flexible, but only front ways, not back ways. I can tuck my feet behind my head. Am I double jointed in my thumbs? Specifically my right thumb. Actually, I think most of my fingers are a little double jointed. No, all of my fingers are double jointed. Just my right thumb is the easiest to control. Finding relatable fictional characters can be hard. I agree. Jelly sending Somnium in Lurfbait chat is peak. Jelly hanging out in my Discord, but not hanging out in stream. This is so sad. Hates me. You know what? You know what? I'm feeling really cocky right now, and I'm gonna raise the stakes. I will add a chapter of One Piece for every 15 minutes past the 12-hour mark. I'm feeling cocky and I'm raising the stakes. If I don't finish this by the 12-hour mark for every 15 extra minutes that I work on it, I'm adding a chapter of One Piece to the chapter pile. Besides, I figure One Piece needs all the help it can get. There's so much of it. And learn character analysis on Makima Chainsaw Man, please? Let me stretch real quick. Thank you, Kim this something? Get a good stretch in. Character analysis. I mean, like, I feel like you gotta give me something specific to jump off of. Also, like, I don't want to spoil Chainsaw Man for people, you know? Talk to us about Nigel and OCD? I already have. What more? Yeah, I have. Unless there's like something specific you want to ask. I brought it up on stream multiple times. I have. May scaring off Jelly, huh? I'm scared. Huh? What? Huh? I never said this. Don't scare off Jelly. Jelly's my good friend. Fuck, you're dragging me into the Discord. Fuck. No, I need to work on this. I'm fucking gonna lose my mind. Get out of here. Fuck! No! Fuck! Fuck! No, I'm leaving. Yes, I'm live! Fuck! No, I'm out of there. I'm out of there. I'm not fucking responding to this. You're not winning the bet. You're not winning the bet. No. No, I'm not gonna be working on this past the 12-hour mark. I'm not going to. No. No, 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 no. You're not doing this to me. You're not doing this to me. That like actively got me. Fuck, I was baited. I got baited so hard just now. You can't just go tell Jelly that they're lurf bait. You can't, that's not allowed. What the hell? No, get the fuck out of here. Fuck! Fuck, you can't just say I'm baited. No, stop. Fuck. Shit. Fuck! Oh my god! What the hell? What the- chat can't be smart? Chat is not allowed to be smart. Any person that reminds them of oh, that's wrong. Tyler, it's fine. All of this is part of the bit. You don't gotta get up in arms about it. If something isn't okay, I'm gonna say it's okay, okay? Like I'll be serious about it. We're being goofy. Great. Joey has a white bag. It's not the same picture. I say, scrolling in the Discord again. Oh my fucking god, I feel. It's not the same. Just because someone has a bag on their head doesn't make them jelly. Hold on. I don't see the Guilty Gear guy anymore, so therefore I can't do it. I did show... Jelly has seen the first episode of Sonda. We're planning on watching the rest of it later. Okay. Back to working. Why the fuck are you sending in good, have a great day, good morning, George in chat in Lurfbait? That's not a query. I already admitted to that shame. Can we have live Nigel reaction back? Okay, yeah. You're welcome. I really want to figure out how to set up what Mouse has, where you can submit channel points to have shit show up on screen, so people could like do channel points to get live Nigel reaction or get chat up, but I don't know how to do that. Maybe I'll ask her. Anything to stop you using channel points on One Piece? Exactly. It's part of the bit. Lurf, which game has the best Elite Four theme and why is it black and white? It's black and white. Because black and white is the best Pokemon game. Oh, by the way, N is Lurfbait. I think that was obvious, but N is Lurfbait. Is Lucamine from Sun and Moon Lurfbait? No, but Gladion is. I can't believe that Jelly has admitted to being George-esque in appearance when I admitted earlier that George is Lurf bait.
This is not allowed. What the hell?
I don't like it here. I'm scared. I'm being bullied.
Just do not bring Simon Laurent into this. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. It's over. It's what the fuck? I got that. What the fuck? Playing matchmaker, make me a match to get Lurk to lose a stream bet is an insane bit.
Fuck, I keep getting distracted by this. I need to close Discord, but that means I can't take Lurk bait queries anymore. And then I desperately need to see how this is playing out. I don't want this to happen behind my back. I need to witness it. This is an evil play. This is like an actually evil play. Yeah, closing Discord is cheating. I agree.
God. God, they're evil.
It is today that I fully comprehend the evil of a Twitch chat.
And yet we didn't make Mouse play Sonic Unleashed.
Fuck, okay. I'm still making excellent progress, though. You can't stop me.
This is retribution.
And Mouse has played Sonic Unleashed. I made Mouse play Sonic Unleashed. I paid $1,000 for Mouse to play Sonic Unleashed. No, she did. She played Sonic Unleashed. Okay, we've got the main part done. Let's get the pencil in now. That new submission is definitely lurk bait. Honestly, I like IDW Sonic. You're lying to me. Him, less lurk bait. That's not lurk bait. Have I seen Free Rin? No. I've seen the first episode, and I wanted to watch more. I just forgot to. The goatee is not lurk bait. I don't like it. It's bad. Okay. That gotcha game Void is definitely lurk bait, yes. Telepathically crash my drawing program? I'll cry. That reminded me to save, thank you. Okay. Blink frames are my favorite. I love the blink. It's very good. You brought up the facial hair with Sanji earlier. Not a fan of it, or it's just those style? It's just those styles specifically. I don't mind some facial hair. There's some lurk bait that has beards and stubble and stuff. I think that just specific like goatee kind of beard style is bad. Itachi is not lurk bait. Now, why is that happening? Did I forget to hit enter each time? Is that it? My bad. Brock from Pokemon is not lurk bait now. Tojiro Matake? I already said Tojiro is Lurf bait. Okay. There we go. Gotta get the book in. Could you find a horse girl that is Lurf bait? Who knows? That horse girl is not Lurf bait. Lurf, what's the highest number of push-ups you can do? 3. Can I take a push-up break? That would cost channel points. Posture check? Thank you. I think that horse girl is kind of Lurf bait. But I can't even do one? Oh, what the fuck? Trying to obviously bait the streamer, it's not working. Yeah, you've already bet 5 gift subs. Alright. No, that's Umi Neko spoilers? DM me. What's my thought on Burger Nod? It's very good. Bunger Nod. It's good, it's good. No, the entire topic will require me to talk about spoilers? Damn it. Have you played any of the Mouse Cord Game Jam games? I haven't, no. Haste Mouse Cord Game Jammers? No, I just haven't played them. They're mostly short. I mean, that could be a fun stream idea at some point. Go through some of the Mouse Cord Game Jams. I could take a Game Jam game break? No, nuh-uh. Nice try. I'm banned from playing Butterfly VN, and I can't see you through the snow. Why? That character is not Lurf bait, I don't think. Banning the VN fan from the VNs is so funny, but it has to be done. They're getting proper Steam releases in the future. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. I'm down for that. We're talking pathetic horse girls. Bernadetta's up there. She's cute, but she's not lurf bait. That Genshin Impact character is lurf bait. Yes. Because I don't want to have lurf bait in Genshin Impact. It scares me. Look at him. Scaramouche, Genshin Impact? Maybe I need a face. Lurf, why do they call it oven when you in the cold food and out of and fuck, I fucked it up. Why do they call it oven when you in the cold food out hot eat the food? Excellent question. They're just not good at naming things, I think. Okay, we got the shading in. Tongue twisters are a possible avenue? Maybe. Where if how much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? I think a woodchuck would chuck all the wood it could if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Got him. pull an hour and a half out of our ass. Listen, you're the one who made the bet. It's a very fun one to say, yeah. What if we all made Lurf stretch? Alright, little stretchy. The dance took a combined 20 hours? Yeah. Because it was very detailed, and I had like a lot of scrolling up and down to do. Alright. I'm being generous and doing a nice, big, good stretch for you. Alright. 1-1 was a racehorse. 2-2 was 1-2. And 1-1, 1-1 race. 2-2, 1-1-2. Fizzer's Fritz. Fish. Frisch. Frisch. Fish. I don't know how to pronounce that, is the problem. Frisch. Frisch? Do another stretch? You gotta redeem more points. Which Lurf bait? Yeah, that, the blonde one is not Lurf bait, but the second one is Lurf bait. Oh, another one? Okay. More stretching, I suppose. Streichholz... I can't say it. I can't speak German, I'm sorry. We're not gonna talk about how I'm of German origin. I have not been doing my Anki, and I'm not doing Anki on stream. I'm not. I'm not gonna look up how to pronounce it. Dimmel. Listen, I'll get back on the Anki grind soon. It's just been hard with helping my mom move. Fuck. There are two kanji I don't recognize there. No, I can't get distracted trying to read Japanese right now. That takes too much brain power. I'm so behind in my kanji. My brain is empty. I'll study with you later. You challenge me to a race in Crossworlds? Listen. I want to entertain my viewers, but what thing am I entertaining with? Is Jelly live? I think Jelly is live, yeah. Or no, Jelly isn't live. Jelly planned to be live? Or is Jelly going live right now? Jelly just went live. Can I put Jelly's stream on my screen? So we can watch it while watching you? I don't want to steal Jelly's viewers. Cover up the live Nigel reaction with a feed of Jelly's stream? Do you really want that? I have a message. Could you draw a shark? You gotta ask for a sketch redeem, Ultra Grandpa Demon. I have sketch redeems on here for 20,000 Rainbow Monkeys. Yoli Mice, hurry, was 42 plus 25. Fucking, it's 67. Now you can't use Jelly to distract me, yeah. Get fucked, idiots. Every day 6-7 comes out of here. We're, oh, also, like, first time chat coming in here for that. First time chatter chose their first message to be a 6-7 joke. Incredible. You know what? Just for your sake, for chat's sake, I will go and say hi to Jelly on his stream right now. Alright. Typing up a nice New Year's message for Jelly. There we go. Can we get a stretch hype train going? There we go. Shouting out Jelly. Okay. I'm closing out Jelly's stream now. I am stretching. The stretch play is evil. I'm gonna say that. Alright. Another stretch! I'm gonna run out of ways to stretch if you keep doing this. You just want me to be healthy? No, you don't. You want me to read more One Piece. Stretch my legs? Who's to say I wasn't stretching my legs? Another stretch? Okay. I'll stand up for this stretch. Doing a nice and big one for you, okay? Sisyphus, are you cheating over there? Alright, Sisyphus. You've been ousted. No more cheating. Yes, I can add a song. What do you want? I have to say, this is the dumbest bit I've been a part of. It was working. You know what, Sisyphus? That was a smart play, I must admit. Another stretch. Okay, chat. Okay. We need to come on an agreement about the stretching meta because it's a little powerful. It does stop everything. So, what can I add to sweeten the deal that'll ban the stretch redeem for being used for this? Let's negotiate. Hail Dust Grumble? think Pale Dust Rumble can be alright. It should be fine. Well, technically, I think it is copyright, but we'll see. Because it was a game, it was a song before 100 line. But we'll see. We'll see how it detects. If it becomes a problem, then we'll trade it off for another song in the future. But for now, it can be the next song. I could read a chapter of One Piece right now? No. Well, we're doing One Piece when I have the shit prepared for One Piece. We can have Rumble on for now. Suki is Lurf Bait. Another song to the playlist? What do you want? Scarlet Draw? I'm not sure if that's on Spotify. It has to be on Spotify. It's not. Apologies. Do you have another one? I'm sorry. Sisyphus, do you mind refunding it for me? I'm sorry. Hydrate? Thank you. Another stretch. I'm glad so much mileage is getting used out of the Nigel. And another stretch. And a posture check. Alright. If you keep abusing the posture checks, I'm just gonna, not the posture checks, the stretches, I'm gonna say I'm gonna save them up for the end of stream, because no one says when I have to redeem them. Use of my systems. This is such an insane song. Man, I hear I'm tired. I have 2 streams open. I still have reading to do. I don't think I can help delay the stream or it's over. Can we, at the end of the stream, watch German New Year's tradition dinner for one? No? And again, the deal is if I'm still working on this by the 12-hour mark. If I finish by then, it doesn't mean the stream has to end. I might do something else. I'm talking about this specific animation. It probably will end, because I like withholding the 12-hour stream from you, if possible. But we'll see. For non-bet reasons, I see. We will not be watching Dinner for One, though. I apologize. I need to, get get my hair in, actually. I almost forgot about that. You did manage to delay me for 30 minutes. You still haven't read the Perfect Draw player kit? Am I the only one who's done this? Part of it, I see. Perfect Draw's player kit is a, whatchamacallit, it's a little manual for, Yu-Gi-Oh!-esque TPRPG. Yeah. Shimmer, what's the worst Pokemon of every generation? I will fight you on this, you have the wrong opinions. Fuck, that's a hard ask, because you ask me that, and then I forget every Pokemon that exists. And I forget what generations Pokemon are introduced in. They start mixing together for me. So I'm not sure I can answer that effectively. I would have to like pause the whole stream and like pull up the Pokédex and everything. Unmix them. I'm stupid. I have streamer brain and I'm working on art right now. What's the origin behind my triple colored hair? When I dye my hair, a lot of the dye stays strong for a while, but sometimes the bleach starts shining through, and my roots also start shining through, so this is kind of what my hair looks like when the dye is kind of like wearing off, but I still have some of it in, and like the bleach is shining through because my hair is brown, so I need to bleach it to get the dye color. Have you dyed it this color before? Yeah. This is kind of what my hair is at right now. Okay. Are you planning on dyeing again? I want to, yeah. I'm not sure what color I'll dye it to. But I probably won't update my sprites because that's a lot of hassle. I had ginger hair once, that was fun. Yeah, they've realized that they're going to lose the bet. Because I'm just that good. You noticed. Lurf, who's the best hedgehog and why is it Amy? I feel like we've gone over this many times in chat. Have you not been paying attention to the streams? Amy's a delight and she's full of girlish charm and she's full of love and we care about her. Yeah, proper hair dyeing is expensive. You never pay attention? Shaking my head. Hates me. Hates the streamer. I'm famously absent all the time. Either I'm walking the dog or going to the store or both. This is true. This is true. You haven't gone to the dog store though? No idea where the nearest dog store is? Bad pet owner? We're getting the nodding emoji. It's on its way. You don't feel so good? Oh gosh, I hope you're able to feel better. Mouse, the name of one of our dogs, not the streamer, by the same name, was a stray. She's the dumbest dog we've ever had. Aw, cute. Good morning, Jumper. We're having a bet right now where if I don't finish this animation by the 12-hour mark, I have to read a chapter of One Piece for every extra 15 minutes over the 12-hour mark. So hitting the 12-hour marks gives one extra piece of One Piece, and then every 15 minutes that is another chapter as I stew in my failure. However, if I do finish before midnight, then Sisyphus donates 5 gift subs. Can we start a poll? Can we gamble? You can do both those things. Jumper has, done quite some... Not Jumper, sorry, my bad. My brain is out of it today. Jumper. Chat has done some absolutely underhanded tactics in order to delay stream. But I think they've run out of the ability to keep me from doing anything. Yeah, sorry, my brain, I've been streaming for 11 hours, buddy, I don't know. My chat is very obsessed with me hitting a 12-hour stream, and I've yet to do it. And it's partially because they want it so bad. It was a funny bit. Yes, Sisyphus? Another chapter of One Piece. What, we're up to 8 now? I mean, it was a slight delay. Every little bit counts, I think. We did good. You have 4 monkeys left. Yeah, you're a good screen. Rainbow monkeys, it's very round and super chunky. Fill 'em up wherever they go. Everyone is made of a big rainbow. All red and orange and pink and blue. Rainbow monkeys, we love you. I've never played any Sly Cooper game. Blasphemous, I know. You think that I would? What would Jelly say? Jelly's shocked. Jelly wants me to play Sly Cooper games. Why are we bringing Jelly up? What colors do you think Sector V would invent? I don't know. I think Cookie's really the only one who would be inventing colors out here. You know something I didn't consider about this bet? What did you not consider, Sisyphus? We are boosting the fuck out of your chat engagement metrics here? Yeah. Why do you think I asked for a bet in the first place? Well, naturally I want to get my chat engagement up. Isn't that like a natural want of a streamer? And do you see this spike? Yeah, this is where my dumbass viewers decided to try to stop me from drawing for some One Piece chapters, yeah. Please, Sola, just spare One Piece chapter. May I have some Monkey D. Luffy, sir? We'd fall for those cartoon box straps? Yeah, you would. The last time I saved my progress was right now. Thank you, Phantom. Yeah, these I saved again. You can start manifesting a programmed crash. May not allowed to gamble. May, you gotta get a VPN or something. Awesome. Chat's entertaining itself. I can just call her. May's an adult. She can do what she decides is best. Aren't you the mod? Are you saying you're not doing your job? Got him. If that bitch is allowed. That bitch briefly was not allowed, it seems. But did May not type it in lowercase? That's crazy. It's okay, but probably not in Twitch chat, May. I'd prefer to avoid slurs in chat, even if reclamation is allowed. In our DMs, it's chill, but not here. The Twitch automod knows if the slur can be reclaimed. That's an insane power. Of course, of course. I'm surprised that's allowed by the automod, but, like, fat bitch isn't. That's kind of wild. Alright, Lurfer, we can't stop you from drawing. Please at least break down what you're doing in detail. Yeah, essentially, to color, I draw a line, and then it colors the area for me. And I just have to draw little extra lines in order to fill in the white gaps. And then when it does that little bleed over, there's an option called exclusion where I can paint a little line to show it where I don't want it to bring the color in. And that stops like colors from intruding into places that they're not supposed to, or other colors taking over a certain color area. The program does magic, yeah. Like, this thing, like, is so strange. Pick a card, any card, Ace of Diamonds. Yes, I'm a witch. Oh, Automod might ignore VIPs, that's right. Yeah, May's a very, very important person in chat, so May gets to say whatever she wants. I can't believe Fat Bitch has been allowed, May. Say something else. Yep. Automod ignores VIPs. That is good to know, actually. The science experiment has been done. Jumper tried saying it. It was not allowed. I'm not practicing favoritism. God forbid that I give my good close friends my VIP role in my chat. You might be safe. You've mentioned you love Emma Rockford. Hi, Endercraft. Welcome in, first time chatter. We're just having a chill drawing time and my chat is trying to distract me. It would be such a fucked up time to allow Jumper's message. Don't do it. Don't do it. 5:30 a.m. and no one is streaming? I am. I just I'm built different like that. Elaborate on how Emma Rockford is Mippy. Coloring in animation programs is so weird. I'm not over it. It really is like witchcraft. She pretends she's a bad bitch, but she's kind of soft. True. What is Lurf bait query? So while you were gone, May introduced to chat something that we talk about in private, which is the idea of a Lurf bait character. And then chat was very curious about what Lurf bait was, but it's very hard to explain. So I started giving examples, and then chat started asking me about characters to see if they were Lurf bait or not. And I decided to make a channel where they could send in images to be educated on what is and isn't Lurf bait, so I didn't have to keep pausing stream to look up a character. And I guess not defining what a Lurf bait character is, but what Lurf bait is. Lurf bait is essentially a character that just by looking at it will probably bait me into getting into a series, or you know, like watching something when I otherwise would have maybe only been mildly interested. Realistic jelly portrait, huh? The answers are just on stream. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and like answer all of them in the Lurf bait chat, but I have been, you know, I've been busy on stream. I didn't see a realistic jelly portrait, no. The art you've been sending in is good. Oh, the George? Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that. That jelly shit that was pulled in the Lurfbait chat was absolutely heinous. Actually, that was the disgusting move. It was a very good move. It was a very good distraction. You like actively really distracted me, but my god. No, it wasn't over the line. Yeah, you're good. You're good. It wasn't over the line for me. And it didn't seem like Jelly was uncomfortable, so that's okay. Favorite anime OP? Oh, that's a hard one. I don't know. I mean, I guess my first thought is like Haruhi Suzumiya, the first opening. I really like that. I also like Super Driver. But I'm trying to think if there's another one. I really like the Chainsaw Man openings, both for the Reza arc, the Reze arc, the movie, and the actual, like, base of season 1. Dorohedoro anime opening is also really good. When they play one of the EDs during the Reze movies, cinema, yeah, absolute cinema. Let's see. Get my tongue color. Deemed to hydrate, thank you very much. Now, why is that happening? There we go. Got experienced mod instinct. Nice. I don't know why it's doing that, but at least I can easily fix it. Any reason May isn't a mod on the Discord? Because my brain is like, I can handle the Discord. May, do you want to be a mod? Do you want that responsibility? I don't know. I didn't think I would actually be getting big enough for this to be a thing where I needed to, you know, consider mods on the Discord. It hasn't been 4 months. It's been 1 month, dude. Maybe closer to 2 now. Is this Zamazenta Dashi? No. This is Jungle Joyride. From Sonic Unleashed. What pose should you make Emma do? Something cutesy, I think? You may be a dumbass, but that's okay. I appreciate you. I mean, I can check my first VOD upload, because I uploaded the day that I started streaming, or at least like a day after. Let's see. Yep, 1 month ago. My first VOD was uploaded on November 19th. So almost 2 months. I know because Sisyphus was my first subscriber and recently got the 1 month streak. Yeah, born only 2 months ago. It's crazy. What is this one for? It's a noted emo. You'll see when it's done. Noted indeed. Oh, 2 month streak, okay. A tad embarrassing, yes, but they are kind of similar. Okay, then I'm gonna do this real quick. Pencil layer, new color texture layer. And then let's start getting this in. When you see Snigel still there, I was requested to bring him back. I want to figure out how to do the thing that mouse does, where people redeem channel points and funny things pop up on stream, like you know, like the emotional support side and the English degree stuff. So I could like have like people redeem their points to bring in like not live Nigel reaction or chat or something. Streambot. I had to figure out how to use Streambot. Involves some actual block programming? Oh boy. I can't do that. I have stream elements. But, actual programming? I don't know. I don't know if I can do that. Coding on stream? No, listen, I tried to learn coding in middle school. It didn't work. Like, maybe I could do, like, bare minimum, like, baby's first coding on Scratch. But that's about it. The giggle emote is really, really good. Unironically, the best emote that I've made. Oh, jump scare. So they're called StreamerBot? Because saying StreamerBot is something else? Okay, interesting. I'll have to check it out at some point. I've gotten the most views out of Giggle, funnily enough, Nigel Pool, by using it as a thumbs up a lot. I'm expecting to get a lot of use of the dance one in the future. The future will probably need, for others, we'll probably need non-drawing streams. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I thought Nigel Pool would be very versatile, because it's like a cool emo, but it's also like a, yeah, you got it cheaper, like, hell yeah, you did it kind of a thing, you know? Like it can mean many a things. Alright, we got the pencil coloring in. And then the book should be super simple, because that one's just gonna... What color should I make the book? Maybe red as a reference to my boy Nigel. Nah, green, because then it'll blend in with my shirt a little bit, I think. And then an off-white for the pages. There we go. Now I'm making it Nigel colored, so it's gonna be bright.
need to move the color layers around a bit, so this needs to go above here. And this needs to go above here. Oh, whoops, I need the book color to go on for more. Where is it? Now why is it having a problem over here? I'm noticing a little bit of movement down by the book. I'm wondering if I can just kind of scribble in some red to fix that. Will it help? Okay. Now, here comes the tricky part. And the part that does actually make me worried about the bet, because I do need to do my my thing where I do the colored line art. Oh, I don't have the stroke on my dance emote. I would have to bring it into Photoshop to do that. I'll do it after this. Now, why is that causing a problem with the hair? There we go. And a stretch. Oh, alright. Alright. I see you. Evil. Evil. Making the streamer lose the bet. Posture check, alright. Alright. Adjusting myself accordingly. I was a little shrimp, leave me alone.
It's totally for my own good. Yeah, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you have no agendas. How funny would it be if this stream ended at 11 hours and 59 minutes? You'd cry? Should have distracted me better. Fuck their questions. Rank all my podcast members by their taste in food. I don't know a lot of their taste in food. I can't lie. What's my favorite fruit? I really like pears. Peaches are really good, but I'm allergic to them. So I probably shouldn't eat them. Streamer the stretch? Okay. I'm usually the bottom, that's what she said. Sorry. Thoughts on pouring milk before the cereal, and then after pouring the cereal, putting it into the microwave? I think that pouring milk before the cereal allows for the cereal to be extra crunchy. However, putting it in the microwave is actually insane. We should throw cereal at How Are You for this take? Yes. Who puts cereal in the microwave? And Karen? What the fuck? Where do you think How You can line a plane? I don't know How You that well. I'm gonna guess no? Does dropping a sewing needle in your tea enhance the drinking experience? What is this Higurashi ask hypothetical that you're asking me? Oh shit, I actually might not make this. Fuck, hang on. Oh, if I didn't have this stupid line art thing, I would have been done. Some say the danger of potentially swallowing the needle made the tea taste better? That's crazy. Jesus Christ, okay. It made the experience more fun because I was savoring each sip more? That's insane. Okay. I'm locking in. It's an actual race now. Apt music. Why is it doing this to me right now? Hang on. Fuck.